I said you better watch what you're doing, 'cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, 'cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, 'cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
You are absolutely right. The way he went about it was absolutely wrong. Like, so, like I said, I'm not.
Kind of my Jewish hatred that actually goes, other than the fact that why are y'all popping out of the sewers in New York City?
Annunciation Catholic Church. You couldn't call it pronounced Catholic Church?
Yeah, pronounce the Catholic.
A man can love a poor woman, but a woman can't love a poor man. That's just the cold, hard facts.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. When a man struggles, nobody saves him. But when a woman struggles, the world feels sympathy. A broke man ain't seen as a project, he's seen as a problem. A poor man learns early, love don't live where bills pile up. Respect comes after results. And until then, he's invisible. See, a woman can dress up struggle with hope, but a man wearing struggle, that's a suit dancing with the devil. Every day's a battle between pride and survival. A man is expected to smile while starving, lead while lost, and still make her feel safe when he barely feels safe himself. And the cruel part, the moment he starts winning, everybody who doubted him starts claiming they believe all along. But they ain't see the nights he sat in silence. When you broke, you a burden, not a blessing. Love feel heavy when the fridge empty, and patience fade when bills don't.
He's absolutely 100% correct on that. That is true. Sorry, we were supposed to start earlier today, but tried to do a whole thing with Rumble Studio to get that involved here, and apparently Rumble Studio just wanted to create 50 million streams after 50 million streams as soon as I hit the button, and it was just, I probably did something wrong. I got to go through it, but it's still fucked with me. So I'm fit to be tired over that plus the fact and now there's an alarm going on. That plus the fact that I don't have work today, but hey, let's go. The thing is already started. We a little bit behind schedule, but let's get this going. This is actually live, so I won't be able to speed up everything. I can speed it up until we get to that point to where it is live, but we will be hearing their voices at normal speed. God help us.
Under order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess
Now, I do have it sped up a little bit till we catch up.
at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on balancing the federal budget. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today, our national debt is at $38 trillion and counting. In the time it took me to read that first sentence, the debt increased by over $200,000. By this time tomorrow, we'll add $6 billion more. By any calculation, our nation's debt is staggering. For generations, politicians here in Washington have shunned hard conversations about spending, choosing to max out our national credit card and leaving the next generation to foot the bill. Families across our nation have to balance their budgets, and there's no reason their elected leaders shouldn't as well. Americans know that debt comes with strings attached. It's no different for government. Every dollar we spend beyond our means today is a dollar and change we must repay tomorrow.
What up, Jackie? How
The
you
more
doing?
America borrows, the more expensive every next borrowed dollar becomes. Indeed, annual federal spending on interest, the price we pay for the last generation's fiscal indiscretion, is now one of the largest line items we have in the budget. We spend more on interest than we do on national defense. We spend more on interest than we do on Medicare. Republicans and Democrats will have different policy ideas and priorities, but surely we can agree that a budget hamstrung by huge interest payments benefits nobody. Our fiscal trajectory is alarming and unsustainable.
I mean, that's
Make
true.
no mistake, a reckoning will come. Indeed, America is already long down the road to a debt crisis. Financial markets have already shown grave concerns about America's long-term debt load. Higher than expected interest rates or other challenges could trigger a debt spiral. It's happened to other countries throughout history. It could happen to us, and without changes, it will happen to us. When that day of reckoning comes, it will be ugly. Spending cuts will be drastic and immediate instead of targeted and phased in over a longer period. Massive tax hikes will take money out of your pocket, not to fund new services, but to pay for services already rendered. It is a matter of when, not if, unless we make changes now while we still can. That's why we're having a hearing today on a balanced budget amendment. A balanced budget amendment would be a possible tool to beat back a future fiscal crisis. It could reduce the cost of living here and now. The enormous federal debt load is already driving up borrowing costs for all Americans, your mortgage, your car payment, and your student loans. And we saw the disastrous effects of budget-busting deficit spending
you're going
during
to.
the catastrophic 4 years of the previous administration.
This is going to get
With the
bad.
eager support
They always
by
do.
Democratic colleagues in Congress, the Biden-Harris administration approved $4.7 trillion in new deficit spending, racking up $8.5 trillion in new debt. And now we had the worst inflation in 40 years. When Biden and Harris took office in January 2021, inflation was at just 1.4%, and by the middle of their term, it was over 9%. Inflation is a tax on everyone, but we all know who it hurts the most: the poor, the working class, seniors on fixed incomes, and American families who saw their expenses explode, but no similar increase in their salaries. A balanced budget amendment is a long-debated tool that, if properly structured, could limit Washington's inflationary overspending and ensure that future federal outlays are funded with actual revenue, not debt and money printing. Indeed, a balanced budget amendment could build on the work we started with the One Big Beautiful Bill. We fought hard to ensure that we kept our promises of fiscal discipline. A balanced budget amendment could force Congress to kick the habit of spending money we don't have once and for all. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us in calling for a full debate and a full consideration of a balanced budget amendment to get our fiscal house in order. Believe it or not, there's a long history of Democrats supporting balanced budget amendments, including former California Governor Jerry Brown. I hope that's still the case today. Let's have a good and honest debate on various proposals. Some proposals allow Congress to approve deficit spending only by a supermajority vote, and some delay the amendment's effective date to allow for a softer landing. I hope that we'll explore these finer points
Why do
today
we
with our
torture
expert panel.
ourselves? We don't see the
The
sausage
concept
getting
of a
made. All
balanced
we
budget amendment
see
is
is
simple and powerful.
same pigs
It's important
at
that we
the
get the
trough
details
while
right.
sitting at the slough.
Many states have requirements that they
Sitting in
must
the
balance
slough.
their budgets. The federal government should be similarly
Pretty
situated.
much, yeah.
But I will note, and I know some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will raise appropriately the questions that if you have a balanced budget amendment with exceptions,
I like listening
will Congress not drive a truck through
because
those
I get to
exceptions,
hear what they
just as they
can
currently do
publicly
every
say
time we vote
aloud.
on a debt ceiling increase. I say that to say that I'm not here to say that a balanced budget amendment is a panacea for irresponsible members of Congress on both
I
sides
like
of the
to
aisle
see
that
who's
continue
on
to
the
blow
ball
our
with what
budget
they're actually
to
talking
smithereens.
about, too.
We have to have responsibility in Congress, and a balanced budget amendment will not make up for irresponsible members of Congress who will exploit any loophole.
If not, we get a
spend money
whole
that we don't
fucking
have to
government
mortgage our
of
children's
Jasmine
future.
Crockett's and
The reason we're here to
AOCs.
talk about a balanced budget amendment is because something has to change. If we're going to do something, structure it properly. If we're going to do something to actually put brakes on what Congress does. That's what I hope we will debate today and have a full conversation about. Because we've been talking about a balanced budget amendment for years, but every year or every other year or every few years, we literally disregard the current limit on our spending when we lift the debt ceiling. And we do it with regularity, with impunity. So whatever we do today, whatever discussion we have today, whatever debate we have on a balanced budget amendment, let's recognize that we're $38 trillion in the hole with no end in sight. I think that we should have a full throated debate on this and look forward to having a discussion about a balanced budget amendment. And with that, I will yield to the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for testifying today.
Scanlon.
It's
God
an
damn
interesting
it.
topic and one that has certainly at least superficial appeal.
You
but
think
the
this
devil,
bitch
as
is
always,
actually
in the
really giving a
details.
fuck about
The
your damn
decisions that
your
Congress
money?
makes about the economy, about taxes, spending, and budget are or should be decisions about our values, who we're fighting for, what kind of country we are or want to be, and the future we're trying to create for our children. Which brings us to the topic of today's hearing, a balanced budget constitutional amendment, which, at least in the proposals we've seen so far, seems to be a misguided proposal about how to address the often competing values and interests that have to be taken into account when crafting our national budget. We all share the goal of developing smart, efficient fiscal policies and budgets, but for decades, Republican presidents and members of Congress have talked a big game about fiscal responsibility while enacting policies that have exploded the federal deficit and the national debt. It wasn't
And
that long ago.
you
not
did a lot of
generations,
that
as the chair
just not
suggested,
that
but
long
only
ago,
about 25
Scanlon.
years, when
You
under
were
the
involved in that.
Clinton administration, the U.S. had a balanced budget for multiple years, fueled in part by a combination of tax increases, spending cuts, and reduced military spending. But since then, in the early 2000s and again during the first Trump administration, Republicans have handed the ultra-wealthy huge tax breaks, eroding the federal government's revenue base and threatening our ability to fund essential programs that Americans rely upon.
There it is.
Time and again, these policies have failed to
Sorry. tax break for the wealthy, the rich, the powerful. You know, those motherfuckers who actually have companies and corporations that if they actually had more money back in their pockets, they could open up more brick and mortar stores, you know, hire more people, give out more jobs, and you know, overall make the economy a better place. Yeah. Tax the fuck out of them because they make massive amounts of money so that they can't open up brick and mortar stores, so they can't actually give out jobs because there's no jobs to be had. You can't afford to hire anybody because all your taxes go to the government because, like she said, if you give them a tax break, you fuck the federal government's revenue.
Produce the broader benefits for all Americans that the advocates of trickle-down economics have promised. And instead, these Republican policies have exploded the deficit, adding $10 trillion to the national debt. Despite this summer, Republicans once again doubled down, permanently extending the Trump tax giveaways from his first administration, extending those giveaways.
You know, that actually put more money back in the hands of the American people. I mean, I had
the national debt, as was just noted.
$2,000-$3,000 more than I should have.
Fiscal responsibility, but don't be fooled. Today's hearing is part of a decades-long orchestrated political effort to help corporations and the wealthiest people avoid.
My dollar damn sure went a lot further than it does now.
It tries to convince people that reckless tax giveaways to the ultra-wealthy somehow stimulate investment and economic growth for everyone, for the greater good. But that's a lie that's been debunked again and again and again for more than 50 years now, and one that's led to sky-high income inequality and the enshrinement of a corporate oligarchy in our society. These tax policies, these giveaways, have fueled the greatest rise in income inequality that our country has known, at least since the robber
That was
baron
done
days,
by you, though.
in a continuing transfer of wealth from working and middle-class Americans to the wealthiest among us. And we need look no further than the fact
Are we
that
not even going to talk about that? We're not even going to consider all that shit?
Other Americans. This
okay.
pathological dedication to trickle-down economics is outrageous. It betrays the values this country should stand for and which our budget should reflect. If we want to shrink the deficit and lower the nation's debt, we should be talking about a tax policy that gives relief to working families and makes the rich and corporations pay their fair share, rather than allowing them to reap even more profits by imposing the costs of their business on the American people, whether by paying subsidies.
Meanwhile, they're still talking about how your taxes are going to go up. Your taxes are going to go up because they can't tax the rich, right? Because nobody would let them tax the rich, so they must tax the poor. Yeah, Democrats have proposed your taxes go up because nobody would let them tax the companies to death. You know, the same companies that fucking hire you, that sign your paycheck, need to pay more money so they can't give other people like you more jobs, right? How does that fucking work?
Standard wages that force workers to rely on food stamps or subsidized health care to survive, or that force Americans to pick up the costs of industrial waste, dangerous products, or unsafe working conditions. A tax policy that makes sure that everyone pays their fair share isn't a radical idea and should be the starting point of any serious discussion about bringing the two sides of the budget equation, taxes and revenue on the one hand, spending, including military spending, on the other. But it takes a different kind of politics than what we're hearing today, one that believes that the purpose of government is to serve all Americans, not just the wealthy and well-connected. And the programs that our Republican colleagues have been only too ready to slash in their big ugly bill and with the political scam of a balanced budget amendment.
How can you actually live a life where you have actually no fucking shame for straight up fucking lying about something so you can steal people's money?
Including Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits.
How do you feel no shame for that shit?
Service members and retired federal employees. These are vital programs that help our government keep its promises to the American people. Less than half our budget.
The American people would be fucking great if they kept their promises to, but you want to keep a promise to illegals.
To defense spending. We can make sure our national debt's on a sustainable path by investing wisely in the American people and taxing fairly. We can work to build an economy that grows from the middle out, not the top down. We can provide affordable health care and child care, affordable housing.
Yeah, we can grow an economy that grows from the middle out. Okay, the middle class, which has always been okay in this country. Really, you have. You struggled a little bit here and there, but you've always been okay. You've never been destitute middle class. It's always been the poor that have always been destitute. The ones living above their means, and their means isn't that much. They've always been the ones that suffer. Should they do better with their financial decisions? Yes, me included. But once I worked my way up to middle fucking class here in America, all your inflation shit that you did hit the fucking market, and my ass went from living comfortably and being okay to barely struggling because my bills went from $1,200 a fucking month to over $2,000 goddamn dollars in the short time span of just a year. And not a goddamn bit of it has gone down. Our mortgage was $538 a month. It is now over $800 fucking dollars a month, and that has nothing to do with interest. Has nothing to do with interest. What that has to do is the insurance company said, hey, everybody's scared. Things are burning down all over the place. Give me more money because your houses are at risk. Your businesses are at risk. Everything's at risk because we need more money. Inflation is causing the value of the dollar to fucking tank. So we need more. That $300 fucking dollar increase was on insurance alone. Our insurance is more than our fucking mortgage payment. How the fuck does that make any goddamn sense? But that was on you, Scanlon. That's right, you and Biden. Dems had House, Senate, and presidency. You motherfuckers passed through so much within the first 2 fucking years that we are here today because of it. And now you're going to sit there and say that all that shit that we did, it was fucking great for America. It's great that America suffers. It's great that America fucking starves simply because we need more votes. It's great that America can't pay for a goddamn thing. It's great that America can't drive anymore because they can't pay for the gas, which means they can't go to work to make the money to pay for the gas. It's great. Everything's fine. Houses are going fucking down. People their mortgages are foreclosed on. Everybody's living on credit card debt, and somehow you believe that's a fucking wonderful idea. And trying to backtrack any of that is somehow horrible republicanism. What the actual goddamn fuck are we doing, America? You let the fucking priest from Poltergeist here sit here and say, I'm going to take everything from you and you're going to like it because yay, America. Meanwhile, what did we see? The Infrastructure Act? Oh, what the fuck did that do? They got bridges broken all over the fucking place. All that money is fucking gone and not a goddamn road was improved. Not a damn electric pole was installed. Oh, the broadband thing. Oh, that wasn't supposed to break ground. They did that back in 2020 fucking 2. It wasn't supposed to break ground until now. And guess what? They don't have the fucking money now. Where did that money go? She did all that. That was her. And now trying to sit here and say, hey, we need to fix this is somehow horrible extremism, Nazi republicanism. I don't even fucking know what to call it anymore. Making sure your money is not fucking wasted is somehow Nazism. I'm done with it. I'm done with these motherfuckers. Why do we let these people stay in office? They literally commit treason all the fucking time, and we're just supposed to write it off like it's something to fucking do. They levy war on you. Yeah, they don't pick up arms against. If they meant shooting you, it would say pick up arms against. Levying war could be economic. Didn't they just starve you because they wanted health care for illegals? They're planning to starve you again because they want abortion. Is that not economic warfare? Taking all your money, sending it to other fucking places, including terrorist organizations, so they can go start fucking wars that you need to be involved in. Is that not levying economic warfare on you? They straight up lie every time they open their fucking mouths. They lie. They blame everybody for what the fuck they do. Are they not levying psychological and informational warfare on you because they're trying to save their own ass while they fucking levy that war on you. What are we doing, America? Why do we let this happen?
And make sure that every child gets a world-class public education, but that's not the focus of today's hearing. Instead, the solution to the deficit problem.
Jonathan, thank you for the dono there. He said, found out a slough is a swamp. I can't fucking read. I found out a slough is a swamp. Here, hopefully, is the inspiration for others to contribute to making your day a long, eventful one. 9 more to go. Appreciate you. I'm just doing that just to see how it fucking goes. People say you're supposed to get that involved, get that interacting, and I don't see it. I don't see it, but we'll just see how it works. But anyway, I can't anymore with these people. Like, we are all struggling, and here this bitch is saying, Donald Trump trying to mitigate the cost on you is ruining the economy because we cannot steal from you. That is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever fucking heard. And somehow everybody's like, yay. Okay. So I guess we're all mentally fucking retarded then, right? And humankind does need to end. Bill Gates was right. You're okay with people stealing money from you and doing whatever the fuck they want with it. And when they run out, steal more from you. And it's because America. Shut up.
Problem they helped create is to propose constitutional amendments that force Congress to balance the budget on the backs of working and middle-class families, forcing cuts to essential benefits like Medicare and Social Security. House Republicans have introduced at least 6 different proposed balanced budget amendments. Though they don't all share the same features, they have the same common goal: to continue to put their thumb on the scale to favor big business and billionaires over working and middle-class people, seniors, and our most vulnerable Americans.
For every single one of you that is not self-employed or working for a very, very small business, she is sitting here saying because they have the ability to open up more fucking businesses all over the country, they have the ability to pay more in taxes. If they have the ability to open up more businesses in the country, they have the ability to pay people, to give them a wage for them to live off of. Is it livable? No. That's because you fuckers keep spending money all the fucking time without any kind of reconciliation for what happens after the fact. But to sit here and say that these people who are employing me, these people who are generating the money to hire me so I can make the money to pay my bills must pay more in taxes, you are literally telling me that they need to cut my job so you can have yours. And if they cut my job, they cut the production. They cut everything that I could offer down. As very small as it may be on a huge scale, you still lower production. When a company, say like let's say an auto factory, lays off 1,500 fucking employees because you want them to pay more in taxes, guess what? They lose that production. They lose revenue. They lose taxable fucking income because they can't pay the labor to create the products that they sell. So when you tax a company more, you are making sure that another American doesn't have a fucking job because you need yours so you can spend it with impunity and then demand and take more whenever the fuck you feel like from everybody. When are we going to put this fucking bullshit in check with our fucking government? She just fucking told you right now, we need to shut down companies so you have no fucking job so the company pays more. Even though if that happens, the company couldn't pay more because of lost revenue. Their taxable income comes down. You have no job. They pay more in taxes. While you can't afford to pay your bills because there's no job to help you pay your bills. What fucking retard shit is this?
Americans. A balanced budget amendment would shackle Congress and limit our flexibility to respond to changing economic conditions or crises with appropriate fiscal and budgetary policies. As the chair mentioned, many of these proposals would require a supermajority in Congress to raise revenue or raise the debt limit, but not to cut spending. The framers of our Constitution rejected the principle of requiring a supermajority for basic government functions because they believed it would shift power away from the American people's popular will to a determined minority. Balanced budget proposals requiring a supermajority would allow an extremist minority to hold our nation's economy and financial stability hostage. And you only need to look at the chaos of the current Republican majority in the House to see what might be in store under such a proposed amendment. We've seen political brinksmanship over the debt ceiling and government funding. We've seen speakers dethroned and federal budgets that slash healthcare and food assistance for Americans while giving more handouts to billionaires and big business. A balanced budget amendment
Here
would
we
only
are.
make things worse, and this
Yet again.
dysfunction would then be baked into our Constitution and democracy. I don't think that's what the American people want or need. The bottom line is we don't need to amend the Constitution to balance the federal budget. Our colleagues need to get their heads out of the sand and be willing to look at the revenue side of the equation. During the 90s, under a Democratic president and a Republican-controlled Congress, the federal government ran budget surpluses without a balanced budget amendment. Our Republican colleagues control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If they wanted to do this, they could. But instead, they've
That majority that you're talking about, that control, just a few seats in either fucking house. And how many of them will just vote your way because you promise them something? Them. Not the American people, them. Now, as I have been saying, Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually resigning from office. I expected her to actually start playing ball with Democrats more often. I goddamn guarantee you Thomas Massie will. He's already doing it. He's gotten more play from Democrats than he has Republicans. Where the fuck do you think he's going to start voting? Just because somebody in the Republican Party says something that nobody wants to fucking hear or talk about or anything like that, apparently they're not MAGA and they're immediately out. So you are a cult. Good job. You just fucking played yourselves.
chosen to make their number one legislative priority this year a $1 trillion handout to their billionaire buddies. Our budget is not just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's the choices we make to invest in our neighbors, our communities, to provide opportunities for young people, to take care of the elderly and the most vulnerable, and to invest in American prosperity.
What up, Just Rondo? What's the deal with Massie? Well, his wife dies, and then he starts worrying about actually what's happening within our government more often and saying, hey, look, all of you are to blame for this shit, every single fucking one of you. You know what we do? We just sit here and have these hearings just to dangle some keys in front of the American people while we make backdoor deals to pad all our fucking pockets. And then all of a sudden, he's the enemy of everybody. I will say it's a little fucking weird that 18 months after his wife passed away, he's married again. Which kind of gives me the vibes of you had someone on the side already. There was already an interest in that. Looking away from the personal, professional-wise, he called out Republicans. Democrats started working with him. And because people like Ro Khanna stepped up, people like, let's see, actually there was AOC did some things with him because those people were actually getting involved and working with him. Oh, well, now he's the enemy. He's the traitor. Why? Because he got more play getting bills finished up and marked up and everything from the Democrats than he did from Republicans? All because he said, bitch, you got involvement in this too. Don't forget. That's what happened with Massie. And I guarantee you, every single fucking one of you would have done the same exact thing. If you care that much. And Democrats are giving you something. You're going to have to give a little bit of something in return for what you want, but they're giving you what you want with these bills. Wouldn't you work with them more often than a Republican who's just like, stop calling me a piece of shit because I fuck things up too? It's the Democrats that are the piece of shit, not me. And Massey's just like, go fuck yourself. That's what happened with Massey. Nobody wanted to listen to Massey until he started working with Democrats, and then he was the enemy of the Republican Party. So you are a fucking cult.
If we really want a prosperous economy where everyone
What up,
can
Elf?
get ahead, we need
How you
to
doing?
abandon the misguided orthodoxy of trickle
Janine,
down
how you
economics.
doing this
Instead,
morning?
we need to focus on policies that support children, family, communities.
I'm a
and our
little irritated
wider
if you can't
economy.
tell, but-
We don't need a balanced budget. We just need Congress to do the job the American people sent us to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and I yield
Yes,
back.
we need you to stop fucking us
I
over.
thank the ranking member, and I would now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. The ranking member just said, and I quote, a balanced budget amendment would shackle Congress. I think there are 30-some trillion reasons why that might not be a bad idea, frankly, and that's what this is about. She also said that the answer is to increase revenue, better known as raise taxes. That seems crazy to me as well. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. I appreciate
gets
the
it.
chairman for having this hearing, and I yield back.
I thank Chairman Jordan. I would now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
And thank you, Chairman Roy, and thanks to our witnesses for joining us today. Our Republican colleagues have convened this hearing to discuss a constitutional change to solve a problem that they have created legislatively, which is gigantic runaway federal budget deficits. We don't need a constitutional amendment to legislatively balance the budget. We just need some old-fashioned fiscal discipline. In the 1990s, President Clinton worked with a Republican-controlled Congress to eliminate the deficit, and they ran huge surpluses without the aid of a contrived balanced budget.
Democrat love stream? No. They're all fucking failures. Democrats want to raise your fucking taxes, and Republicans are just like, we have no idea what to do, except let's stop spending. Which is a great idea, I guess. But if we stop spending, and we've got nothing to back it up, nothing to prop up our industry or industrial side, our economics, what do we have? They're doing nothing. They've got nothing. We got Trump out there. Foreign investors are pumping billions into this country. Cool. Great. Manufacturing will come back to a certain extent, but what the fuck are we doing on the homeland for it? How are we helping these companies to create more stores, more businesses, to hire American citizens that apparently the job report, and you can actually tell our economy ain't doing so fucking good. Things are starting to turn around. Yes, I get it. But we're still not in a good shape, and we're not trending in a good shape. And this is why. Because Republicans refuse to do shit while Democrats stomp their fucking feet. And when they're in control, they just spend the credit card all willy fucking nilly while Republicans just sit there and, we can't do anything because we're not in control. And when we are in control, we can't do anything because we're weak and pathetic. Rhonda, you know I'm more liberal than anybody in this fucking group. I'm more critical of the Republicans because you had something fucking going, and then where is it? Oh, you won. Time to sit back and do nothing. Where are we at, America? Why do we continue to let this happen? We praise these people who do good things. There are good people in government, mostly Republicans. Yes. They're few and far between at this point. Those who are actually caring, those who are actually trying, are working with both sides, and everybody's trying to fuck them over and get them out of office. I don't understand. Isn't that what our government is supposed to do? Because if you only go with one side of everything, are you not taking that shit sandwich, turning it over, and taking a bite from the other side? There needs to be a balance. You go hard one side or the other, everybody gets fucked along the way. How was the pendulum able to swing so hard to the left? Republicans sat back with their thumbs up their ass and did fucking nothing as this was allowed to run rampant. And here we are, after all this time, a decade later, and where have we gotten? It's not a love Democrat. It's hate government. Very few of them are worth a fuck. Very few of them will I actually give any praise and defend. Everybody catches strays. Why? Because everybody's involved. And covering up just because you like what somebody says once in a while or how they vote once in a while, that's no good. Because all they do is get comfortable in the fact that they could do whatever the fuck they want and ride off their name. I don't think we should let that happen. Democrat, Republican, Independent, it don't matter. You ride off on your name to get into the position to do something within our government. Not to make money for your own damn pocket and fuck everybody else over just because, like Jasmine Crockett, you want name recognition and social media following. It's not a love Republican thing, or it's not a love Democrat thing. It's a hate them all thing. My life has severely went fucking downhill in 10 fucking years. Why? Because of government. Because of everything they've done. And they still want to do it to you. Republicans included. Your taxes are going to be raised. There's no way to look around this. It's just how do they dress it up to make you okay? With them sticking their cock in your ass that far, much further. Sorry for being so vulgar, but not really.
Constitutional amendment or even rhetoric about a balanced budget amendment. They just did it. Why can't Republicans who control the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, and the White House do the exact same thing today with control of every part of the government? If they want to balance the budget, just do it.
You're right. It has been 11 months. It's completely unreasonable for us to expect everything to be better. You're right. But why are we not trending in that direction? This has been a year. It has been a year. You don't have but a year left because once midterms are done, do you have the House? Do you have the Senate? What little control do you have to get things done? Are you going to have that? Because when that comes, guess what? Impeachment comes. And if that fucking works, guess what? A new president comes. When Democrats actually take power again, you're going to prison. They've made that very clear. Multiple Democrats have said that people that have voted for Trump and stand behind Trump should be going to prison. Anybody that helped him will be going to prison. Especially the National Guard, especially the military members. They could be illegal orders, and if they are illegal orders, when we get back in power, you're going to prison. They've said it so many times. Expecting everything to be better now, you're right. 100%. I agree. It's insanity. But where the fuck are we? The same place we were 10 fucking years ago with no plan to make this any damn better. Nobody's got anything other than, hey, let's cut spending to all this dumb shit. Cool. What's next? Raise taxes? That's what's left. The tariffs might actually be found to be illegal through the fucking judge orders and shit that have been going on. What's left after that? Heh, your pocket. When you can't make anybody else fucking pay for your shit, Who else pays for it? You do. What the point of the tariffs were actually supposed to do, to bring in revenue. Yes. Oh, it's a tax on the citizens. It's a tax on the people. Yeah, it would cost more to pay for fucking overseas shit than it would for American products at that point. Guess what? American products would actually be in demand at that point because they would be cheaper in cost. Thus, causing the economy to go into an upswing. Hey, look, idea. Check it out. It really doesn't hurt you all that much in the long run. Oh, fuck, that's actually going to hurt the people? That's illegal. Orange Man did it. What's left after all this shit? The only thing that they can guarantee to up their revenue is to take from you. And that's it. Because you are their revenue. You've always been that way. We took manufacturing out of this country. We took everything that we did, everything that made us great, we took and let it go overseas because of cheap labor there. And then what happened? We had nothing to back us up except war. We had nothing to export except war. All because Democrats and Republicans did that. And some of those motherfuckers that put us on that track are still in office today. Everything is not going to be better in a year. No. But why the fuck are we not trending that way? Why haven't we put an end to this fucking black robe insurrection we have going on? Because we know full fucking well these dudes are going above and beyond their jurisdiction. They are overstepping their bounds every time they do this. And somehow it's, we can't do this now. Oh, well, I guess we better go through the process instead of saying, hey, you are actually pulling illegal shit. You are creating legal lawfare against the citizens of this fucking country. We need to remove you from the bench. Why are we not doing that? Why is impeachment of these motherfuckers haven't happened yet? Why do we get nothing but, an indictment may be coming. Hey, look, an indictment. Dismiss the indictment. Fuck off. Oh, shit, we tried. Pam Bondi? You can't justify that one. The only person the only person I would defend 100% is still Tulsi Gabbard. And I'm sure she's fucked up along the way too. Majorly. But ain't nothing been said about it. Nothing's come out about it. And she ain't gone on TV and tried to defend some stupid ass fucking thing she did instead of being like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I'll do better. Which, if that were the case, I guarantee you, making a few excuses, she would actually say. I'm tired of being fucked in the ass from both sides, and I'm not going to sit here and just go ahead and give a green light to Republicans because they do nothing. They sit there with their thumbs up their ass, and any little attempt that they make, haphazard as it may fucking be, as soon as it's shot down, it's, oh well, we tried. Move on to the next thing. I'm tired of being fucked over. I'm tired of being their cattle. I'm tired of being their fucking pocketbook. And then complaining and bitching and moaning that people like me, myself, the ones that made all of this fucking possible for these shit stains in America's underwear to put us where we are, somehow we're terrorists for saying, fuck you, I want it to stop. Somehow we're Nazis for saying, you know what, maybe this country should actually function the way it did back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Economically. We're the evil white racists. Because I want to be happy and okay and not give a fuck. I don't want to rage out at this stupid shit. And I damn sure don't want to have to worry about if the next fucking person right beside me is going to shoot me in the head simply because of my beliefs. I don't know. Call me radical for that, I guess. But Republicans, they're not doing anything either.
They could just take action on their own to make the hard decisions. But instead, they say, no, the real problem is we need to go out and get 2/3 of the House. And
just to let you know, not angry. I'm frustrated. And it's not with you, Rhonda. It's not with you. I'm just frustrated because, like the old trope goes, we know all this shit, but nothing ever gets done. James Comey, Letitia James, their indictments, fucking dismissed. But the sham trial of Donald Trump went through and actually got guilty fucking verdicts. While you got one dude who lied about lying to Congress while he was on stand, committed perjury about committing perjury while he was on stand. And the other bitch that he supposedly gave hush money to, and somehow it was a scandal because of that shit, she was talking about summoning demons on the fucking stand. And somehow he's fucking guilty. How do we explain that? You've lost trust in every fucking thing in our institutions, everything within our government. We all have lost trust in. Why? It was meant to happen. Why is Mark Kelly telling the military, hey, you can refuse illegal orders? Because he wants a fucking coup. He wants a revolution. They want control. Both sides want it. It's just I listen to these things, I hear these things, and I can defend some of these people because I know full fucking well they're in it for us and not themselves. For the most part. There are some good people, left and right. I will say it, even fucking Correa. Lou Correa. You know, he was the only fucking Democrat to stand up and be like, hey, you know, after the Trump shooting, we went to Butler and the police were saying there's more here to this story than you're being told. And we need to look into this. He was the only one. Republicans didn't. He was the only one. And after that, brought a little bit of evidence to the table to support his claim. And I'm pretty sure the motherfucker was told to shut up because ain't nothing happened about that ever since. But it's a little bit strange how something like that's brought up and it's not followed suit, right? Because if that were a thing, if Lou Correa, a Democrat, were to stand up and say, these officers are saying there's more here to this story, wouldn't the Republicans track that down like bloodhounds? I mean, the president was almost shot. Front runner for the president at that time. Nothing happened. Nothing went anywhere with it. Everybody shut the fuck up. Left and right. Do we have any accountability for any of this shit? No. I mean, they just fucking saved, what's her face? God damn it. They just saved Stacey Plaskett for a fucking Republican for ethics violations. Stacey Plaskett gets to remain there because she was texting Jeffrey Epstein. She's been taking money from Jeffrey Epstein and flaming everybody for this shit and trying to go the fuck off, literally texting during a hearing to try to jam up the Trump administration. And that's fine. She gets to stay. She doesn't even get a finger fucking wag. Why? So a Republican doesn't get a finger wag. Why should we try to say one side's better than the other? Why should I try to hide all the fucked up dealings of the Republican side to sit here and flame the Democrat side when the Republicans are doing the same fucking shit? Can't be mad at them if I ain't mad at the Republicans too. Now you're just playing partisan games with that.
2/3 of the Senate and 3/4 of the states to do it, instead of just passing it by a majority in the House, in the Senate, in the White House. Obviously, they lack the political will or the fiscal discipline to do it. And they think that maybe they can distract everybody now with this extremely stale and tired rhetoric about passing a constitutional amendment. We can't even get reporters to come and cover this charade anymore. They're practicing spectacular fiscal irresponsibility and budget recklessness and then try to cover it up with the pathetic paper mache of a balanced budget amendment. The problem of ballooning deficits returns whenever Republicans enjoy complete control of the political branches. This is one of the great ironies of our political rhetoric. When they are in control, the budget deficits soar, and it's the Democrats who always bring the deficits down. But they pass giant giveaways for wealthy corporations and billionaires. It was the policies of President George W. Bush and a GOP Congress that squandered the record budget surpluses of the Clinton years in the 1990s on tax cuts for the wealthy, even as the country was waging the staggeringly expensive no-end wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In 2017, President Trump and a Republican Congress passed his so-called Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, a law that increased the federal deficit by $1.9 trillion. This year, they passed the obscenely ugly profligate law, which will add a jaw-dropping $4 trillion to the national debt because of its giveaways for corporations with political insider influence and billionaires, at the same time that they're stripping health insurance and food assistance from tens of millions of Americans to offset just a small part of the enormous cost of the tax breaks that they cut for wealthy elites. So we don't need to start finger painting on the Constitution to accomplish what our colleagues in the majority simply don't have the political discipline and will to do. If you want a balanced budget, present a balanced budget and pass it. And after voting for the most reckless recent increase in federal spending, it's just, to me, way too little, way too late to have one more hearing on the idea of a balanced budget constitutional amendment. Something, by the way, which I think no other country in the world, or maybe it's a handful, but the vast majority of the countries in the world don't need this in order to run their fiscal systems. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank Ranking Member Raskin. Without objection, all other opening.
That's why people are freaking out about Candace not shutting her mouth and going with a narrative about Charlie Kirk. No, see, the narrative she's making up is complete fucking horseshit on its face, and nobody can see that. That's what really gets me about that. You're going to sit there and tell me that, oh my God, stop doing things with Charlie Kirk. I stopped doing things with Charlie Kirk a long time ago. You know, Turning Point USA, there 2-3 years that we weren't really on any kind of talking thing. But as soon as he fucking dies, she was his best friend. She knew every fucking thing. And then all of a sudden, Israel did it. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And then when that didn't happen and everybody was like, that doesn't make sense. Fine. TPUSA did it. They did it because he turned away millions of dollars for doing a deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. So TPUSA had him killed. With absolutely no evidence or anything to back this shit up. She's had a fucking record of it. You remember how she wanted to dox children? You remember the fight with Crowder? You remember the fight with Daily Wire not too long ago? You remember her first claim? Israel did it. Everybody was like, no, that sounds stupid. Fine. Let me change the story. TPUSA did it. I was his best friend. I'm just releasing vague and innocuous text messages just to insinuate something. You take the inference because she didn't say that. Just like these people, they don't say those things. Just like if I say, hey, we should punch Nazis, somebody says, hey, that's a Nazi. Somebody says, yeah, I can punch a Nazi. And then that person gets punched. Is anybody guilty of inciting that violence? No. Not by our laws, not by our standards. Just like doxing. If I said, hey, Jackie, I wish I knew Jackie's information. I wish somebody would post it. And then you're just like, yeah, well, somebody else says, okay, well, she lives in this state. Then somebody else says she lives in this city. Then somebody else says she lives at this address. Is any of them guilty for doxing? No, because they didn't give out private information. They all did something to insinuate. One thing led to another for this information to come out. Not a single person is guilty. And that's how she's getting away from defamation. She's straight up lying about every damn thing just so she can stay relevant and stay making fucking money. She has a history of doing this shit and always has had a history of doing this shit. When she was with the Daily Wire, she was their attack dog. Daily Wire is mainstream media for an internet age. They do the exact same thing as the mainstream media does and claim they're better. They had the falling out because of October 7th and Candace Owens went full fucking Nazi. Hate the Jews. They had a falling out, and then all of a sudden, the same shit that happened between Daily Wire and Crowder happens between Daily Wire and Candace Owens. Except, she's not arguing why Crowder's a piece of shit. She's arguing why her former employer is a piece of shit. If this keeps happening around the same fucking person, chances are it's not everybody else is the piece of shit. It's that person, correct? She's always been this way, and I don't understand why people even, oh great, she's a black person that came up during the COVID BLM thing. Now she's saying right-wing shit. Hey, didn't she want to dox kids for saying bad things on the internet? Oh, we're just going to look past that because she supposedly changed, right? The tactic never did. Not a damn bit of her tactic ever did. The focus of her tactic changed. And that's what everybody liked. Because she wasn't going after you, she was going after them. And now that there's no reason for them to be her target anymore, she's going after you again. Because all it is to make money. That's all it is for her. It's always been that way for her. Most of these people are the exact same fucking way. Which is why I rage out about them too. A lot of these people are sleazy, greasy motherfuckers. And Candace is no different. She never has been. She came into the game exactly the way she's playing now. And everybody's like, whoa, what happened? It's the same shit. I don't know what you're thinking is any different now. It's the same mentality, the same shit. It's always fucking been with her. I've never liked her. I would never. There's a lot of things I will not agree with on. Some things I do agree with on politically. But all this shit right here, everything that she's doing is her trying to destroy Turning Point USA because they stopped fucking with her a long time ago. The only one from Turning Point USA that had anything to do with Candace Owens was Charlie Kirk, and that was only to keep the peace between everybody. And she thinks he was his best friend because she was texting and saying, yeah, look, I get it. Ben's a fucking prick. No. I'm not going to sit here and praise this or be like, oh, maybe she might have a fucking point. The company he built up assassinated him because he didn't want to do a deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. How fucked up? How fucked up does that even fucking sound? Even after the fact, you take into account that this bitch literally was like, Israel did it first, and everybody's like, nah, that ain't right. Okay, fine. What does? Turning Point? Go on. Huh? I don't understand why people are not paying attention to that shit. She's just pointing the fingers at everybody, trying to get attention for the fact that Charlie Kirk dead. She's monetized Charlie Kirk's death, and everybody's like, great. Let's keep going with this retardation. It doesn't make any fucking sense when you actually sit there and listen to what she's saying and think critically about it. Yes, you would have to infer a lot of things, but she's inferring a lot of things too, isn't she? She's making you connect the dots. She's not outright saying it. She's just making you connect the dots. So she can't be liable for defamation because it's a straight up fucking lie. Just like, and I will repeat, just like the so-called Epstein victims that wanted to release their own list. Now here's the problem. defamation means that you knowingly and willingly said something that you know full fucking well is a lie. That's defamation. So would it be defamation if I made you think one thing without actually saying those words? Because in her defense, everybody says in her defense, she didn't say that. No, she said several other things to infer that. I mean, isn't that what we do to solve crimes? We investigate things like that. I mean, I tell you, hey, this guy walked in. This guy had a knife. There is blood on the floor. There is a dead body. That guy walked out of this room without that knife that is now laying on that counter. Who's the killer? Did I say it was this guy? No, the inference was there because I put all the pieces together. That's what she's doing. And she can't be held liable for it because she's not the one that said it. She's going to burn on this Macron shit. She's going down for that shit. I can't see her going up against the French government and winning. She's going to go down for that shit. But she won't go down for this because she didn't say shit. She just implied it. And you understood what she was implying. Technicalities under the law. We've seen it time and time and time again. Just the same thing with the Mark Kelly situation. What did he say? Oh, you can refuse illegal orders. Well, you can refuse illegal orders. You didn't say anything wrong. What was the implication behind that? Why was that video put out? Why was he putting that at that point in time to say those things? What was the implication behind that? Oh, to create a military coup. But he didn't say, hey, military, go coup the president. So therefore, he did nothing wrong, right? Same situation. Candace has been doing this her entire fucking life. And people are just like, oh my God, his best friends, everybody that he helped make who they are, and they helped in turn make him and push him. He made them fucking rich beyond their beliefs. And oh my God, they killed him. They killed him because he didn't do a deal with Netanyahu. You have to be mentally fucking retarded to believe that.
Statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's
And we just
witnesses. Honorable David M. Walker. Mr. Walker is the chair of the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation, a nonprofit organization that supports statutory and constitutional approaches to fiscal responsibility. He previously served as the Comptroller General of the United States, a public trustee for Social Security and Medicare, and as the chairman of the Independent Audit Advisory Committee for the United Nations. Mr. Kurt Couchman. Mr. Couchman is a senior fellow in fiscal policy at Americans for Prosperity, a nonprofit organization that advocates for economic opportunity, fiscal responsibility, and limited government. His work focuses on solutions to federal and state budget and government challenges. He previously worked for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, as well as several other nonprofits, and is a House staffer. Ms. Brittany Madney. Ms. Madney is the Executive Vice President of the Economic Policy Innovation Center, a nonprofit organization that advocates for policies that promote freedom and prosperity. Prior to joining EPIC, she served in a variety of roles with members of the House and with the House Budget Committee. Mr. Brendan Duke.
Jonah says military spending made up Trump's spike, did it not? The vast majority of it, yes. Yes.
Mr. Duke is the Senior Director for Federal Fiscal Policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, a nonprofit organization that advocates for policies that expand economic opportunity and health security. He previously served as a Senior Policy Advisor on the National Economic Council in the Biden-Harris administration. We thank our witnesses for appearing today, and we'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand?
There you go. There you go, Jackie. She did drop Alex Jones to go to TPUSA in the beginning. Alex Jones was the first person to platform her, and then she kept him at arm's length. Why? Oh, the Sandy Hook thing. The Sandy Hook, she kept him at arm's length with that because of the Sandy Hook thing. Oh, you know that more than the GDP of France you owe now because you said some things. Isn't she doing the exact same thing right now? She is doing the exact same thing that Alex Jones now has to, well, it was ordered to pay more than the GDP of France for. She's doing the exact same thing that she kept them at arm's length for. You're right.
You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs, so help you God. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative.
Oh, and that is a thing too. Yes, Israel does have a lot of, I mean, there's been a lot of right-wing influencers, especially on X, that was exposed for taking money from Israel just to be their propaganda mouthpiece. Because that's the name of the game. These people, I guess. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. Because you literally want your military to die for another country, your money to go overseas for another country, your everything, anything and everything that you are, that make you an American, is supposed to go to another country simply. Why? Because they're the battlefield to prototype new weapons for us because they're always at war? Oh, the last bastion of democracy in that area, right? Huh. There's a lot going on with the Israeli shit right now where it just seems like they're just trying to expand their borders. I mean, Netanyahu is trying to protect the Jewish people by bombing another country's military because he had a feeling they would make a move. Instead of evacuating them or putting something in place to protect them, he bombed another country's military base because he had a feeling. Are we just supposed to look past that too? Now look, I don't think Palestine should exist. There's nothing about them that makes them a country. Not a bit of it. There's nothing about them that we should actually recognize as their own country at this point. And they've caused a lot of problems in that area. Simply because they're too much of a pussy to stand up and actually take control of their own fucking government, and they keep putting terrorists in place. Should we have to go over there and spank the fucking shit out of them every damn time they want to get uppity? No. Should I think they should be wiped out simply because Israel's borders just feel like expanding? No. Should he be bombing other fucking countries just because he has a feeling that something should happen? No. But yet we back that with impunity. Why? Because they're our best, they're our oldest ally? Or if you want to take it to a religious aspect, those that turn against Israel will perish. Or some shit like that. You are literally sitting there saying that any single person, that is above, that is in control of Israel at that point in time, any person is end all be all. You go against them, you go against God. You have put Israel's leader as God on a religious fucking level. So if Hitler was Israel's leader, I guess Hitler was the best guy in existence then? Because you can't go against Israel. Are we really going to do this, America? Are we really not going to look at this in a critical fucking light and say, yeah, hey, he's fucking up here. Yeah, hey, I agree with him here. But yet here it is. It's all or fucking nothing. And somehow they're just going around having people assassinated all the fucking time. No, it's fear-mongering bullshit. Could they do it? Probably. Would they? Very doubtful. Very doubtful. Why? Well, that's simple. Because they will fuck up eventually. And when they fuck up eventually, they know the American people were like, bitch, you've been doing this for all this fucking time? Yeah, it's time to erase Israel off the fucking map. They know it. Just like Trump said, they don't want to fuck around with us. Because military-wise, goddamn, son, The world can't stand to us. The only way they would actually be able to break us is if every superpower, every major power were to join forces and attack us all at once. That's the only way you could do it. So we're in a perfect position to just throw our weight around. We can go against things that we don't believe in. Even when people tell us no, that we shouldn't be doing that, we should. Because I don't think you need to be going and starting wars with other countries just because you have a feeling something might happen. You got a wild hair in your ass that should be going on, that something should be going on. So you just decide to go fucking bomb another country's military because something could happen. I don't like that thought. But hey, let's just keep going with this Israel-Palestine shit, because that seems to be catching everybody's attention. Are we just so gassed out here at home that we're not even going to worry about our own pocketbook anymore? Let's just worry about Candace Owens making accusations that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. No, Turning Point USA killed Charlie Kirk. Israel, you're off the hook. I guess she's an Israeli puppet now then, huh? Because she dropped that story. This is what we're going to be involved in instead of focusing on what they're actually fucking doing to our own country? Bill Gates was right.
Thank you, and you're already seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Reminder, do you have your microphones on before you begin? And with that, Mr. Walker.
All right, let's get back into this. I'm done ranting.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members
What up,
of the
Zach?
Constitution Subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important issue today. Let me start at the
What up,
outset.
Lenny? How
The
you doing?
federal government's financial condition is much worse than advertised. Many people focus on the level of federal debt, which now exceeds $38 trillion. However, the debt is just the tip of our financial iceberg. Total federal liabilities and unfunded obligations exceed $125 trillion.
That's what I'm saying. According to the Bible, they are God's chosen people, and we are not to turn our backs on them. So you are saying that every Israeli leader is on par with God, and he can do no wrong? Or are you saying that the Israeli people and not their leadership? And if that's the case, then yes, I agree. Because even their leadership can be fallible. I mean, don't we have a pope that everybody just thinks is fucking horrible and has been for the last 50 fucking popes? Okay, I'm exaggerating. Standing with a people because they are good people, I understand. But standing with a government that is infallible and can do wrong simply because a book tells you don't go against these people? No. Absolutely not. That's just religious zealotry all over again. If Israel went out there and if Netanyahu went out there and started killing people like a genocide that happened to the Jewish, like the Holocaust happened. Yeah, hey, guess what? He's Israeli. He's their leader. Is it okay now? Is a genocide okay because the Israelis are doing it? No. Absolutely fucking not. Standing with a people because they are supposed to be good people, I can understand. Letting a government do whatever the fuck it wants because a book says you cannot turn? Bad idea.
And are growing faster than the economy. Our current level of debt to GDP is 123%, which is greater than the end of World War II. But the difference is at the end of World War II, it was coming down. Now it's going up. Today, over 75% of the annual budget is on autopilot, mandatory spending. We've written a blank check. In addition, net interest is now the second largest and fastest growing expense in the federal budget, for which we get nothing. In my view, we must adopt a fiscal responsibility constitutional amendment if we want to restore and sustain fiscal sanity over time. A constitutional amendment is the only way to force Congress and the President
pneumonia,
to make the
shit.
tough choices needed on both sides of the ledger in order to reduce overall debt burdens to a reasonable lower level of debt to GDP over the
Pneumonia
next
is
10
no
to 15
joke.
years, and have mechanisms in place to make sure that we do not spin out of control again. There are several approaches to deal with that constitutional need. Some advocate for a traditional balanced budget approach like the ones employed by the states. Others advocate for a principles-based balanced budget approach designed to achieve balance over a stated period of time. I and others prefer a debt to GDP-based approach, which is pro-growth and does not dictate to the Congress how to solve the numerator challenge, but it says you got to solve it. The latter two approaches have been used successfully by other countries. Importantly, irrespective of the approach that
I've
is
ranted
employed,
a long time,
it must
and we've-
contain very limited exceptions. And
Playback
effective
speed's
enforcement
already still at
mechanisms.
1.25.
As you know, there are two ways to achieve a constitutional amendment under Article 5 of the Constitution. 2/3 of the House and Senate can pass an identical proposed approach, and 3/4 of the states must ratify it. Alternatively, 2/3 of the states can file an application for a convention of states to propose one or more amendments to the Constitution, and Article 5 says the Congress shall call the convention. It is non-discretionary, ministerial duty, and then if the states can come up with an amendment, then 3/4 of the states have to ratify it. The Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation, which I chair, discovered over 3 years ago that enough states had filed applications for a convention dedicated solely to proposing a fiscal responsibility amendment as far back as 1979. Enough applications existed for 25 years, and most recently in 2016 and 2017, and yet Congress failed to call the convention. Shockingly, the Congress never assigned responsibility to any party to receive, store, and count the applications until January of 2015, when it was assigned to this committee. To this committee's credit, it began steps to update its records earlier this year. The National Federalism Commission, which is an official interstate governmental body, worked with the committee to bring its records up to date, and they issued a report on Constitution Day of this year, which confirms what our foundation found, that there are enough applications existed.
See, I got Lenny started. Look at him go.
Many years ago. That was attended by Chairman Jody Arrington, Budget Committee Chair, the Honorable Bruce Lee, who is with us here today, who's head of the National Federalism Commission, and I spoke at that.
Oh, I've been fired up,
Mr. Chairman,
man.
with your permission, I would like to enter into the record the National Federalism Commission's report and an illustrative call resolution.
Without objection.
Thank you. HCR 15,
This shit
which
is about my
sponsored by
fucking
House
pocket.
Budget Committee Chairman
I've
Jody
been
Arrington, is
fired up.
designed to right this wrong and to call the related limited convention. I expect the states will sue if the Congress fails to act within a reasonable period of time. This issue would then have to be addressed by the Supreme Court. If that happens, it would be the biggest federalism case in the history of this great nation. In closing, let me be clear. In my view, we must adopt a constitutional amendment if we want to restore and sustain fiscal sanity at the federal level. If the Congress can achieve the necessary support to pass a credible proposed amendment,
not gonna get it.
then it should do so in a timely manner. If not, Congress needs to call a limited convention to propose a fiscal responsibility amendment and allow the states to exercise their constitutional right under Article 5. Doing nothing is not an option. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for your testimony. Mr. Couchman, you may begin.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to discuss balanced budget amendments to the
weird.
Constitution and related statutory upgrades. I am Senior Fellow in Fiscal Policy at Americans for Prosperity. We are the premier grassroots advocacy organization transforming policy around the country to empower every American to pursue their version of the American dream. Congress should be the federal government's premier policy-making body. The best practices I'll discuss, including a BBA, are neutral, practical tools to help Congress improve budgeting, governance, and the exercise of legislative powers generally. Weak federal budgeting hurts us. Higher inflation and interest rates, lower worker pay, polarized politics, and the risks of debt crisis and default. The budget process is usually just something to survive, not a robust and inclusive framework for considering trade-offs. Many countries and US states have gotten into debt trouble and got back out with policies to reduce borrowing and with better governance, including debt constraints. Nearly all US states and prosperous countries now have balanced budget rules. I'll discuss BBA design, statutory complements, and how the House passed a BBA in 1995. Most constitutional provisions are broad principles. Congress applies those principles to modern circumstances through normal legislation. Any new provision should apply indefinitely as well. Annual balance is the original sin of most BBA proposals. Revenue varies a lot from year to year, so locking spending, especially outlays, to revenue would mean major uncertainty, or, more likely, push Congress to waive the rules a lot. Many BBAs try to compensate for annual balance but
15
create other
days.
problems.
Jesus.
A simpler BBA, such as the principles-based BBA
You ain't
from
getting no
Representative
better.
Moran and Senator Husted, may attract the most consensus. It would first require balance, quote, which may occur over more than 1 year. Second, let 2/3 of Congress approve emergency spending. And third, allow 10 years to reach full or primary balance after ratification. Primary balance requires about half as much deficit reduction as full balance. Implementing legislation for a principles-based BBA could start with Representative Emmer and then Senator Braun's Responsible Budget Targets Act to support stable, predictable, neutral, and flexible policymaking. It would set up annual revenue-linked spending targets for structural primary balance, balancing the budget except interest over the medium term. Emergency spending would usually be offset over the following 6 years. The spending caps would adjust for automatic stabilizers, revenue changes, and more. Automatic enforcement would help Congress stay the course. Instead of the ineffective sequester model, however, a more sophisticated incremental approach would be more reasonable, politically sustainable, and binding. A real budget that includes all committees and empowers all members would help Congress meet targets and do so much more. In addition to appropriators diligently stewarding their 26% of
You
spending,
mean them doing
16
their job?
committees responsible
Good
for direct
fucking luck.
spending and revenue, including this one, could manage their portfolios as well. Representative Blakemore's Comprehensive Congressional Budget Act is a roadmap to effective annual budgeting. Finally, Representative Arrington and Panetta's Prevent Government Shutdowns Act would support a more bottom-up Congress that can more
It
easily
has
trim the
been
fat.
that fucking long. I
In
mean,
1995, the House of Representatives passed, and the Senate nearly passed, an
I was
annual
thinking
balance
about that
BBA.
too. I was like, we've been on
The
here for a
special
while.
rule for the House
I ain't
floor
done shit but
set
run
up
my
a
mouth.
Queen of the Hill competition. The most popular BBA would be the text for final passage. Substitute amendments began with more ideological versions and finished with the consensus BBA that passed 300 to 132. Despite flaws, it failed by just one vote in the Senate. Better BBAs exist now, and reviving BBA competition on the House floor can show the way forward. A well-crafted BBA would encourage sound budgeting and would help Congress take up the additional tools to strengthen fiscal democracy. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Couchman. Ms. Madney, you may begin.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to testify today. It is a particular honor to be before this subcommittee, given the critical moment in our nation's conscience when we are called upon
feel
to
like I've
address the
seen her
growing
before in a
fiscal crisis
hearing.
that threatens our constitutional prerogatives. We are $38.4 trillion in debt. To put this into context, our debt translates to approximately $288,000 per household across America. More than 60% of this total occurred over the past 18 years. We have added more debt during and since the Obama administration than over the prior 2.5 centuries, including the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and 2 world wars.
God damn.
This is wildly unsustainable. Our founding fathers would be aghast. They just fought a war because the Kingdom of Great Britain didn't know how to balance its books, and Mad King George wrongly thought that the solution would be to raise taxes on the colonies. I'll spoil the story for you. It didn't end well for the British or the tea drinkers. What the founding fathers learned in a tangible way is that debt is dangerous. It is dangerous because it removes the ability of the government to adjust in times of need or respond to an existential threat. It leads to squeezing the pocketbooks of the people beyond reason. It is inflationary. It is dangerous, perhaps most interestingly to the subcommittee, because it implies that government has gotten so large, so unwieldy, so involved in people's daily lives that the only way to sustain it is to bankrupt future generations, not only through excessive taxation, but through excessive intervention in personal lives. I want to tie the committee's constitutional jurisdiction to its limited government jurisdiction by encouraging members to think holistically about a balanced budget amendment, not just as a means of balancing the budget on paper or staving off the debt crisis my colleague Dr. Paul Winfrey warned us is coming, but most importantly, of making government spending match the people's priorities. This is inherently American, and it's inherently tied to the principles of limited government and individual liberty. We all know the federal budget is bloated. It's rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. For example, GAO recently reported that the federal government has made nearly $3 trillion in improper payments since 2003. Over just the past decade, we estimate that Medicaid alone issued more than $1 trillion in improper payments. Not all government waste or spending is blatantly corrupt or wasteful or fraudulent, though. Much of it is just not necessary, which means it's not necessary for Congress to take money from the American workers to fund. Is every dollar the federal government spends improving individual liberty within the bounds of limited government? This is the foundational budget question Madison reminds us to consider in Federalist 41. According to the Federal Register, there are 444 federal agencies right now, all funded by the taxpayer. Not only does all of that spending come out of Americans' paychecks, it often works against them with regulations and distortionary government subsidies. Given the purpose of our mission, balance must be designed for the sake of the people, not simply as an accounting mechanism. This year, the federal government will take $5.2 trillion in revenues from the American people and spend $7 trillion, passing $1.9 trillion in debt to future taxpayers. A major part of the problem is that mandatory spending has grown from 33% of outlays in 1964 to 73% in 2024. That means Congress does not actually review 73% of what it spends each year. It's on autopilot and it's unacceptable. The cost of our debt is rising exponentially. Interest payments this year will equal $1.22 trillion, or $9,200 per household. Our $1.22 trillion interest payment is larger than the GDP of most countries. It's about the size of Saudi Arabia's.
$9,200, damn near $10,000 per household. $10,000 per household of your fucking money is just going to the interest on our debt. That's not going to the debt. You pay $9,200 in your household just for interest. Are we tracking anywhere fiscally responsible? I mean, how do you backtrack any of this shit? Like, this is a massive collapse of our economic system. I don't know that we can recover from this. How do you get yourself out of $38 trillion in debt without taxing your people into oblivion? Because black robe judges won't let you go after anything else except the people themselves. How do you fix this?
Entire economy. Our debt is out of control because spending is beyond reason. A balanced budget amendment would require lawmakers to regularly examine whether spending matches Americans' priorities
but I remember
or
seeing
not.
her. I remember seeing
Why
her
do
a
I
few
believe a
times.
balanced budget amendment is necessary? Because I was here a decade ago as a staffer, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, believing we could get this done. I was wrong. In early 2016, I was working for a member of the subcommittee, Mr. McClintock. He charged
Jackie's been out of the game for a while here. She says, "I'm cleaning my house while listening, so forgive me if I sound retarded." I'm surprised that word actually went through, but are Dems going to argue against a balanced budget? I'm going to say yes, but not in the way you think they would. I'm going to say yes because they're going to say Republicans want to put money into things that will actually help the American people, but that's stupid. We need to put money in things that are going to help the very, very smallest amount of people. I guarantee you some racial things, some gender-based things. A lot of things are going to come up in this that have nothing to do with the actual overall theme of it. But to your question, yes. But in a lot more ways than saying, I just hate it because Republicans. It's going to happen.
Me with working on a memo on ways to restore budget discipline. I would like to read to you from that memo that he published in 2016 and sent to his colleagues. He said, "The budget now before us," remember this is 2016, "spends $1.07 trillion and balances in 2026. But only if we summon the discipline to stick to the budget in future years that has eluded us again this year. Maintaining budget discipline becomes particularly crucial given the deteriorating economic picture. Well, Congress certainly did not maintain budget discipline. It's 2026, and our deficit is not $0, but $2 trillion. So a balanced budget amendment is an important safeguard for Congress to consider building into the Constitution itself. And you should consider three main priorities when doing so. 1, do not abdicate your Article I powers. 2, remember that we have a spending problem, not a revenues problem. And 3, it must have an effective enforcement mechanism. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Madney. Mr. Duke, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Brendan Duke, and I'm Senior Director for Federal Budget Policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. CBPP is a nonpartisan research and policy institute that advances federal and state policies to help build a nation where everyone has the resources they need to thrive and share the nation's prosperity. Any constitutional amendment to require annual balanced budgets would be a highly ill-advised and risky way to address the nation's long-term fiscal problems. It would threaten significant economic harm while raising a host of problems for Social Security and Medicare. Let me first begin with an overview of our fiscal outlook. Analyses typically focus on government spending and revenue as shares of the economy. In 2024, revenue was 17% of GDP, which is around the same level as in 1984. Programmatic spending, on the other hand, grew 1.5 percentage points since 1984. But Social Security and Medicare are responsible for more than 100% of the increase in spending because the country has gotten older. That's nobody's fault. I'm sure everyone on this committee wishes they had the same knees or back they did 40 years ago. Similarly, we all wish we had the same demographics and ratio of working age Americans to retirees that we had 40 years ago, but we don't. The combination of population aging and basic arithmetic means we will face a choice between raising revenue past the 17% of GDP level set when the country was much younger, or making drastic cuts to programs. The past several months have shown how much harm would be caused to vulnerable Americans and how difficult it would be if the government relied solely on massive spending cuts to balance the budget. The Trump administration has attempted, often illegally, to close whole agencies, engaged in mass layoffs, and refused to spend congressionally appropriated funds with little or no savings to show for it. Similarly, the giant mega...
Often illegally. You keep hearing that all the time. It's often illegally. Everything is illegal. Everything. Even though every fucking president has done it. Not every president, but most presidents have done the exact same thing he's doing. It's just because Orange Man. That it's now illegal. This is what I'm talking about.
Bill passed this summer adds $3.4 trillion to the deficit as it extends tax cuts tilted to the wealthy, despite cutting SNAP and Medicaid by about 20% by 2034. This will cause millions of low-income families to lose the ability to afford the high cost of groceries or go to the doctor when they're sick, cuts that a vast majority of the public staunchly opposes. The retirement of the baby boom was a...
Hey, you stupid faggot, let me explain something to you. Yeah, especially with healthcare. You know, the Obamacare situation, the subsidies that the federal fucking government was giving to make these things low, yeah, those subsidies ended. So, healthcare being the problem that it is was created when the goddamn government got their grubby little fucking hands on it. Blank checks were written because the government got their bloody grubby little fucking hands on it. Now we're all paying exorbitant fucking prices for absolute dog shit fucking service. Why? Because the government's gonna pay it. My taxpayer dollars should not be going to making sure somebody has a fucking excuse for not going to work that day. Because they went to the ER for it. Instead of their fucking personal doctor that'll cost $400 or $500 just for that one thing instead of 30, 40, 50. Government being involved in anything is always a bad fucking thing. The only time the government should be involved is in matters of international affair or matters between fucking states. Any of that, anything past that point, government should not be involved in. The government telling me what I can and cannot do as far as medical care is concerned is a bad idea in the first fucking place. Look at Canada. They're looking to get rid of 14.7 million motherfuckers simply because they're old and they rely off the federal government. They're going to convince you to commit suicide simply because they don't want to pay for your health care. Government-run healthcare. Maid service. Congratulations, America. It's coming.
Predictable and predicted development. But at the beginning of the 21st century, we had a fiscal system that would deliver adequate projected revenue to meet
Unique
our
chat
needs.
comment for the new month.
Rounds of unpaid
Appreciate you, Dagner. I don't know what happened.
CBO projections for 2025.
I tried to set all this up,
of the Bush tax cuts were made
and apparently Rumble and YouTube went fucking wild.
And compare them to the actual 2025 values.
And now I'm getting nothing off Rumble.
The deficit is much higher than projected in 2012, despite programmatic spending being lower than projected. The reason the deficit rose is revenues come in far lower than projected as a result of those unpaid for tax cuts. Importantly, Social Security, Medicare, and other health programs such as Medicaid and premium tax credits also came in below CBO's 2012 projections. What all of this ultimately shows is it's entirely possible to meet our commitments to seniors while ensuring millions of low and moderate income Americans have health care and can afford food if we are willing to raise the revenue to do so. The most serious concern about a balanced budget amendment, aside from any cuts to critical programs, is it would exacerbate and prolong recessions. During economic downturns, consumers and businesses spend less, which in turn causes further job loss. The job and tax collections and increases in unemployment insurance and other benefits that occur automatically cushion the blow to the overall economy and individuals involved by keeping purchases of goods and services from falling more. A constitutional balanced budget amendment, however, effectively suspends this automatic stabilization. That would launch a vicious spiral. A weak economy would lead to higher deficits, forcing more spending cuts and tax hikes, which would weaken the economy further. It would also be unconstitutional for Social Security.
Wait. Rewind that.
Effectively suspends this automatic stabilization. That would launch a vicious spiral. A weak economy would lead to higher deficits, forcing more spending cuts and tax hikes, which would weaken the economy further.
Isn't that what the Democrats did with Biden? So are you sitting here blaming the Biden administration on...
It would also be unconstitutional for Social Security and Medicare to draw down their reserves to pay promised benefits without running a surplus in the rest of the government, because that's still deficit spending money that was not collected in the same year, so we would immediately likely face their funding cliffs now instead of in the 2030s. In other words, a balanced budget amendment would serve as an effective backdoor way to immediately cut Social Security and Medicare benefits. Rather than spend time on an unworkable and economically calamitous amendment to the Constitution, policymakers should focus on policies that improve the fiscal trajectory while meeting the public's wise priorities about what government should do. Thank you, and I yield back the balance.
Okay. The Social Security and welfare benefits and everything like that. For who? For who? Because the only people that have been cut are people that are dead, people that don't belong in this country, or people that lied about their fucking status. Those are the only motherfuckers that have been cut from this shit. And until there's something more, I'm not gonna fucking flip the fuck out about it. But the fact that you do means you're the biggest fucking pussy-ass motherfucker on the face of this earth that thinks that my fucking taxpayer dollars should go to people who, A, ain't putting shit back into the fucking system themselves because they're too fucking pathetic. Yes, I'm talking about you, America. You're fucking fat. You're worthless. You're lazy. You do nothing but sit around at the fucking house and eat and think all that food should just magically appear in your fucking kitchen. No, bitch, that comes from my fucking pocket. I work my ass off every motherfucking day so you can sit there on your fucking ass and get fat. And then cry about how people are making fun of you because you're fat. Cry about how people are making fun of you because you're retarded. Cry about how people are making fun of you because you're a worthless piece of shit in society. Meanwhile, the ones that are worth a fuck are keeping your dumb ass alive. And you still blame everybody else for your fucking problems. I am sick and to death of being the goddamn enemy for the worthless, pathetic troglodytes of society. You are my fucking enemy now. Why? Because my taxpayer dollars keeps you the fuck alive. Why? Answer that fucking question. Why the fuck does your fat ass need to sit there and be fucking fed all goddamn day, eating ho-hos and ding-dongs and Twinkies and drinking fucking sodas? Meanwhile, my working ass has to fucking go off $150 a fucking week in food for two people? Explain that shit. Explain my ass needs to fucking starve so your fat ass can sit there and do fucking nothing and be well fucking fed like a king. You eat steaks, bitch. I eat fucking bagels. And you're saying you're entitled to it because you've always fucking had it. Food should be free. Fuck you and everything about you. Your mother failed humanity the day she didn't take it in the ass when you were conceived. You pump nothing back into the system, but you think you should take everything out of it simply because you exist. You take from my pocketbooks thinking it is okay simply because you exist, and your fat ass needs to continue to exist. You need to waste resources. You need to waste space in this country. You need to waste ability and funding simply because you fucking exist. Meanwhile, the ones that are making sure that you fucking exist are demonized in this country and treated like shit and tax the fucking rich so that way they have no ability to go out there and make the fucking money that feeds your fat ass. America has become too fucking retarded.
That's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I'll now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Here we go, another worthless
spent
fucking
quite a bit of time
faggot.
telling us the debt's ballooned because of Republican tax cuts. Let me put their concerns to rest. 3 numbers tells you everything you need to know about the federal deficit: 46, 64, and 94. The Democrats blame excessive spend. 46%, by the way, is the percentage of increase in inflation and population combined over the last 10 years. 46% increase of inflation and population. 64% is the increase in revenues in the same period. That's after the Trump tax cuts, after the big, beautiful bill. We're taking in 64% more revenue than 10 years ago with only a 46% increase of inflation and population. The third number is what's killing us, 94. That's the increase in spending in the same period. The Democrats like to blame Republicans for excessive spending, but the only opposition I have ever heard from the Democrats on spending issues is that we're not spending enough money fast enough. At the end of World War II, our nation staggered under a similar debt relative to GDP that we have today, as Mr. Walker noted. We'd exhausted our resources then fighting the most terrible war in human history. And the question occurs, how do we get out of that? Well, not by tax increases, as the Democrats proposed. Quite the contrary. In fiscal year 1946, Democrat Harry Truman cut the federal budget from $85 billion a year down to $30 billion a year, almost two-thirds. He slashed federal income tax rates. He abolished the excess profits tax. He fired 10 million federal employees. It was called war demobilization. The Keynesians at the time predicted a 25% unemployment rate in the Second Great Depression. Instead, we had the post-war economic boom. So we already know how to fix the economy. The problem is summoning the discipline to do so.
In which you don't have yourself, McClintock.
For the last 8 sessions, I've introduced a constitutional amendment on this subject. It's 27 simple words. The United States government may not increase its debt except for a specific purpose by legislation adopted by 3/4 of the membership of both houses of Congress. To me, that is the simplest way of addressing the issue and is essentially what Thomas Jefferson had suggested we needed in the Constitution at the time of its adoption. Such an amendment, taking effect 10 years from ratification, would naturally require both a balanced budget and a prudent reserve to accommodate fluctuations of revenues and routine contingencies. It would trust that 3/4 of Congress will be able to recognize a genuine emergency when it sees one, and that 1/4 of Congress will be strong enough to resist borrowing for light or transient reasons. But whether it is this or some other mechanism, it seems to me that it's absolutely crucial. Now, we have a modern-day example of this, and that's Switzerland. Switzerland adopted a debt break in its constitution almost 25 years ago. 85% of Swiss voters approved it. And today, Switzerland's total debt is 30% of GDP. Mr. Walker, what is the percentage today in the United States?
Well, debt held by the public is about 100%, but if you take the total debt, which includes the debt held by the trust funds, it's 123% and rising. And as you properly pointed out, we were going down after World War II. We're now going up, and we're not at war.
Because we cut spending dramatically, and we cut taxes, and that produced an economic expansion, as it did under Democrat John F. Kennedy, and as it did under Republican Ronald Reagan and Republican Donald Trump. So anyway, 100%, just debt held by the public, 100%. Switzerland is 30%, and Switzerland's running a slight budget surplus this year, I understand. What are we to take away from this experience?
Well, Switzerland and certain other countries, including Germany and Sweden, have recognized that they need a constitutional constraint in order to maintain fiscal sanity. And I might note the debt ceiling is a bad joke. It's done nothing to be able to constrain the growth of government or mounting debt burdens. It's a political football. And statutory approaches to try to be able to bring fiscal discipline, whether it be grand rubbing or anything else, have not stood the test of time. The only thing that can bind current and future Congresses and presidents is a constitutional amendment. And remember what Washington said, among other things: avoid excessive debt.
Oops.
We have not heeded his warning.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentleman from California. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And yes, it was Democrat Harry Truman who did all that, who made the requisite cuts in federal spending after World War II. And it was Democrat Bill Clinton who gave us record surpluses in the 1990s.
I wish that would happen, Lenny.
All of this is possible with the proper political focus and discipline. Mr. Duke, say you've got a lawless president who wages war without a congressional declaration of war, takes emoluments from foreign kings and princes and governments.
You mean like Bush, Obama, Clinton, and Biden? Well, yeah, Biden. Biden put troops on the ground in Ukraine. You mean every other president since World War II that has used military police action to control a situation instead of the Congress's war powers? Oh, but Trump is involved now. Trump is the president. So now we must declare war, even though we haven't done it since World War II. And we've been involved in every major war on this planet and a lot of minor ones since then. What a fucking faggot.
Governments without congressional consent, impounds money appropriated by Congress for certain purposes, and uses them illegally for other unauthorized purposes. Is there anything in the proposals for a balanced budget constitutional amendment that would prevent a reckless president who disregards the Constitution from bulldozing the budget and just going right through those barriers and spending us into oblivion?
Not that I have seen.
So if there's not any real constitutional guardrail there, it seems to me like this is symbolic politics, a kind of window dressing to cover up the fact that people just have not had the political discipline and will to balance the budget. Is it true that, as in the case raised by the gentleman from California with President Truman and President Clinton, is it true that the budget deficits have gone down more under Democratic presidents and the budget has been balanced more often than it has been with Republican presidents?
Certainly in the post-war period.
Okay, so what is it that we should be doing in order to get our friends focused on actually balancing the budget and not adding trillions to the debt as President Trump did in his first administration and as he's been doing again with the massive tax break to the wealthy?
So the first best would to get into a time machine and not do the bill that they passed last July. So that would be the first best. Second best would be repealing it and starting from scratch. So I think that would be where we could start. One idea, for example, there was that you could cut the cost of the expiring tax cuts in half by just not extending them for.
So your fucking answer is to go back in time and stop a bill from being passed. Oh, so we can't do that. Fuck. Just repeal it? Your fucking answer to $38 trillion in debt is to just repeal a bill. You know what? This is why you get people that just say humanity is too fucking stupid. This is why you get people like me. You want to reverse $38 trillion in debt. $38 trillion that have been spent. Money gone. How are you going to reverse that? Repeal a bill. Yeah, because that repeal of a bill will take all that money that has been given away to everybody else, that went into everybody's pockets, all the money that went to Ukraine and that was funneled back into our politicians' pockets that were actually trying to keep the funding rolling. All of that shit magically comes back when you repeal the bill, right? What up, Sober?
For households making over $400,000. Then you could offset that cost, that $2 trillion remaining cost for the tax cuts under $400,000 by raising taxes on the wealthy and corporations. So that's just one approach for dealing with the fiscal cliff that
raise taxes on the wealthy and corporations. You know, the ones that actually help push this economy by giving you all fucking jobs. Just take their taxes so they can take your jobs from you, therefore lowering the revenue of the company, therefore lowering the taxes that they're actually bringing in. So they have to continue to raise taxes until there's absolutely goddamn nothing left, because tax the rich has always meant, from its inception, fuck everybody. I get mine. That's the way it's always been. Our economy runs off the rich creating fucking jobs so we can pay our fucking bills. Take the money from them, what the fuck do you have? Nothing.
You know, basically President Trump and the Republican Congress set up in 2017.
Retardation needs to fucking stop.
President Trump's tariffs, which may be struck down as unconstitutional, of course, but that in the meantime, they will make up the problems in the federal budget deficit for us. They will reduce the deficit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're big and they are raising real money. CBO thinks they raised about $2.5 trillion, which is less than the $3.4 trillion cost of one big, beautiful bill. But I note that the extent to which, you know, Donald Trump has done any sort of work on deficit reduction, like,
he's pulled in a lot of fucking money with these tariffs, but somehow we just want them to be illegal Because we don't get to take money from you. We take money from the rest of the fucking world, but somehow it's illegal, ladies and gentlemen. So now all of that has to be undone, and the money has to come from you. When do you get it? They wage economic warfare on you. Left and fucking right does it. They don't want to balance the budget. They don't fucking care. They just want to take more from you. So you suffer. So you lose your house. So you lose your car. So you lose your livelihood. Oh, well, it ain't shit to them. It ain't their money. And they damn sure don't give a fuck if you lose everything because they go send it to Ukraine. How does this make any fucking sense? On the basics, you don't even have to understand economics 101 in any fucking form to know this is the dumbest fucking thing possible. But here we go, America. Try to make everybody else pay for what you have done, what you have created, the things you do for the world as an American citizen. They're trying to take that from you because you must pay more. So they can give it out willy-fucking-nilly every goddamn time they get more money. They spend more. More revenue doesn't go help pay down the fucking debt. More revenue means they spend more every time. And it's off your fucking back. But somebody comes along and says, hey, instead of making the American people pay for this, how about we make the rest of the world pay for it? That's fucking illegal.
Cuts to SNAP and Medicaid, as large as they are smaller than the increases in tariffs, which shows that even President Trump is kind of admitting that revenue is the solution here. We should just have smarter taxes than ones that cause people to pay more at Costco and Walmart and ask the wealthy to pay their fair share instead of, doing illegal tariffs.
Yeah. What do you think about the...
Okay, so you admit it. You admit it. Revenue helps. Revenue's going to get us out of this shit. So why the fuck are you not trying to get revenue from every other fucking country and trying to get revenue from the rich and the wealthy and the powerful corporations that create these fucking jobs that Americans use to pay their fucking bills? Instead of everybody else that benefits off us paying for it, we have to pay for it. For everybody else to benefit off us. Why? Orange man bad. This is why I say the things I say. This is why I say treason is punishable by death. Economic warfare levied on the people just because your pussies heard somebody's in office is fucking treason. Me paying for you to destroy this country just to make somebody look bad because you don't like him being in office, you levy war against me, motherfucker. Making sure that I starve so you can get illegals fucking healthcare. You levy war against me, motherfucker. But we're supposed to let this slide, America. Because this is Congress. They can kill you, and it's fine. Because they're just doing their job. But if you say, maybe treason should be actually fucking misused right now, oh, now you're a threat to the entire fucking country. We let this happen. We let this happen. This is on us. And there are still a lot of retarded fucking assholes out there that will not admit this shit. The Democrat Party is actually trying to overthrow the fucking government from within. And they're trying to use you and our military to fucking accomplish that goal. They are levying war on you to overthrow their government from within. I don't understand how anybody doesn't see that now.
Notion that we should have an Article 5 constitutional convention to pass this balanced budget amendment.
I think you put it best yourself. Why go through that rigmarole, and why can't Congress and the president just do that right now? They have the power to do it.
Aren't there special dangers with causing or calling an Article 5 constitutional convention? I mean, we of course haven't had an Article 5 convention. We've always done it by a 2/3 vote in the House and the Senate and 3/4 of the states ratifying. Calling a constitutional convention like the one we had in Philadelphia would lead to potentially every other manner of amendment that our colleagues have favored, including, an anti-constitutional choice, human life amendment, a school prayer amendment, a flag desecration amendment, and so on. Would there be any way to control it? Once we're back in the Rawlsian original position of a constitutional convention?
No, I think it's a whole bag of worms.
Well, thank you for that, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank Ranking Member Raskin. I'll now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
I'm all for balanced budgets. I built this debt badge and I wear it to try and instill at least some sense of urgency among my colleagues. I gave one to every freshman member of Congress, and the only member who wears one is a Democrat because he wants to show how much the debt's going up under the Republicans, and he has a fair point. I think the balanced budget amendment is one of those things that sounds good on the surface.
Remember what I said about Massey? He gets more play from the fucking Democrats than the Republicans. All because he said, y'all are at fault too.
But it's the exceptions that are written into it that get you. In fact, I voted against the balanced budget amendment when it came to the floor several years ago. And I'll tell you why. It said that if if both chambers of Congress vote with at least 60% of the members, they can undo the balanced budget amendment. That was the exception. Well, just a few legislative days prior to voting on the balanced budget amendment, we had just passed an omnibus with over 60% of the House voting for it, and obviously over 60% of the Senate voting for it. So when Mr. Biggs, our colleague on the Judiciary Committee, offered a balanced budget amendment, he suggested the threshold should be 2/3. So I went back and looked from 2016 until 2026 at all the CRs that have passed the House and the Senate and all the omnibus bills that have passed the House and the Senate. And it turns out that 11 of the 16 CRs passed with more than 2/3 vote in the House, and 14 of the 16 CRs passed with more than 2/3 vote in the Senate. The results are similar for the omnibus bills. But I believe my colleague here, Mr. McClintock, has suggested a 3/4 threshold. So what does a 3/4 threshold get you? Well, in 2024, the CR passed with 77% of the House, and 77% of the House in the next CR, 72% of the House, 74% of the House, 78% of the House, and finally in 2025, not too long ago here, the American Relief Act, the second CR of 2025, 84% of the House voted for that. That sucker wasn't balanced. What about in the Senate? 85%. There's literally almost no threshold you could put in there that they couldn't override and haven't overridden already. So,
Correct.
Mr. Walker, do you want to address that?
Yes, thank you, sir. Number one, you have to define what type of unexpected events can cause there to be a potential exception to the rule, and then you have to have a high enough threshold combined with those unexpected events to be able to limit it. And in addition to that, you have to say it's for year by year. In other words, you don't just get a pass, it's year by year. With regard to the convention, this is not a constitutional convention. The Federalist Papers make it very clear that the founders intended there to be Article 5 limited conventions. There are several safeguards to deal with your question, Mr. Raskin. Number one, a majority of the applications back in 79 and today are fiscal responsibility only. There's state delegate legislation.
Let me follow up, Mr. Walker, sorry.
Yes, sir.
On something you said, that you have to specify the exemptions, and one of those is war. I have, tongue-in-cheek, remarked that at least this would get Congress to declare wars again, because there's an exception if you declare war. This gives me some concern, because I've watched them play budget gimmicks here with something called OCO, Overseas Contingency Operation. It's supposed to be for emergencies or for things that came up, contingencies, not expected, but they have used it to fund the basic defense of the United States, to replenish stockpiles and whatnot. And forgive me if I'm very suspicious of specific exemptions, because I've seen those, they were statutory, not constitutional, but I've seen them abused here in the House of Representatives. I think the only thing that really works is you got to elect people who are serious about balancing the budget. The result of the big, beautiful bill and the CR and everything that's passed since then is that this year we've increased spending $200 billion. And next year we'll increase spending over more than $200 billion. But my colleagues my Republican colleagues, and especially my Democrat colleagues, But this whole place is unserious about balancing the budget. And
course.
if you give them any exemption, they'll use it. And the reason, honestly, they're not that serious about it is because they can get reelected every time by telling people they can cut their taxes and increase spending and things are going to turn out fine. Well, that is not the case. And with that, I see my time has expired.
That's just what happened with Massey. That's what happened with Massey. He's right. People hate him for it. He gets flamed everywhere. Gets more help from Democrats than he does Republicans. And now somehow, oh, he's a turncoat. How do you think most of the liberals that have stopped being retarded have come to the same decisions, the same outcomes? But if they started saying, hey, wait, hold on, because that makes no sense, then they're turncoats again. You praised them because they said the right things. Then they're turncoats because they say something that you don't agree with. Are we opening eyes yet? Because ain't shit changed, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here in this fuckhole state. Ain't shit changed. What, gas went down a little bit? Thank you. Thank you. That actually fucking helps. It's going to go back up again. We all know how that's how that shit works. But I'm still struggling. We're getting nothing done because other fuckers are just like, oh, well, this fucking lower court judge who's a janitorial role in a bigger fucking system says no. A president of the United States of a fucking America can't do a goddamn thing because my pussy got hurt over fucking something happening. And we just stand for that, right? Huh. You had Kilmar fucking Abrego Garcia saying that you cannot fucking deport him from the country because you talk about him. And everybody's like, yeah, that sounds right. Good, he gets to stay. He gets to stay because our media talked about him so much and everybody fucking hated him. So now everybody wants him dead in every other country around the fucking world, apparently. Are you fucking kidding me? We're just going to continue to do this. I don't even know why the fuck I'm trying.
With that, I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, and I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love following Thomas Massey because he's very consistent. And I appreciate that because we can disagree on a whole host of things, but if you're consistent, it makes sense. I just find it really interesting that we're spending our time in the Constitution Subcommittee talking about a balanced budget amendment right after everyone on the other side, except for Mr. Massey, voted for a bill that dramatically increased the national debt.
This is why it looks like he's a fucking turncoat. This is why. He starts saying things, be like, hey, you might want to rethink that because of this. And then all of a sudden everybody's like, no. And he's like, no, I'm right on this. It's going to cause a problem. No, it won't. No, it won't. Okay, cool. Hey, Democrats, this is going to cause a problem. You know that, right? Cool. Okay, how? Orange man bad? Got it. We'll run with that. This is how it happens. Retards in power, like fucking Mike Johnson, never fucking heard of the son of a bitch until he was the Speaker of the House. Nobody heard about that retarded fucking troll until he was Speaker of the House. And then, oh, well, let's just make Mike Johnson Speaker. Everybody's like, yay! Even Democrats said yay. And that wasn't a fucking red flag to anybody, right? Motherfuckers like, yeah, America first, America first. They pull him in a goddamn skiff and he comes out, send more money to Ukraine because why? Ever since then, that faggot has been against you. He wouldn't even fucking let the House go out of session. So fucking appointments could be fucking made. He refused to recess appointments. And have we still heard anything about those appointments yet? They stand in your fucking way, and you praise them because they say the right things to you. Republican Party is overall fucking worthless, pathetic, troglodytic retards, and they do nothing for you. Democrat Party wants you fucking dead. And the whole world to just flood this country so they can just, I guess, restart. This is your political body. This is why it looks like Massey's turning coat.
And so I think there's lots of other things that this committee should be working on rather than this. And the last time, I think the ranking member of the full committee said this, the last time there was a balanced budget was in the 1990s under a Democratic president, Bill Clinton. And that was achieved both by increasing taxes and revenue, taxes on the wealthiest and revenue, and decreasing spending, cutting defense spending. This last big, beautiful betrayal bill actually did the opposite. It reduced revenue by giving massive tax breaks to billionaires and corporations, and it increased defense spending. And it did all of that on the backs of cutting health care for tens of millions of Americans. So when we talk about this issue, I think we should remember that in his first term, President Trump followed Republican presidents like George W. Bush. He increased defense spending. He passed steep tax cuts for billionaires and corporations under his 2017 tax scam. In fact, in 2023, Americans for Tax Fairness reported that the richest 748 Americans' wealth topped a record high $5 trillion, up 77% since those tax cuts were passed, and that the debt caused by those Trump tax cuts were then used by Republicans as an excuse to cut services. And they—
Hold on. The part you're leaving out, the major fucking part you're leaving out, is those people created businesses that took the fuck off. And they were able to create fucking jobs for American citizens for you to tax, you fucking retard. Taking the ability to create fucking brick and mortar stores to give people goddamn jobs undercuts everything you're fucking doing. Everything you're fucking talking about. Everything your bleeding fucking pussy is all over the fucking internet about all the goddamn time. Taxing those that create jobs for America only makes sure there's no jobs for America, you fucking retard. Now, I'm not saying they should go fucking taxless. I'm saying stop goddamn spending my fucking money and let me have it the fuck back, because apparently, even though I'm shit with finances, I'm still better at it than you, because I ain't $38 trillion in debt begging to take more from everybody else so I can spend it at an exorbitant fucking rate. I am so fucking... I'm sick of pretending like any of this is okay, that we need to be cordial about this shit. I'm sick of pretending that this bitch is literally sitting here saying that we need to make sure that there are no jobs ever created again because the wealthy have more money than everybody else. The wealthy are the ones that are creating the jobs for these people to pay their fucking bills. They're the horrible ones. They give you the ability to pay your fucking bills, America. Why can't you see that they're evil? They wage economic warfare on you so they can take the money and put it in their fucking pocket.
And this year, instead of letting those tax cuts for the wealthiest expire, what did Republicans do? They made those tax cuts permanent and then added some more in. So that gave the wealthiest Americans another $5 trillion in tax giveaways. And as I mentioned, defense spending went up by another $150 billion, more enormous amounts of money poured into the Department of Homeland Security to send all these masked ICE agents into our streets to kidnap and deport people and terrorize communities and give massive profits to for-profit detention centers. That bill, the big bad betrayal bill is what I call it, betrayal of the American people, betrayal of working families, increased the deficit by $3.4 trillion over the next 10 years on the backs of working families, while slashing $1.1 trillion from Medicaid, food assistance, other critical health programs. And now, Republicans have refused to extend the ACA tax credits so 22 million Americans can afford health.
The ACA tax credits, the money that you are fucking spending for people to be on health care that they have to be on, or they get charged more money than they would spend for subsidies because they knew it was going to fail in the first fucking place. But it was just a money sinkhole. There's your socialized healthcare, ladies and gentlemen, at its fucking finest. ACA was the framework behind it all. What did it do? Fucked you over time and time and time again. And every fucking hypochondriac who farted and it smelt bad went to the hospital thinking their insides were liquefying. You paid for it. Because they don't have a fucking job. They're already on food assistance. They're already on welfare. They're already on Section 8. So let's go ahead and give them health care. And then these motherfuckers fart wrong. And now you have to pay $7,000 every time they fart wrong. Every time they don't want to go to work. For those that do work, every time they don't want to go to work, you must pay thousands of fucking dollars just so they get a goddamn note from an emergency room doctor. That's your healthcare. That's your socialized healthcare. That's your government-run healthcare. And fuck it. Because they were forced to be on it because you would have been charged more for not having it than you would have been charged for having it. Now we're here. And Americans are losing their cover. Good. Put those fuckers back to goddamn work. Jesus Christ, if they can't flip fucking burgers, what makes you think they should be able to go to a hospital on my goddamn dime and make sure that they're not having a heart attack from the millions of fucking pounds of free food they get every fucking year? And I'm supposed to play nice with all this shit. I'm supposed to just let it fucking happen. I make damn good fucking money, barely fucking struggling to pay my goddamn bills. When this same position we were in, not even fucking, 5 years ago? We were remodeling our fucking house. We started remodeling. 5 years ago, we started. And now we can barely afford to fucking pay an electricity bill. And this bitch is sitting here saying, we must continue to spend at an exorbitant rate. And to pay that, we have to take from you more.
Insurance, even though doing so would cost less than 4% of the cost of the tax cuts for the wealthiest. So just make this make sense for me. I'm going to turn.
Rhonda, you know better, man. I was frustrated. I'm angry at this shit because we get nowhere every fucking time. And anything good happens, somehow it's motherfucking illegal. Every fucking time. And not a goddamn person has ever faced any kind of accountability for this shit. Not a single fucking one. They levy fucking war against me and it's, oh well, we'll get them next time. Elect me again. Why should I just not hang you for the war you committed against me? The treasonous actions. To sit there and say that every single fucking person on this earth deserves everything that I work for, that I create for myself. Because They exist. They need it more than I do. So, if I don't have what you are giving them, can I not create what you are giving them? So therefore, they don't have it, and I don't have it. Nobody has it, except for you motherfuckers sitting at the goddamn top, right? Getting kickbacks and the money and all that, all the other shit. You guys swindle on the back end of deals of shit. This is how these motherfuckers walk in here broke as fuck, owing lots of fucking money, and somehow they're millionaires within a year. This is how it happens. We all fucking know this, and we allow it to happen. We get mad about it, but what do we do about it? Fucking nothing. And as soon as we get uppity about that shit, oh, guess what? You got mad because we're taking your money? We're taking more. Go fuck yourself. This country was started because of a, 2% fucking tax? And now we're sitting here at 40 fucking plus and they're still saying we need to take more from you. Because any other way of generating revenue for this country is somehow fucking illegal. And again, every other fucking president has done it throughout history, but somehow it's illegal now. I'm done playing fucking ball. I'm done being nice, and I'm done not calling out the fucking retardation that happens on both goddamn sides. They don't fucking care. They just want their fucking money. And the ones that do care are the ones that everybody hates because the fucking news tells you to do so. We have the right to alter or abolish any tyrannical government. Tell me how it is not tyranny when a government says any other fucking thing we can do to alleviate the economic pressure on you is somehow illegal because we deem it to be so. Meanwhile, because we still need to spend all of your fucking money, we will take more from you to make sure that you cannot pay your fucking bills. We need to tax the rich. You know, we need to tax your employer into oblivion so your employer cannot pay you so you can pay your bills. When do you not see this is actual warfare levied against the people by government itself?
To you, Mr. Duke, deficits are made up of two
I'm
parts.
not mad at you, Rhonda. I'm not.
Correct?
That is correct.
Revenues and expenses.
You got him.
Okay.
I'm mad at
Just
the
wanted to make
human
sure.
fucking
Can
race.
a balanced budget be achieved by the federal government just by decreasing spending?
It could be done mathematically by dramatically increasing poverty, causing millions of Americans to lose health insurance and not be able to afford groceries. So it's mathematically possible, but it's very unwise.
And do we need, to Mr. Massey's point, do we need a constitutional amendment to create a balanced budget?
Bill Clinton certainly didn't.
Bill Clinton didn't. And yet Republicans have done the exact opposite. As I mentioned, they've increased the deficit, handed out tax breaks, and now they want, this is really rich, a supermajority vote to increase revenue or raise the debt limit, but not a supermajority vote to decrease revenue or lower the debt limit. So what effect would this one
I need you all to understand the amount of fucking retardation that just came out of that stupid cunt whore's mouth. You need a super majority. You need 60% of the vote to increase the debt limit, but you don't need 60% of the vote to decrease revenue. Bitch. This is the same fucking person that would sit there and tell you that Biden's plans did not increase for you in any. What was it? That was the fucking inflation thing, wasn't it? The Inflation Act. Somehow it was not going to be a cost to you, and then all of a sudden that goes into effect and things start massively and fucking increasing thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. God fucking damn it. I'm shit with money and somehow I'm better than these motherfuckers. Somehow I make more fucking sense than all of these so-called better men and women. How is this not embarrassing to America? How is America not embarrassed that your governing body, functionally retarded, doesn't even cover it? They are actively working to end your fucking life by making you starve to death, by making sure you can't even do anything for your fucking self, but you must give them everything. And God forbid we have 60% of our fucking governing bodies say, yeah, we gotta raise a debt limit, but not 60% of the fucking governing bodies saying, yeah, let's not spend this much. I'm fucking done with the retardation.
One-way ratchet have on the payment of federal benefits like Social Security?
Sure. So anytime a Congress comes that wants to cut spending, they can do it. And any Congress that then tries to reverse it by raising revenue would not be able to do it. So it would be a one-way ratchet where benefits, services, eventually Social Security and Medicare finds themselves on the chopping block because there's just not much room left.
People feel like this is a rigged economy because it is a rigged economy. It is rigged
and
for
you
the
want it to
wealthiest.
keep it that
And
way.
people across the country are seeing this now. That's why Donald Trump's poll ratings are as low as they've ever been in this term and almost as low as right after January 6th. Because people can't afford health insurance. They can't afford basic food. They can't afford to live. And meanwhile, a very small group of people at the top are just having it big.
Very small people at the top are just having it big right now because they are financially capable of taking any real financial damage like you guys have inflicted upon America. The average American citizen cannot withstand that. You take everything for them while trying to complain it's the fault of the people that can weather the fucking storm that the storm actually fucking happened. It's the fault of everybody else because you're an incompetent, worthless, pathetic, treasonous sack of fucking dog shit. It's everybody else's fault but yours. America's too fucking retarded to exist. Everybody got pissed about Destiny saying that America deserved 9/11. America deserves to fucking fall. If you are this goddamn fucking retarded, you deserve to fall. If you were this fucking stupid to sit here and think that everybody else deserves everything that this fucking country does because the American fucking citizens need to be shafted for everything that they create for themselves. Give it to everybody the fuck else. Take everything from the American fucking people, and great, it's okay. I'm willing to spend 100% of my fucking income to every other motherfucker in the world. I'm willing to starve myself to death so fucking Ethiopia can eat. You deserve to fail, America. How is that going to be controversial? Destiny's saying some stupid shit like America deserved 9/11. Hey, check it out. We fucked around. Yes, we found out. We actually knew it was fucking coming. And we did nothing. Did we deserve it? Probably. Not gonna fucking lie. Do we deserve to fail and fall and crumble as a nation now? Yes. Because more than half of this country is too goddamn retarded to be called a human fucking being.
And this is just another way to continue that cycle. I oppose it and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Washington. I'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of you on the panel for your expertise and for being a part of this hearing, a very, very important issue that I think a lot of us have talked about and shared for a long time. We all know that unsustainable debt has placed this country on a collision course with financial disaster, and that a balanced budget amendment might save us from that fate. And I would really like to hear our witnesses on what factors they think make a strong, balanced budget amendment that does not bear any unintended consequences. As a freshman here, I've had the opportunity to look at 6 different constitutional amendments that have been introduced in this 119th Congress. And I want to start by addressing the issue of when a balanced budget ought to take effect. And Mr. Couchman, what are the pros of a balanced budget amendment taking effect for the budget year immediately after it's ratified?
Spuzz, thank you for the membership there. Appreciate that. It went to Jackie. Another fortunate thing for us, when I rented out my home in 2019, my landlord loved us so much, he promised to never raise our rent as long as we lived here. I know most people didn't have this gift. My rent has always been raised. Every fucking year, it was always raised. No matter how good I was at paying, no matter how... Shit, my last fucking landlord before I got together with my wife, I paid 6 months in advance. I signed the fucking the lease. Paid 6 months in advance. And as soon as that 6 months was up, my rent went up $75. I gave you 6 fucking months in advance and you still increased my fucking rent. Huh? I mean, I'm sorry, if somebody paid me 6 months in advance to live somewhere in a fucking 12-month contract, I don't think after 6 months I would raise your fucking rent. I think I'd give you the break. But no, you don't get that.
Require balance of the budget immediately would require relatively large changes in spending and revenue policies. It would not give people as much time to adapt and plan, which is why I recommend 10 years, a glide path of 10 years after ratification, which would probably take 2 to 3 years.
Okay, because I understand of the 6 that have been introduced, only 1 gives Congress time to pass the balanced budget, and the other 5 require Congress to pass the balanced budget the fiscal year after the amendment's adopted. And some balanced budget amendments have provisions that allow deficit spending during a declared war, national security threats, or natural disasters. And Mr. Couchman, should a balanced budget amendment contain these exceptions, in your opinion?
Yes, sir. Every balanced budget requirement or debt limit requirement must have a safety valve. There are emergencies of many types that come up. 2/3 is the standard supermajority for congressional action in the Constitution. 3/4 does apply, but that's only in the context of ratifying proposed amendments.
Okay, and Mr. Walker, what about you?
Clearly, it cannot be effective immediately. In my view, I prefer a debt-to-GDP approach where you do 2 things. 1, you set a credit card limit, which is constitutional, not the debt ceiling, which is a bad joke. Secondly, you have a target of lower debt-to-GDP than today, because we're already too high, 10 to 15 years out, with specific targets, triggers, to be able to make sure that we get there. But doing it immediately makes no sense. We need to really have a phased-in approach.
Okay. And we all know, and this has already been alluded to today, that there are 2 ways to balance the budget: raise taxes or cut spending. And Mrs. Madney, could you explain, you made a great point in your opening comments about the spending, not revenue, is a problem that needs to be addressed. Can you expand on that a little more?
Absolutely, sir. I think that the answer is quite simple. When we're looking at the math, we know that revenues are not catching up to where we are in terms of outlays. To me, that indicates that the federal government is spending more than we bring in. Every constituent that you have sits around their dinner table and is expected to balance their budget and figure out what they can actually spend within their means. We are quite simply not doing that as a country. And the result of that is that our deficit is ballooning. We're increasing our debt year after year.
Yes.
There are several instances of rampant waste that I think that the average American would be astounded to learn about. For example, there are several $1 billion worth of waste going to things like green energy projects in Honduras, climate resilience in Honduras. I think it's about $24 million. Simple items like this actually do stack up. And then when you start to think about the last major welfare reform, which your colleague, Ms. Jayapal, pointed out was a significant part of the president's 1996 balance, what you see there is that he actually did also contribute significant energy to reducing spending. It has to be a part of the picture. Then it was about $100 billion in today's dollars worth of spending cut to welfare. Now, in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, about $1 trillion of that is what we're seeing. And it's really important to note that Medicaid is still growing after the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. There's a significant impact. In fact, it grows 31% even after the reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So it's not that revenues are the problem, it's that the spending trajectory of the country is continuing to go far beyond the pace of what we could ever bring in.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much. And I think we saw some of that in the first few months of this administration when DOGE began to do its work, where the American public was rising up and saying that these cuts were something that needed to happen. So with that, Mr. Chairman,
What up, Lauren?
Thank you, gentleman from North Carolina.
I'm
I'll
on
recognize
one
the gentleman
today.
from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for convening this hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony, both written and your answers to the questions that have been propounded so far. Ms. Madney, I wasn't planning on asking this question of you, but I want to follow up on the comment that you made just recently, and I think your summation kind of focus on spending. Every academic, every economist that I have come across in the last 6 months have all agreed that the Republican tax bill, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill,
This fucking stupid ass Nagoose is gonna sit here and just
dispute that.
continuously
Actually,
say
let me
stupid
read
shit.
this to you, then you can answer. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, right, has estimated.
Guaranteed this stupid Nagoose, everything he's going to say it with matter-of-fact sternness, like it's something he fucking did and he got over on somebody. However, he's going to, I guarantee it, he's going to embarrass himself with the stupidest fucking comments available. Watch.
That bill will add $2.4 trillion to primary deficits over the next decade and $3 trillion to the deficit, including interest. So do you contest that?
Thank you for your question, sir. I actually reject the premise of this question because when you're adding to the deficit, you also have to think about what are the mechanisms doing so. As I mentioned in my opening statement, it's not just about balance on paper. This is not a simple accounting mechanism. You also have to take into account the economic impacts of the choices Congress is making.
Sure, so I understand that argument. Republicans on the dais here have made that argument. What you are essentially saying is that Elon Musk, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Mr. Massey, any Republican...
What the fuck does Elon Musk have anything to do with it other than he's a fucking rich man and your pussy still hurt because you didn't get to rage out at him in some kind of fucking hearing? What the fuck does Elon Musk have to do with this shit?
Critics in good faith of this bill are wrong. That this calculation that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget has delineated and produced is inaccurate and incorrect. And I don't know how you can make that argument. I suspect that your colleagues here sitting alongside you would not make that argument, but maybe I'm wrong. Mr. Couchman, I assume you're not. I have seen some of your material previously in which you have amplified the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I don't think you've taken issue with them in the past. Do you contest their analysis here? They're wrong?
I worked at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget before this, and there are times that I agree with them, and sometimes I disagree. On this matter, it really comes down to how you think about the statutory baseline and whether you think that was realistic. And as we saw from the bond market, the public, and policymakers, that was not an accurate reflection of where folks expected revenue policy to be.
How far off are they? $2.4 trillion over the next decade. You're saying that this bill didn't increase, will not increase
relative to the
at all?
statutory baseline, yes, but relative to what the bond markets and policymakers were projecting.
So because he's saying, no, you're completely fucking wrong, he's like, oh. So what you're saying is something you never fucking said before? What you're saying is some straw man argument that I can fucking create to argue with myself using you as a fucking proxy. Because I get to put words in your mouth. It's not what you actually say, it's what I want you to say. Every fucking hearing without fail, he does this dumb shit. And it never fucking works. He looks like an embarrassment, but the motherfucker's literally smug face everywhere.
No, it actually decreased deficits.
He's a
Vice President
fucking
Harris proposed
retard.
extending most of these tax provisions as well to prevent the largest tax increase on the American people in history.
Well, I think, again, that it is rich, in my view, for organizations who predicate their existence on making the case for deficit-neutral policies and for decreasing the debt, so on and so forth, to enthusiastically endorse a bill in which a variety of experts, including conservative ones, all attest that that particular legislation actually increases the deficit. It is quite convenient now for Americans for Prosperity, just by way of example, to now conclude that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is wrong, and that in the case of Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, no, you've called it incorrectly. This, in fact,
It's convenient that every single one of the people that we have had deemed to be our people, our little insiders, these motherfuckers, the 51 federal agents that signed the Russian collusion bullshit, all that, all these people, they're wrong, right? I mean, weren't those CIA agents fucking wrong? Isn't every goddamn thing that comes out of your mouth fucking wrong? So I'm tending to believe that anybody that you back is fucking wrong because everything you say is in support of the people who back you doing the fucking most retarded shit ever. So, are those people wrong? Yes. Yes, they fucking are. And why ain't the 51 intelligent fucking agents that actually signed propaganda who levied informational war against the fucking people, why are they at least not in prison? Can anybody answer that fucking dumb shit? They signed an official document accusing a president of colluding with another country to overthrow this fucking election. An official fucking document that actually led to fucking not criminal charges, because he wasn't criminally charged for insurrection or all that shit, but it led to investigation after investigation. It led to an fucking impeachment. What happened to them? Well, they lied. They lied. They swore an oath, but they lied. It's cool. They're good. You say something like, if you get to fuck with my life, I get to fuck with yours? Now you go to prison. You go to prison. The people that lied to get us here to make me actually say these things, they're fine. You want fucking trust, respect, and the ability back in government? You fucking hold these motherfuckers to account and you give them twice, if not more, of the fucking punishment that an American citizen would get. What would I get for sedition? 20 years? Okay, these faggots get 40. Or we just go ahead and call it treason because they gave an oath to this country and they betrayed that oath. They levied war against the citizens for control of this country. How about we hold that to account? That's too much. That's easily weaponized. So what else are we going to do? Fucking nothing. Because that's what we do, America. These people who are in power all the fucking time, they get to fuck you over. They get to actually fucking kill you. And no repercussions for them, right? Fuck, look what Cuomo did to old people and he ran for governor. No accountability whatsoever. And you expect us to trust government. You expect us to believe you and trust you. When damn near every single motherfucker is corrupt. And you won't even hold yourselves accountable for it? Just like the police. How am I supposed to trust and believe in and get behind law enforcement when the motherfuckers that wear a badge and a gun don't even know the laws that they're fucking supposed to enforce? It's just whoever they feel like goes to jail just because they got a badge and a gun. How many videos can you see where the actual citizens of this country own fucking police officers on actual law?
Act decreases the deficit. I think that argument is disingenuous, frankly, sir. I really, in any event, you're entitled to your opinion, obviously, but I concur with Mr. Massey, and I applaud Mr. Massey for having the courage among Republicans to actually make an intellectually honest argument and to stand by his principles and vote against the bill because of what it will do to the deficit. So, again, that's my view.
Exactly what I meant with
Sound budgeting is important
Massey.
to American prosperity. There's no question about it.
What was that?
Sound budgeting is important to American
It
prosperity.
doesn't feel like it. If it was important to you all, then you would have opposed this bill. You would have said, you know what, we ought to make the case for an extension of these various different tax credits and tax breaks that were embedded in that bill. But supporting the bill wholesale, I think your colleagues at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, your former colleagues, I should say, I suspect that they're very disappointed because I think that they put forward a very honest treatise on this bill's impact. And I can see that your colleague here, Mr. Walker, would like to jump in. So
I used to be on the board of the Committee for Responsible.
This whole motherfucker's line of questioning right here, I know we broke it up. This whole motherfucker's line of questioning right here is, hey, I believe this because I just made this up. Do you agree? No. Well, you're an idiot. There's no reason for me to listen to you because you don't agree with me. What do you think? That's exactly what he just fucking said.
Responsible federal budget. Sure. It all depends upon what assumptions you use, but there are more people that believe that it added to the deficit than not. Okay.
Correct.
And let me just note that things.
I appreciate you conceding reality, sir.
So that's right.
I mean, that's all I was asking of the other two witnesses.
One last thing. Things have been out of control since 2002.
Sure.
And both parties have controlled the Congress since 2002, and both parties have had presidents since 2002.
I hear you.
This is a bipartisan problem.
But here's the difference, Mr. Walker, and I appreciate that candor, and I appreciate the chairman's indulgence for just a few seconds, because I can...
Here's the difference. We're Democrats, and we get to get away with all this shit. We get to get away with everything simply because we're Democrats, and we hold every bit of fucking power. There's the fucking difference. What we do is not fucking illegal. What we do is not wrong. What we do is not fucking treason simply because we hold the fucking power everywhere. I mean, we got all these judges, Obama fucking appointed judges. Damn near every single one of these motherfuckers are Obama fucking appointed judges saying, oh, all these terrorists and everything that Trump does, injunction. Most of them are actually shot down, but you don't speak about the ones that are actually shot down, right? You don't speak about your fucking losses. You just let the American people think that is still active every fucking time. Every goddamn motherfucking time. It's been a problem for Republicans and Democrats forever. But the difference is, I'm a Democrat, so therefore it's okay. Listen.
Completely appreciate that point. And you, sir, have spent a great deal of time in your career making the case that both parties have to ultimately help bring their fiscal house into order. The issue I take umbrage with are witnesses who advocate solely on the basis that Democrats are responsible, and they do that simultaneous to supporting a bill that increases the deficit by $2.4 trillion over the next decade, so that my daughter and future generations to come are saddled with debt for the next.
This is getting too fucking easy.
Anyway, I digress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado. I'll now
Too
recognize the
goddamn
gentleman
easy.
from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. Republicans have warned for years about the dangers of unchecked federal spending, but because of the Biden administration's unprecedented spending spree and
I'm
the
a Democrat, and what we
refusal
do isn't
to return
illegal.
spending to pre-COVID levels, even after adjusting for inflation,
I'm sorry,
we're now
what we
at a
do
defining
isn't
crossroads.
bad.
This first chart shows a simple overview of our federal debt to GDP ratio. Within just a few years, debt held by the public will suppress every previous record in our nation's history, even
How
the
is this
levels
not
reached during
embarrassing to
World War
any
II.
fucking
Here we
American
are.
citizen?
We're up here at World War II levels of debt to GDP ratio. The second chart breaks down the annual federal spending by category. One change that I believe should alarm every American is down here in the orange at about 6, 7 o'clock, is the slice of our federal budget that is devoted to paying interest on our debt. We're now at 13%. So at $881 billion, which I
13%
think
of
is
the
even
federal budget is
larger than
only
that
for the
today.
interest.
That exceeds the defense budget, it exceeds Medicare and the ACA, and Medicaid and the ACA, and it exceeds Medicare. This is
For all of you, think of it this way. Your monthly income that you bring into the house, 13% of that is interest on debt that you created because you didn't want to live on that monthly income in the house. You wanted to spend more money. So you took out loans to spend more money until the point where 13% of your monthly income is interest alone. Let's say what? Let's just say you bring in monthly average $25,000, $33,000, 13%. Let's just go roundabout number. Let's make this easy. $5,000 a month. You bring in $5,000 a month into your household. 13% of 5,000. That is $650. $650 off the interest in just loans that you have. $650 out of your monthly income taken just off interest. Is that not a problem? You're not paying down the debt. You're not paying back anything. That's just the interest on the loans that you have. Do you not see that being a problem? Now put that on a massive scale of 38 trillion. Okay, that's not, well, that is the debt, but the interest on that shit, yeah, whatever. You get what I'm saying.
This is truly a warning sign.
13 fucking percent.
Yeah, 2 years ago, we passed up the defense budget and our interest spending. And it's just a few questions. Ms. Madmi, you mentioned Medicaid.
Just so you all understand, it is like a fiscally responsible thing that, like your house payment is never more than half your monthly income. And all your bills are never more than 25% of your monthly income. Take 13% of your monthly income off the top just because you felt like spending willy fucking nilly and then making that same thing apply. You can't do it.
Spending increasing even after the one big beautiful bill and the reforms there, such as requiring work, keeping illegal aliens off of welfare, checking eligibility. I believe we really should keep that in mind as we think about extending enhanced COVID ACA credits 2.5 years after the official end of COVID. Could you explain how our growing deficit and debt is affecting? I believe Mr. Walker pointed out that Moody's downgraded America's credit rating this year. Can you explain how the growing debt and deficit crisis affect our credit rating?
Sure, absolutely. I'll take the first question first, and we'll go from there. Keep me on track if I miss something from you. Yes, to go back to your question on Medicaid spending after OBBB, following the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, I would just say that to describe Medicaid reforms included in that bill as cuts, that's just Washington math, plain and simple.
Only in D.C. does continued increasing spending constitute a cut.
Absolutely. In fiscal year 2024, we were spending $618 billion on Medicaid, a 31% increase over the budget window. After the One Big Beautiful Bill Act would get us to $807 billion. So that's actually nearly double what our Medicaid spend was from the pre-COVID level of $409 billion. So that's
incredible.
Question.
So it's just factually wrong.
Correct.
That we cut Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
That's correct.
No matter what the Democrats tell us, no matter what the hospital lobbyists tell us. Yeah. Okay.
If you believe that math is math, then you were right.
Right.
I think that it's also important that we talk a little bit about the other part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because I was criticized by your colleague and I didn't have a chance to respond here. When I say that I reject the premise that the tax cuts included in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act don't increase the deficit, what I was trying to tell the congressman is that those are not new tax cuts.
Right.
These are things that the American people are already experiencing. So what the One Big Beautiful Bill Act was prevent a tax hike on the American people.
Exactly. And and I think sometimes, to some extent, we Republicans that are messaging largest tax cut in American history, that's not exactly true. What we did is prevented a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, which is what my Democrat colleagues seem to advocate.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
And then you asked me as well, I recognize you only have a few seconds left.
Go ahead.
You asked me as well about how our interest payments are negatively impacting our standing in terms of our credit. Well, that couldn't be more clear. You pointed out that our interest payments are outpacing our payments for defense, they're outpacing our economy, they're outpacing everything that's sustainable. We're making a $1.22 trillion interest payment in the next fiscal year, and that alone, as I mentioned at the beginning of this Congress, is larger than the GDPs of every country in the world except for 16, excepting the United States, of course. That's going to naturally have an impact when credit rating agencies are considering whether or not we can actually meet our obligations.
And no wonder young people can't afford to buy homes, because they're competing with the federal government for borrowing.
Precisely.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman from Missouri, and I'll recognize the gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking today about a constitutional requirement that spending has to equal
one that
revenue.
doesn't have people to wipe her ass
are
for
not
her.
saying, but which we all know, is that this means you're going to have to cut Social Security, Medicare, food assistance, and other programs that regular people rely on. And as a member of the Budget Committee, I have spent 3 years on conversations like this. And all the while watching Republicans continue to balloon the national debt to finance tax cuts for people who don't actually need them. Can we all finally admit, once and for all, that tax cuts do not trickle down? And all you have to do is ask regular people who can't afford their groceries.
Hey, whore, they actually fucking do. Yeah, they actually really fucking do. And just because your pussies heard about you losing fucking revenue does not make this actually not fucking true. You goddamn retarded fucking cunt. Again, when motherfuckers are actually able to open up brick and mortar stores because you're not taxing them into oblivion, people can get hired on at jobs. People can afford to pay their fucking bills. People can afford to live a good economic lifestyle. Do you not understand this fucking concept? Because if not, the maid service in California must be perfect for you. Because that's the only thing you deserve. If I cannot find a fucking job to pay my bills because you tax those jobs into oblivion, the trickle-down economics of them actually having enough money to create more stores so they can open up more businesses, so they can hire more people, does actually fucking work. And yes, we were fucking headed that way. What stopped that? Yeah, 9/11. We were actually getting to a point where people were actually able to go out. A regular, average, everyday motherfucking citizen could make whatever business they wanted to not that long ago. 20-something fucking years ago, everybody had a fucking business. Everybody was okay. Economically, we were fucking great. Why? Because everybody was making money hand over fist. And everybody that was making money hand over fist was putting those money back into businesses, hiring motherfuckers so those businesses fucking thrive. You took away that ability, and what the fuck happened? Oh, well, trickle-down economics didn't fucking work. So let's just take everything from everybody that doesn't have a fucking job in the first place because you want to take everything from those that have money to give us some fucking jobs. Economic warfare levied on the fucking people for fucking bullshit simple ass control of our fucking federal government. You suffer. You suffer because this bitch wants control of you. You wonder why I screams treason so much? You wonder why it's become so fucking easy for me to do so? Tell me how this isn't warfare on the American people and I'll shut my mouth. You can't say that, can you? You can't tell me how it's not warfare on the American people. Elected officials making you starve because they want illegals to have health care. Elected officials are planning to make you starve so you can abort babies. Military wasn't getting paid so illegals could have subsidies. How is that not levying war against you? Answer that question, and I'll stop talking about it.
Right now. Mr. Duke, thanks so much for being here. I want to talk about what Republicans mean when they talk about a balanced budget amendment. From my perspective, they mean that you're going to have to make steep cuts to benefits while rewarding the wealthy with additional tax cuts. And a balanced budget amendment always sounds so simple, but the federal budget is not actually like a household budget. It's not. It doesn't matter how many times we say it. It's not. Mr. Duke, is it possible that this proposed
I love it. I love it. She's trying to use the apples to oranges fucking bullshit goddamn line. Bitch, the plot is the same. The setting is the same. The story is the exact fucking same. Just because some names and details were changed does not make it a different fucking story. Why? Why? Is it because you came from a retarded fucking family? that made such a stupid ass fucking piece of shit like you that you sit here and you think, oh shit.
%. There's literally almost no threshold.
Go back through her fucking bullshit again now. Sorry about that.
Republicans are not saying, but which we all know, is that this means you're going to have to cut Social Security, Medicare, food assistance, and other programs that regular people rely on. And as a member of the Budget Committee, I have spent 3 years on conversations like this. And all the while, watching Republicans continue to balloon the national debt to finance tax cuts for people who don't actually need them. Can we all finally admit, once and for all, that tax cuts do not trickle down? And all you have to do is ask regular people who can't afford their groceries right now. Mr. Duke, thanks so much.
Okay. So you retarded fucking discharge, vaginal discharge. Let me ask you a fucking question. You honestly believe, listen to what this bitch just fucking said again.
Can we all finally admit, once and for all, that tax cuts do not trickle down? And all you have to do is ask regular people who can't afford their groceries right now.
So your massive ass fucking spending that took the ability for my goddamn dollar to make a fuck is somehow trickle down economics fucking failing. You dumb bitch, if anything, that gives it goddamn credence that it's actually fucking working. You spend my money willy fucking nilly. You made my dollar worth goddamn nothing. And then you say, oh, look, trickle down economics doesn't work. Didn't your trickle down economics make my dollar not fucking worth a goddamn thing? It's literally not worth the paper it's printed on. Didn't your trickle down economics fuck that up for me while you sit here and say it doesn't fucking work? If it doesn't fucking work, then I shouldn't be in so much goddamn pain financially because you're a fucking bitch that can't for once in your fucking life do anything but fuck over people. You stupid fucking cunt. You spent at a massive fucking level. You drove inflation through the fucking roof. And now you're going to sit there and say, it's because of the only fucking thing that actually put money in my fucking pocket. Do you think I'm that fucking retarded? Because if you do, stupidity is the biggest fucking pandemic of this planet. And it needs to be rooted out, root and fucking stem. It needs to be stupidity needs to be met with the same vitriolic hatred that communism is. Because stupidity leads us to this fucking point. Root out the fucking stupid and we will be okay. Problem is you can't do that. Why? Because only the fucking stupid run. Because the intelligent motherfuckers know goddamn well that's not a game you want to get involved in. Bitch, the only thing that put money in my fucking pocket was that trickle-down economic shit that, yeah, did fucking work. Track it the fuck back. Companies started making more money, so companies were building brick and mortar shops all over the fucking country. Then all of a sudden, COVID happens, inflation goes through the roof, you shut everything the fuck down because somehow you determine half these motherfuckers are not, what was it, essential? So they get free fucking money to sit at home, more money than to sit at home than actually fucking working. Those who were deemed essential, good fucking luck, you get nothing. You get the right to work. All that shit just fucking taken. And she's just saying, we are here now, not because I spent all your fucking money and I'm begging for more so I can continue to spend all your fucking money on worthless fucking projects that go nowhere and do fucking nothing. We are here now because the only thing that gave you money in your pocket is the reason we are here. Physical pain is the best teacher for retardation. And I fucking mean it. I fucking mean it. You learn not to touch a hot stove because you burnt your fucking hand, right? You learn not to stick electrical shit on your body because you got shocked, right? You learn that a 9-volt to your tongue sends an electrical charge through you that's not so pleasant, right? You don't do it. Why? Because you felt some pain and you learned. These motherfuckers feel no pain. You feel the pain of their fucking stupidity. They feel nothing. They're rewarded for it. They're protected for it. You pay for their fucking stupidity. You pay for your own stupidity and you pay for theirs. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers get rich. They cry all the fucking time about the rich and the wealthy and the powerful. They are the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful. They're making millions off doing absolutely fucking nothing. Meanwhile, they're fucking, what, their income is only supposed to be $174,000 a fucking year or something like that. But they make millions every fucking year. Stupidity needs to be a painful fucking lesson to learn.
Mr. Duke, thanks so much for being here. I want to talk about what Republicans mean when they talk about a balanced budget amendment. From my perspective, they mean that you're going to have to make steep cuts to benefits while rewarding the wealthy with additional tax cuts. And a balanced budget amendment always sounds so simple, but the federal budget is not actually like a household budget. It's not. It doesn't matter how many times we say it. It's not. Mr. Duke, is it possible that this...
Yes. Yes, it is. Because the very premise of the fucking federal budget is the very premise that I sit down when I do my budget at home. Just because the inputs are fucking different does not change the outcome of the fucking situation. 2 + 2 does not equal 784. God fucking damn!
Proposed constitutional requirement would endanger Social Security?
Absolutely, it would.
Tell me a little bit more. How would it do that?
So, we have the baby boomers. They worked a bunch of years. They and that created surpluses into the Social Security and Medicare trust funds, right? And now we are drawing them down as they're retired. And those trust funds are scheduled to exhaust in the 2030s. But a balanced budget amendment would apply to the whole government. And, those accumulated surpluses, from 10, 15 years ago wouldn't count anymore, right? So basically what would need to happen for Social Security and Medicare to continue to pay 100% benefits is you would need to run a bigger surplus in the rest of the government, right? Which is really, really, really hard to do and frankly not realistic, right?
Yeah.
And so Social Security just can't tap its trust fund. And so that basically moves the problem you're going to face 10 years from now about Social Security and Medicare trust funds exhausting from the 2030s to now.
Yeah, and it's very serious. And I can think of a simpler way to protect essential programs like Social Security. Is it true that we could just raise taxes on billionaires and corporations?
That certainly would be one way to...
Yeah. Let's go ahead, raise taxes on them so they actually have to lay people the fuck off. So the revenue that you're raising the taxes for in the first fucking place diminishes. That's called diminishing returns, you fucking cunt. Raise taxes so people have to be laid off. People are laid off. People can't do anything. There's no revenue coming in, so there's no money to tax because there's no fucking revenue. There's not a goddamn bat big enough for that fucking enormous fucking head change.
Yeah,
right? It's an
It
option.
certainly is an option.
It's on the table. We already have that power. Is that right?
According to Article 1, yes.
Yes, exactly. According to Article 1. I'm going to get to that in just a minute. What worries me so seriously about this conversation is that this whole concept of a balanced budget amendment requires us to actually support the Constitution that we have. You can't have this amendment if you don't have respect for the separation of powers, if you don't have respect for the powers of the purse, if you don't have respect for the Constitution as a whole. And under this Republican government, none of these things currently exist. My Republican colleagues have completely given up Congress's Article I powers, letting the president do whatever he wants. They have stepped back and let the executive branch run wild. We have invoked the founders a lot today, and I can tell you they would be disgusted by the majority's willingness to cede their power to this president. President Trump and congressional Republicans have completely
How the fuck did you pivot? Blood pressure and overall health. I'm good. Rhonda, here's the thing. I always stay angry. I am like the Hulk. I'm always fucking angry. My body's used to that. One day it will give out on me, but fuck it. Till then, I'm gonna rage the fuck out. Because motherfuckers need the rage. Motherfuckers need to know that this ain't okay. None of this is okay. And if they're too fucking pathetic to listen just because somebody's angry at the fact that the federal government is stealing everything fucking from you, well, then they're too goddamn pathetic to fucking vote then, right? They're too pathetic to be called human beings, and they're damn too pathetic to be taken seriously as an actual member of the human race. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Fuck them. Fuck them all. I've had enough. I've had enough of being nice to people. I've had enough of coddling stupid ass motherfuckers. I've had enough of my goddamn dollar bill making sure retards continue to fuck shit up for me so I can't fucking make money for these retards to continue to fuck shit up for me. I've been this way my entire life. I've been this angry motherfucker. My body's used to it. Yeah, my heart will give out on me, but guess what? Probably give out on me more for genetics than blood pressure and anger issues. Because honestly, my blood pressure is almost fucking normal. Right now, it would be a little high because I'm pissed at the fucking retardation that comes out of these motherfuckers on a daily damn basis. But any other point, I'm still completely 100% always fucking angry. But the only justification I can say is I was born this way. It's genetic. And I'm going to die because of genetic more than I'm going to die over something like this. Because if it hasn't been a problem in 40 fucking years, eventually it'll cause a problem, yeah. But that would be more genetic. And I say that because the males in my family don't live past 72 for the past 5-6 generations. I'm already on the downhill climb. Just a matter of time. And 60% of the males in my family have aneurysms. Some of them pop, some of them don't. It's the ticking time bomb of being a goner. I can sit here and be perfectly calm and never have an issue, never even raise my voice. And an aneurysm in my brain just pop and I'm dead. So why live life so cautious? Because I know I'm on the way out any damn way. That's just an inevitable fact. But I get what you're saying, and I appreciate the concern. I really do. But goddamn, people, it's time. It's more than time that people understand this shit. It's more than time that people get this shit through their fucking heads. Because, no, they like to use it as fear-mongering when they say people will fucking die. But yeah, we are. We are. Oh, people will starve and go hungry because you're not feeding them. Shouldn't they be able to feed themselves? Oh, wait, they can't. Why? Because there's no fucking jobs. Why? Because we're taxing everybody at such a higher rate. How do we gain revenue? Fucking tax the people that make the jobs. Take that money from them creating fucking jobs. Take that from them so we can just go ahead and spend more on bullshit. We're not going to fix anything. We're just going to take that new revenue that we have and give it to some other motherfucker halfway across the fucking world. Meanwhile, you're fucking economically, your country's failing because ain't nobody got a fucking job to sit here and say you're hired to do this shit. You can't fucking pay your bills because ain't nobody got a fucking job to give you. But yet we tax the rich and we're all fucking great, right? All of our money goes overseas. All of our money gets pissed away on everything else. But we're taxing the fucking rich. We're taxing those people who gave you your fucking job to the point to where they can't afford to fucking pay you anymore. But yay us. When does this become levying war against the American fucking citizen?
Abandoned constitutional governance by 3 co-equal branches. They have allowed the president to illegally refuse to spend money as directed by Congress. They have conducted absolutely zero oversight of misconduct and open corruption across the agencies and the White House. We just spent a month out of session because the speaker would not stand up to our president and protect our Article 1 powers. Why do
That is not what happened at all with any of that shit, you fucking retarded ass cunt. Not what happened. I love the imaginative nature of your fucking delusional goddamn brain. However, the problem is you make the laws that tell me how to live my fucking life. That is not what happened. What happened was the government shut down because every fucking Democrat was, instead of the fucking people getting these things, we want illegals to have health care. Illegals don't have health care. Until they get health care, we're shutting shit down. And then somehow it's the Republicans' fault because they won't play games with you. They won't come into fucking DC to talk to you about something that you approved the year fucking before, and now your pussy's hurt over it. That was the fucking shutdown. And it's coming again, this time for abortion. Get ready to starve so women can kill babies because they fuck people for drugs and money and just become cum dumpsters. There's no accountability, no responsibility on that end. Men just pump and dump and fucking go. There's no accountability on that end either. But let's let fucking Americans starve. Let's let the military not get paid again. Let's let a shutdown happen so you fucking worthless troglodytic cunts can give the pussy out of both pant legs and have no responsibility for your fucking actions at all, right? Oh, men don't have responsibility for your actions. I beg to fucking differ. I beg to fucking differ. We got responsibilities for 18 fucking years. Court ordered we have responsibilities for 18 years. And a goddamn good fair bit of that is for kids that ain't even ours. So I beg to fucking differ. Men have a lot more on the fucking line. But yeah, you can absolve your responsibility, take away your responsibility whatsoever. And if you want to be a bitch about it, if you want to hurt a man, well, you just take everything from him. Because you can opt out, but he can't. Now, that's what he gets for coming inside me. Yeah, What do you get for letting him nut in you? What do you get for being a fucking whore? Oh, nothing? Yeah. Man gets everything, but woman gets nothing. Get ready for another shutdown, because that shit's coming to fuck back. January. Mark it.
I care so much about the Article 1 powers. It's not because of our power. It's because we represent the people. We represent the people who want us to pass those policies that actually benefit them. And we don't have that right now. So this whole conversation about going through this rigmarole of an idea that has a snowball's chance in hell of ever coming to fruition, when we could actually spend our time here protecting our Article 1 powers. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all the witnesses. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady from.
Instead of working on the budget, instead of working on things to actually help the American people, instead of stopping all this goddamn dumb shit that's actually causing the American people to fail out constantly and be put under pressure and stress that they never would have been in if we had just done our jobs, instead of doing all that, we need to protect our own fucking power.
I'll now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin.
First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for holding this hearing. We're kind of in the middle of appropriation bills here, and it's shocking the degree to which my colleagues think that we're running huge surpluses rather than we have to deal with deficits. So it'd be nice if we get a balanced budget out of this, but at a minimum, we can educate our colleagues as to what a dire situation we are in. Ms. Modney, we'll ask you a few questions as to where this ship is headed. Do you know approximately right now, maybe it's unfair to ask you without checking there, the percentage of our budget that's borrowed?
I'm sorry, sir, what? The
percentage of our budget that's borrowed?
That's powered?
Borrowed.
Borrowed. I apologize. I couldn't quite hear you. Far too much. I think if you just look at our interest payments, that's really what you need to start thinking about in terms of what we're borrowing. Our deficit spend is $1.9 trillion.
Yeah.
About a quarter of revenue is borrowed.
Right, 26%, which is kind of shocking. Do you know how much we're spending on percentage of all of our budget? How much is already not on new neat stuff, but just paying interest on the debt we have?
The percentage for interest only, you're saying?
Yeah, percentage of.
Yes, sir. So the percentage that we're paying on interest is 13%.
Okay, so about a seventh of our budget already is going not to Social Security or tanks or wasting money on a Truman Scholarship Program. I was just in a different hearing. What a waste of money. But already 14% is interest. Could you guys, any one of you, jump forward and tell me, obviously, if you were an individual, you couldn't keep borrowing 26% of every dollar you spend. And obviously, if a seventh of what you're spending is already interest, you would just, I mean, they'd send you to debt counseling or something or other. How long can we go at this rate, and what's going to happen when we can't go any longer?
We'll start entering a fiscal spiral in the 2030s if we continue down this path. You mentioned earlier appropriations and the fact that we're underway in that full year discussion right now. One thing to keep in mind, of course, appropriations are only 27% of our federal budget, but even within that, the Senate's proposed appropriations bills right now, the remainder of them that were not already enacted, are $50 billion or more, because we haven't seen the full text of all of them, than what the House appropriations bills propose. So that alone is something that you could do to deal with immediately the trajectory that we're on. Obviously, $50 billion is not going to resolve our trillions of dollars that we're currently in the hole for just this year, $38.4 trillion overall, but it is important to start building that muscle memory amongst your colleagues.
And to build on that, the point of budgeting is to look at everything and see how we can do better. But that's not what Congress does. Congress does appropriations. It's important, but it's 26% of spending. We need to be looking at all spending, all revenue, including tax expenditures, getting all the committees involved, like Wisconsin does.
Just so you know, Mr. Coachman, I believe irresponsible people around here like to rattle on about all the mandatory spending, and they're right, except for the reason they rattle on about it is because they specifically don't want to do what they should do on discretionary spending.
Look at everything.
Yep, exactly. I'm trying to think.
Congressman, can I provide something that would be helpful? What I've found that resonates with the public is if you take the financial statements for the U.S. government as of September 30, 2024, if Uncle Sam was a person, you drop 8 zeros, here's what you get. $50,000 in revenue, $74,000 in expenses, $24,000 in a deficit, $1,240,000 in total liabilities and unfunded promises, $57,000 in assets, underwater $1,183,000. Would you lend money to that person? By the way, the crisis is coming way earlier than the 2030s based on prominent economists on both sides of the aisle.
I was standing on the floor a couple weeks ago, and one of my colleagues, who is a conservative by any standard, I had thought, still think he is, thought a VAT was inevitable. Eventually, the U.S. is just going to have to throw up their hands. Can we get out of this? Do you believe, given the people that are in Congress, a pretty motley crew?
I think there are an extraordinary number of talented people on both sides that are being held back by a broken process. And if we fix the process, then we'll get much more from Congress. Article 1, Congress should be the strongest branch. It is not. It's not co-equal branches. This is supposed to be the dominant branch. And it's been curious to hear so many members of Congress talking about presidents. Why not talk about this institution and fixing this institution?
Well, this institution is horrible.
But let's fix it.
Horrible.
Let's make it better.
And it's not the process, it's the people, I believe.
You are part of it.
Not without a constitutional amendment. You won't solve this problem without a constitutional amendment.
Okay. Thank you for giving me an extra 50 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, and I believe the gentlelady from Vermont has some consent requests.
I do. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 3 tweets. The first from Mr. Kurt Couchman. The claim that Trump's tariffs didn't cause inflation makes no sense. Also from Kurt Couchman, President Trump's steel and aluminum tariffs are terrible for the metal-using industry jobs in my rural Pennsylvania hometown. And a retweet, it'd be great if the Supreme Court saves Trump and the GOP from themselves and kills the president's ability to drive up costs on consumers by ending his unconstitutional.
Because of a tweet and articles. I'm throwing articles that we know full fucking well are nothing but fucking lies, because every goddamn fucking news agency out there has been caught with their pants down more than fucking once. I'm just going to continue to bring these things up. I'm just going to throw them into the record here because, man, they lie for us. And because I was caught with my fucking pants down just 5 seconds ago, I got to throw that out there and just say, hey, this article that we all know is fucking lying in the first place said this. Shut the fuck up. Just shut your fucking worthless ass mouth.
Constitutional tariffs. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter them into the record.
Without objection, those be entered in the record. And I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, the ranking member, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So clearly we have structural issues here with our debt, with our budgets. I wanted to focus on the revenue side because that's a side that doesn't seem to get enough attention. And I would start with something that you talked about, Mr. Duke, in this big bill that passed last summer. Our colleagues across the aisle have justified it as being necessary to avoid a tax cut on the American people, when we know that most of it was going to wealthier folks. You mentioned that if there'd been a cap on who got those, or a floor on who got those tax cuts, it could have had a very different impact. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. So, the full cost of the tax cuts that passed were about $4.5 trillion, but extending the expiring tax cuts was $4 trillion. So that's the pie we're working with here. The cost of extending them for households making under $400,000, on the other hand, was less than half that amount, according to analysis by the Treasury Department, right? And look, offsetting $4 trillion of cost would be really, really hard to do. $1.9 trillion, there's ways you can do that on the revenue side too. So I think that makes the job a lot easier, is just making sure that the 2% of households making over $400,000 don't get a tax cut would have made the job a whole heck of a lot easier.
Certainly not chump change. Another thing that we've seen under this administration, and it was mentioned by one of our colleagues, is the purported savings by DOGE. But one of those big DOGE-isms has been to radically cut the IRS. The IRS, which has a return on investment of $5 to $12, I think, for every dollar spent there, and the laying off of people who were supposed to go after the big dollar tax cheats. Can you talk about how that would have an impact on our revenue?
Yeah, I think you spelled it out right, that, we could have the perfect tax system that, basically took care of our fiscal trajectory, in the Internal Revenue Code. But if there aren't the people to enforce it, it doesn't.
I love how she said what they were supposed to. In all actuality, we knew what that shit was. How the fuck is 87,000 IRS agents justified when there's only just a couple thousand millionaires in this country that they were supposed? So the average was 7 agents per millionaire in this country so they could pull more revenue from them. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. You say they bring in $5 to $7 for every dollar they spend. Well, okay, bitch. Wait, hold the fuck up. Where does that money come from? Oh, that's right. Comes from the American people, does it not? So you want us to think that those 87,000 armed IRS agents were going after the millionaires and billionaires, 7 of them per. Oh, no, that's administrative things, man. You don't understand. It'd have been more like 2 agents. Oh, so everybody else is administrative in the background? Maybe that's how Clinton got away with the whole goddamn $170 million fucking dollars from the, what was that earthquake that happened down there in Haiti? Maybe that's how it was. It's all administrative fees. That's how you're getting away with all that fucking money, right? Stop fucking lying. Stop lying. Any bit of real fucking thought process would make any rational human being sit there and that don't sound right. What are you trying to? None of this sounds right. Any rational human being would second guess that in a goddamn heartbeat.
Doesn't matter because nobody's going to pay their taxes, right? So the key thing is having the IRS, and that was a key investment made under the Biden administration to increase IRS staffing, especially with a focus on households making over $400,000 and large corporations. But they've been systematically laying off those units that go after those groups. And so that just obviously mechanically will make it easier for those groups to just not pay the taxes they owe. That increases the deficit.
Shockingly, they canceled the folks who were going to go after the big spenders. Programs like Social Security and Medicare are part of America's contract with our citizens and part of a long-held promise we've made to our country's seniors that people will contribute their wages over a lifetime for an earned benefit that'll be available when they become older or if they're disabled. Can you talk about how the balanced budget amendment that is being proposed, amendments that are being proposed, might threaten those Social Security benefits?
Right. So Social Security and Medicare outlays are part of the government, right? It's just part of it. And so balanced budget amendments would basically treat those payments as part of the federal budget as a whole. And so would be limited. Now, we actually don't know a lot of the enforcement mechanisms behind a lot of these amendments, so it's hard to say exactly what would happen. But the key thing is those programs are drawing down their trust funds they accumulated when the baby boom was working. And unless we are running a large enough surplus in the rest of the government, they would not be able to tap.
No. Hold up. Say it again.
Would be limited. Now, we actually don't know a lot of the enforcement mechanisms behind a lot of these amendments, so it's hard to say exactly what would happen. But the key thing is those programs are drawing down their trust funds they accumulated when the baby boom was working. And unless we are running a large enough
Hold up. That goes back to a lot of what we've been saying on this fucking channel, especially with that document from the UN. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up for you. Just so you all have an understanding of what I'm talking about. We brought it up time and time again. The baby boom situation happened. What happened then? Oh, motherfuckers had babies out the ass. Our population exploded, right? Cool. How do we find these motherfuckers jobs? We really can't. So what do? We start telling people not to have kids. Man, that was very effective. Combine that with the fact that we told you could kill your kids for any reason whatsoever. And then we tell you, well, you can sterilize your kids. And then we tell you, after all of that, then we tell you, hey, we don't have enough people to wipe our asses, so we must flood your country with people that don't fucking belong here, people with entirely different beliefs, and you must be okay with that. Because as that Somalian, what was that I think that was Minnesota, the Somalian that was arrested for fucking raping a 12-year-old, and he was let go because he doesn't know any better. Meanwhile, this motherfucker has actually done this 4 other fucking times. 4 other times he still didn't know better then. They told you not to have kids until you had a job, a stable career, which leaves the ability for maybe 1, maybe 2 kids. Then they told you, and that's a maybe, if you got your shit straight from the very beginning. Then they told you, well, you can just abort your children. You don't want to pay for a child. You don't want to be pregnant. You don't want to take care of another abort your children. Then they told you, hey, that child that was born, mutilate their genitals so they can never reproduce again. And then, shit, our population has declined so much. We got 1.6 people entering the workforce for every person leaving? We can't sustain this. Our economy is going to go to shit. What do we do?
Surplus in the rest of the government, they would not be able to tap those reserves to pay out the benefits owed to people, right? So, I mean, I guess you could just do massive cuts to other parts of the government to keep those parts flowing. I think that's very unlikely. And so they would be just as much at risk as the rest of the government.
And of course, the fact that the tax cuts we've seen over the last couple of decades have radically increased income inequality, that also has undermined our Social Security system because there are caps on who has to contribute. So once again, folks on the lower end of the economic scale are paying proportionally more than folks on the upper end. I did want to request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article entitled "How Doge's Cuts to the IRS Threaten to Cost More Than Doge Will Ever Save."
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, and I would yield back.
Thank the ranking member. I will now recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Roy. Thanks for holding this hearing and especially for your fights over the past several years to promote fiscal prudence in Washington and very boldly standing up for the American taxpayers. We really appreciate that. It's not surprising to me that our colleagues across the aisle are not in favor of a balanced budget amendment. It would obviously stop them from spending money on their top priorities, which we've learned this year, things like transgender surgeries for foreigners, DEI scholarships in foreign countries, left-wing media outlets like NPR and PBS. It would stop them from funding the NGO industrial complex that's facilitated mass migration into our country, and all of the various other wasteful government programs that we've been fighting to slash over the past year since I've been in Congress, at least. Those are precisely the types of programs that I would like to see cut, and why, amongst other reasons, I think that a balanced budget would, in fact, be prudent. You know, every dollar that we spend right now above what we take in revenue is money that our children and grandchildren are going to have to pay back.
Yes.
And I, for one, don't want to, and I don't think that it is in any way moral to saddle my children, my son or my daughter, with the debt to finance ridiculous programs as we have been. With that said, I want to thank the witnesses for being here. Really appreciate y'all's time. Ms. Modney, I agree that with you that achieving a balanced budget requires a significant decrease in spending. Do you know what the deficit was in 2019?
I'm sure that you have it in front of you, sir, so I'm going to concede.
$984 billion. Do you know what the deficit is now?
It's not good.
Not good. A lot more than that, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Do you know how much it is?
Yes, we are at
Estimated to be
$1.9
$1.8 trillion.
There we go, $1.8 trillion.
I think it's actually 1.9 now.
Got it. And during that time, we've also seen spending balloon and revenue not be able to keep up.
How the fuck can anybody justify this
That's resulted
shit?
in nearly a doubling of the deficit in 6 years. One of the things that we worked on as part of the tax package that we passed earlier this year was reducing wasteful spending. We cut spending by $1.5 trillion, the biggest mandatory spending reduction in our country's history. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the work that we did as part of that spending reduction. What portions of that do you think were the most beneficial?
It's a little difficult for me to choose just one piece of it that was the most beneficial, but I do think that there were some significant wins. As we mentioned, we prevented a tax hike on the American people and specifically working families, so I would be remiss not to mention that. But in terms of your question on cuts, we eliminated $1.5 trillion in federal spending. That's going to reduce inflation significantly. One of the pieces of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that I am most in favor of is that we really started refocusing Medicaid on the vulnerable populations. And that included reforms that reduced the ability of Medicaid dollars, federal dollars from taxpayers, because of course it's the taxpayers' money, not the government's, from going toward illegal immigrants. We also ensured that those who can work must work in order to access Medicaid dollars. That's really important, not just in terms of our fiscal health as a nation, but because these programs were designed as safety net programs for the most vulnerable, and this helps refocus them.
Yep. Yes. And there's been some talk, and we've discussed possibly doing a second reconciliation bill. What are a few policy ideas that you think we should particularly focus on if we do go in that direction?
I'll stick with the Medicaid theme for a little while, sir. One thing that we could do is lower or eliminate the federal match assistance percentage floor. Right now, there's a statutory floor of 50%. We could reduce that so that states who, under the formula, would receive less from the federal government that could save us $400 billion. We could also repeal the Medicaid FMAP increase to the states that initially declined expansion. That would save us over $13 billion. Another option would be reducing the enhanced FMAP match for expansion populations that was from the Affordable Care Act. This, of course, is what gives the able-bodied working age adults $9 for every $1 for the traditional population. If we did that, it would save $700 billion.
Thank you, Ms. Mondi.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. And first of all, I would like to correct one of the statements made by our colleague on the other side about who actually pays the income taxes in this country. The top 10% of earners bore responsibility for 76% of all income taxes paid, and the top 25% paid 89% of all income taxes. Altogether, the top 50% of filers earned 90% of all income and were responsible for 98% of all income taxes paid in 2021. It's very clear that the people who earn the majority of the money are also the ones that are responsible for paying the income taxes in this country. The fiscal year 2025 national debt currently stands at around $1.78 trillion. That's what I was looking at just this morning, and the national debt is at $38 trillion and counting. In 2010, when I first started really kind of ringing the bell about the debt and deficit, the debt was $10 trillion, so we've added another 28, almost $30 trillion just in the last 15 years. The U.S. now spends 13% of its budget on interest on the national debt and more than current annual spending on Medicare or the national defense. Mr. Walker, understanding that the successful adoption of a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution would inevitably help rein in future annual spending, factoring in our existing deficit and debt, I believe, merits some additional attention. With our deficit just shy of the $2 trillion, how would the implementation of a balanced budget amendment need to approach this growing figure? What would we do with that growing figure with the deficit?
Well, first, I believe that the debt to GDP is too high right now in order to promote future economic growth, individual opportunity, et cetera. And so I think you need to do two things. One, you need to limit how much debt as a percentage of the economy the country can take on absent limited and extraordinary circumstances, a credit card limit, all right? And then secondly, let's set a target for a lower debt to GDP that we want to get to in 10 to 15 years and have mechanisms that can get us there, if you will. The American people know that we have a problem here. Mm-hmm. They support that approach that I just articulated. And in addition to that, they recognize the problem is both spending and revenue. And when you look at it, you have to look at it as a percentage of GDP. What percentage of spending to GDP, what percentage of revenue, and the American people support a 3-to-1 ratio. 3 parts projected spending reduction to 1 part revenue increase, but they believe that both are necessary.
Okay. Well, should the enactment of a balanced budget amendment then provide for a transition period to achieve a balanced budget over time, or could this be done immediately?
No, it needs to have a transition, there's no question.
Do you know how long that transition should be?
I would say 10 years as a general guideline. I think Kurt Couchman has said the same.
So you also talked about exceptions. The COVID-19 so-called public health emergency was initiated by HHS in January 2020. It was renewed 12 times, and it finally expired in May of 2023.
Sorry, I closed down the rumble chat.
COVID-19 national emergency was initiated in March 2020 and terminated in April 2023, following finally the passage of a joint resolution of Congress. And according to the Treasury Department, from fiscal year 2019 to 2021, federal spending increased by about 50% in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe that the Democrats spent over $5 trillion while Joe Biden was in the White House addressing some of this. According to USAspending.gov, approximately $4.7 trillion in total budgetary resources was spent in response to COVID-19. Another point for contention for a balanced budget amendment is obviously the concept of exceptions, such as spending for in times of war, national security, natural disasters, and other emergencies. Mr. Couchman, one of my concerns is how those exceptions will be defined and implemented. Do you see that there could be potential abuses, both by Congress as well as the White House, by declaring national emergencies to circumvent any kind of budget constraints that we may adopt with a balanced budget amendment?
Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. And so Congress can't be content to simply pass a BBA and assume that we'll fix all the problems. I once believed that. I was naive and young. And I now believe there has to be a robust suite of statutory mechanisms to help Congress exercise its legislative powers in order to check and balance itself, but also the White House, and in some cases, perhaps the judiciary. One other quick note about balanced budget amendment design. It is critical to avoid annual balance because tying your revenue and spending together so closely when revenue is so volatile will create all kinds of problems. In fact, the way that Mr. Duke described, but there are other BBAs that don't have that problem and also don't rely on defining spending as outlays, which is when money leaves the federal government. If you define it in a general term, you can, through implementing legislation, avoid all the problems that Mr. Duke talked about with respect to business cycles and automatic stabilizers.
And have you identified those and written them down?
Yes, ma'am. And they have a big piece of that has been introduced as legislation by Representative Tom Emmer and then Senator Mike Braun.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Wyoming. I will now recognize the gentlelady from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin, I want to make sure that the American people understand what we're talking about. The deficit is simply the gap between what the government spends and what it brings in each year. When that gap grows, we add to the national debt. So balancing the budget would mean closing the gap so we stop adding more debt.
Why the hell am I able to know these people by the damn
hawks,
voice?
But the numbers tell a different story. Under President Trump's first term, the deficit jumped from $665 billion to $3 trillion, from a B to a T. And he's already added another $2 trillion this term. Republicans added $155 billion to the national debt in a single week. The national debt is now $38.336 trillion, driven by GOP tax cuts that will cost $3.4 trillion through
everything that we've ever done ourselves, anything the Democrat Party is actually culpable for, doesn't fucking matter. It's not our fault because we're not the ones in power. Fuck our choices before that have actually caused this, because any choice that you actually do to any kind of economic thing, it's going to take a while to trickle down. It's going to take a while to take effect in any sort of way. That means the shit that went down under Biden's term, hey, we're just now seeing the ramifications of. Trump's first term. Yeah, there were some problems with the deficit, but everything was still at least okay enough that the American people were making more money than they were spending. Obama. Let's go back to that shit. Obama. Oh, fuck. Didn't our debt rise incredibly well under that? Oh, but we were fighting terrorism, right? We were fighting that innocuous, all-consuming term of terrorism. Shut the fuck up. To sit there and blame every fucking thing that you were part of on somebody else just because you're not the majority in power is fucking worthlessly pathetic.
2030.
But that's what you get from Come Lover Dove here.
And nearly $5 trillion if extended. And now we spend more than
this
$1
bitch voted for every goddamn thing
just on
that has caused
interest.
this economic problem.
So that is the real
and it's somebody else's fault because she voted for it.
We are dealing with. And anyone who's managing their house budget would fall over backwards if somebody was like, well, this is what you can't do, you have to cut, but this is what we are continuing to do. Spend like it's water out of a tap.
I mean, that's exactly what the fuck you do.
Nonpartisan analysis shows that the Bush and Trump tax cuts are the primary drivers of long-term
blaming everybody
debt.
else for your
It will
fuck
cost
up.
$3.4 trillion through 2034 and nearly $5 trillion if extended. So how central are these tax cuts to the debt trajectory we are on right now?
Right. So basically, the debt would not be growing anymore if we reversed those tax cuts or if they hadn't happened. So one analysis.
The debt would also not be growing if you'd stop having fuck asses in these goddamn hearings and part of the or these bills voting against it just because their pussy hurts because Orange Man's in office. You wouldn't have that problem either. Now, would you, Mr. Faggot?
A former colleague of mine calculated that of the increase in the debt to GDP ratio since in the 21st century, over half is attributable to the Bush and Trump tax cuts. Over half. The rest is, emergency spending like COVID and things like that. But over half is attributable to those two policy choices.
Okay. So, Mr. Duke, while Republicans demand cuts to food assistance and health care and child care and housing support, President Trump and his officials have spent $300 million on a White House ballroom, more than $220 million on golf travel, up to 45.
You stupid little cunt. There was not a goddamn thing of the American people's money that went into that goddamn ballroom. That's not a talking point that you get to fucking use, because, well, I get you. Retarded assholes are going to understand that what you say is true because you're in office, but real actual American fucking citizens, well, they all have to be dumb because they're Trump supporters. Retardation needs to stop, America. This is your painful fucking lesson. It is time to learn to stop being fucking stupid. You want the pain to stop? Stop being goddamn retarded. Can we agree with this? No? Okay, well, continue to fucking suffer.
$1 million on a birthday military parade, $473 million on National Guard deployments. Trump officials have also misused taxpayer resources, including
having a military parade for this country existing for 250 fucking years is somehow a bad goddamn thing. Except when a Democrat does it, then we need it for morale. The ballroom, not on the taxpayers at all. Let's go through some of the other shit.
$120 million.
Let's let this retarded cum stain, this overgrown retarded fucking cum stain, explain things to you again.
Cuts to food assistance and healthcare and childcare and housing support. President
cuts to food assistance and healthcare and childcare and everything that was going to people that shouldn't be here in the first place. Oh my God, he cut that.
Trump and his officials have spent $300 million on a White House ballroom, more than $220 million on golf travel.
That shit was still getting fucking done just because he was playing around the golf while he was actually entertaining motherfuckers. Doesn't mean that it's a worthwhile investment. As a matter of fact, you dumb fucking bitch, there is more done on the golf course than there is it done in any fucking corporate office. More business is done on the golf course than any corporate office ever. So this motherfucker playing around a golf while he says, hey, maybe we shouldn't blow each other up. Somehow that's a bad fucking thing, right, America? Meanwhile, you got fucking Joe Biden, who spent 48% of his goddamn presidency on vacation in Rehoboth fucking Beach. But somehow, that's a good thing. Because things were still getting done. How were things getting done if the president spent half his fucking time on vacation? Oh yeah, the auto pen. I'm done. I'm done with these people. I'm done with this retardation. I straight up fucking am. And I wish nothing but the most horrible fucking torture for you all. I want nothing more than that. Because you have tortured me, my entire fucking existence on this planet. You have done nothing but levy war against me to make sure that I can't pay my own fucking bills. Meanwhile, you're sitting there the entire time saying, I must take more from you because we can't stop spending money on fucking retarded shit.
Up to $45 million on a birthday military parade, $473 million on National Guard deployments. Trump officials have
$473 million on National Guard deployments. Maybe if you wouldn't let these pedophile, rapist, murderers that like to run up in people's fucking houses and take everything from them, maybe, cum lover, that wouldn't have happened if you didn't let them in. Maybe, just fucking maybe. If you wouldn't have levied war on the American people by letting an invasion force in, he wouldn't have had to spend $470 million on National Guard deployment. Maybe, just maybe, if we didn't have motherfuckers like you in office, if we made a fucking example of the treasonous sons of bitches like you, maybe, just maybe, we wouldn't be here now, would we? Maybe, just fucking maybe, the majority of this fucking problem is your fault too, cum lover dove.
also misused taxpayer resources, including a $60 million FBI jet that Kash Patel used for personal travel, such as date nights and luxury hunting trips.
But it wasn't a problem when Christopher Wray was doing it because the director of the FBI cannot fly commercially. Yeah, should he be using a jet to go see his girlfriend whose pussy's hurt because somebody fucking said something she didn't like? No. And come after me, faggot Patel. That'll be fun. Come after me and sue me for talking shit about your fucking pussy ass whore. Come after me for it. It'll be fun to sit there in court and flame your faggot ass. You got Christopher Wray over there. You got people trying to levy war and overthrow this fucking government, but your bitch ass is too concerned about how your pussy feels because she's being made fun of. You're too much concerned about how your bitch is treated to the American public than actually doing your fucking job as the FBI director. You're more concerned about her fucking image than the American goddamn motherfucking people. And I'm supposed to take it easy on your little bitch ass? Come after me, faggot! Because I will flame you out of court, in court, it don't goddamn fucking matter. Our FBI director is nothing but a pussy ass fucking bitch.
And a golf vacation in Scotland, and the Coast Guard purchasing up to $200 million in Gulfstream G700 private jets for Secretary Kristi Noem. These folks are not using their mileage points for sure. Given these expenditures, Mr.
They're
Duke,
not
how
allowed
would
to
you
fly public.
characterize the fiscal priorities reflected in these?
Imagine that. Imagine that shit. A head of a fucking department flying commercially. Like, that's not a security risk, right? Imagine Kristi Noem being on a fight. Imagine Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard flying fucking commercially. Isn't that not a huge goddamn security risk? What happens if that plane falls out of the sky like Boeings tend to fucking do? Oh, we just lost the head of a state. What happens if some son of a bitch sees that and just decides to act on their own and kill them? Oh, we're down a head of a fucking state. It makes fucking sense. Should a pussy bitch be using the goddamn plane to go around and get pussy? No. No, he shouldn't. But goddamn, making it out like he's actually doing this as it just willy-nilly, all fucking fun, like he takes his plane to go down the fucking street. Shut your fucking worthless ass cum dumpster mouth. You didn't have a problem when Christopher fucking Wray was doing it, did you? He was flying all over this fucking country, targeting you as an American fucking citizen off your taxpayer dime, and that was fine to cum lover. Enough is enough. Enough with the fucking retardation. The American people must make their fucking voice heard. And that voice is now, get the fuck out of government before we run up in there and take you the fuck out by force. And I don't give a shit. Come after me. Kazakhstan this bitch. We have every goddamn right to alter or abolish a tyrannical government. And we're sitting here listening to a tyrannical government saying we need to take your fucking jobs and we need to take your fucking money simply because we don't want to take it from everywhere else so we can send it everywhere else but here. They wage economic warfare on you. And somehow saying Kazakhstan this bitch is terrorism. It's calling for the death. You taking away my motherfucking job is calling for my fucking death. You taxing my employer so he cannot fucking pay me is calling for my fucking death. but tax the rich, right? Okay, cool. How about we tax you? We take everything. Every fucking, here you go. Every bit of pay from every single fucking person in government. I don't give a fuck what rank they hold. I don't give a fuck what position they hold. I don't give a fuck who the fuck they are. Not a goddamn fucking dime goes to them. They do it for free or they get the fuck out. You think we'd have a government? So these motherfuckers think that they're elected to represent you, to go into government, to take your fucking job, take your money, take your houses, and somehow it's their fucking patriotic duty to levy war against you. Informationally, psychologically, economically. Fuck, they can take your food simply because they don't get their pussy ass way. How is this not levying war on the people? I've had enough. And I hope most of you are too. I know there are some dumb motherfuckers that are just like, if Donald Trump's in office, we just fuck ourselves up. You're fucking retarded and you shouldn't exist. Your mother failed humanity by allowing you to be born. Because if this fucking government fails now, we ain't got shit, bitch. What we got? Another fucking administration, a Democrat who's going to come in here and do the same shit that Biden was doing? More open and honest, and then we really have to go to fucking war, right? So why don't we just get it done and over with now for a reason that really is truly existing? The Democrat Party levies war against the citizens to overthrow the government so they can install socialism, communism, whatever the fuck they want, an amalgamation of it all. Off your fucking back. Off your dime. Off your family's dime. Off your family's fucking life. Why are we not admitting this? And there are Republicans out there that are going along with it too. Why can we not fucking say this, America? Are you too much of a pussy to stand up and say, no, you're not fucking me over anymore? Are you too much of a pussy to stand up and say, you know what? Left, right, and center, you made a lot of us die. It's fucking time. We really do take a page from Kazakhstan's book. Put that fear back in them. We're not supposed to be talking, you're inciting violence. Isn't that what they do every time they fucking open their mouths? It's fine for them, right? They're elected officials. They get the fuck away with it. They can literally tell people to go out and kill you simply because of your beliefs. But the moment you raise an eyebrow to them, then it's a problem. Jennifer Welsh can go on there and say, I want to kill every single Trump supporter just because my pussy stinks. Nothing happens to her. You can have Destiny out there going say, or fucking Hassan Piker going out there saying, if you really care about the budget, you'd kill Rick Scott. Nothing happens to him. Destiny can sit here and say he wants to kill every single fucking person on this planet that doesn't think like him. Nothing happens to him. But if I say, you know what? It's time these motherfucking elected officials be held for the treason that they commit on people, somehow that's a fucking problem. Explain it to me. Because the math ain't fucking mathin'.
Decisions. And at the very least, are they putting American taxpayers first?
Yeah, I think the way I would think about it is that we have put into law enormous cuts to SNAP and Medicaid that help working families afford groceries and healthcare, right? And I think the way it's framed is there was no other choice. But, you know, I think just these tax cuts, the bill they just did, shows that, you know, there was a choice and they decided to opt for that. Budgets are about priorities and we can choose those priorities. And essentially we've chosen tax cuts for the largest estates, worth over $30 million per couple, over families trying to buy food and groceries.
Yeah, and Mr. Duke, Republicans also approved a $40 billion bailout for Argentina, including a $20 billion U.S. currency swap, even though Argentina has defaulted 9 times, like a huge, bigly credit risk. So what financial risk does that create for America?
So our credit rating has gone down because your smelly fucking pussy wrote pill after pill after pill, giving money willy-nilly out the ass and with no control, no oversight, no way to make sure that any of it was actually spent the way it was supposed to be spent. Because you did that. Track it back.
$20 billion U.S. currency swap, even though Argentina has defaulted 9 times, like a huge, bigly credit risk. So what financial risk does...
Okay, so we can't work with another country to help them out, right? Even though I agree with you, we shouldn't be doing it. Our country is fucking hurting. We can't help it. We can't work with another country that has a horrible credit rating. Didn't ours go down twice because of your fucked up spending? But yet you're going to sit here and say, because we spend like fucking drunken whores on a Saturday goddamn night using somebody else's fucking money, we can't work with another country whose credit rating is worse than ours. Because what message does that send?
Does that create for American taxpayers?
I don't think it takes a financial wizard to know that investing in Argentina is not your best bet.
A losing proposition. Absolutely. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from California. I'll now recognize myself for up to 5 minutes. First, just want to appreciate the witnesses. We've had a lengthy hearing with most of the members of the committee showing up, so I appreciate your time and your willingness to be here and for focusing on this issue. Now, I'll note this has regrettably mostly turned into a budget committee hearing. Now, recognizing it is a balanced budget amendment question, so it necessarily raises those issues. The question really before us is whether or not we should amend the Constitution of the United States to have some sort of structural changes to force Congress to be fiscally responsible, recognizing that both sides, as you just saw in its normal, relatively petty way, pointed at each other for being the cause of our deficit woes. And the fact of the matter is, both sides, my Democratic colleagues and my Republican colleagues, past, present, and future, are responsible for this. I think some reporting was done that when Mr. Musk came to visit the Republican delegation in December a year ago, almost
at least
probably this week.
Thank you for taking responsibility, Chip.
Mr. Musk was talking about DOGE and talking about the
you
savings.
Understand. You
are
the
Republican
problem
colleagues
too.
Went to the microphone and lauded the prospects of cuts and spending restraint. And I stood up and I said, Mr. Musk, you're going to have no problem identifying things to cut. You're going to produce a great list, and we should do most of it. But your problem is going to be everyone standing right next to me here, meaning all of my colleagues. Now, I would have said that. It happened to be a Republican meeting. I would have said that about my Democratic colleagues as well, because as my friend from Kentucky said, we are constitutionally, as members of Congress, hardwired, unfortunately, to want to effectively buy people's votes with a never-ending array of spending programs, whether they are meritorious or not. I often have people who come into my office who ask for cancer subsidies. As a cancer survivor, I'm sympathetic. I often and almost always tell them no, unless they come in with a payment. They tell me how they're going to pay for it. What else are they going to cut? Same thing with my farmers. My farmers come in and they are looking for something for extensions in the farm bill and so forth. And I say, well, are you going to do anything about the 80% of the farm bill that is SNAP and the extent to which it is consuming the budget? Well, no, or can't. Well, then I'm not going to support it. Members of Congress have got to actually, to the gentleman from Kentucky's point, do their job. The only thing I want to clarify here for the record, because we are here trying to talk about whether we should amend the Constitution, is I just want to go down the witnesses and say, and I think I know the answer, but just yes or no, do you believe that the Constitution of the United States can and should be amended to provide a mechanism to ensure that we are not spending more than is coming in as a general matter? Mr. Walker, do you believe it can and should be?
Yes, but I believe it ought to be debt to GDP.
Mr. Couchman?
Yes, as nearly every advanced country has already done.
Ms. Madney?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Duke?
Should not.
Okay. Mr. Duke, you would maintain that position even if it were only tax increases that were suggested as the mechanism for ensuring that there was fiscal responsibility and that inflows and outflows were equitable?
That's the job of Congress to do. I'm a 49ers fan. I wouldn't approve of a law that said 49ers win the Super Bowl each year.
So, I mean, I at least appreciate the consistency that you're saying that it shouldn't be put in place even for tax increases as opposed to spending restraint. But what I would question then is and I don't even debate the merits of whether or not Congress is shirking its responsibility on an annual basis. I would only point out that it has done so for effectively eternity. And so the question here is, on behalf of the American people, what do we do about it? Because as Mr. Massey said, it's like, well, elect better people. Well, we never have. We elect 435 people to members of Congress who do the same thing every Congress, which is spend more money than we take in revenues. So I think my question is, I mean, again, do you not believe that there should be some mechanism, something in place? Perhaps, for example, if you can't amend the Constitution, we don't think we should do that, then should we have statutory restraints that say that members of Congress should not get paid? Or members of Congress shouldn't be able to hold chairmanships if they vote for budgets that are out of balance? Or that members of Congress in the NRCC or the DCCC can't raise money with all of their special perks and benefits to raise money for incumbent members of Congress who are crapping all over the American people by mortgaging their children's future? Is there anything that we can or should do as Congress to restrain Congress from racking up deficits?
I think Congress has to want it. I think your colleague, Mr. Massey, laid it out that it's on the members of Congress to do it. For example, I think of statutory pay-go, right? Where we have a law that says if you increase the deficit, automatic across-the-board spending, it always gets waived.
I get it, but we do this all the time. And I'm not going to go too far over my time. I'm trying to be indulgent to my colleagues. I'll give myself a few more seconds. But we've done that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I know, but that's why we're here. And I can sit here and I can ask these guys questions. I know what their answer is going to be. I know what your answer is going to be. The point here is we didn't have an actual debate about amending the Constitution to try to achieve something. Or in the absence of amending the Constitution, is there something this body, the United States Congress, can do to stop doing what we're doing, which is killing our country with interest piling up around the ears of our children? And if the answer is only that we've got to look in the mirror and be better, I agree, but we never do. We don't. And those of us that are dying on the Hill trying to fight on the spending restraint, it's literally like pulling teeth to get discretionary spending held flat while we try to grow the economy out of it and deal with the fact that mandatory spending has gone from what, 4% in 1962 to what, 24% now of the overall GDP? And discretionary has gone from about 12% to 6% over that time. Mandatory spending is consuming it. Now, I've gone a minute over. I would just say, look, I appreciate the witnesses coming in. I appreciate their expertise. I appreciate my colleagues. I would suggest that we have got to do something to stop mortgaging our children's future. And we've got to stop pointing across at each other and saying, well, you did it and you did it. It's just simply not true. My Democratic colleagues give Clinton credit for the 90s, but want to ignore welfare reform and ignore Republican Congress that came in 94, 95. So with that, I've used up my time. Does anybody have any consent requests? Lady from California.
Well, I don't have a consent.
No, well, then.
But I just want to say something to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to commend you on your comments and rules on the SCORE Act, okay? And then second, I do want to say that I do think some districts try to elect better people. And I do think that.
Yeah,
but
and
really,
then we get people like
you. You mentioned
you.
petty in your comments. And I was thinking, I want to commend you, Mr. Chair, for discouraging any petty, caustic, childish outbursts in this hearing. I just want to.
If he did that, you wouldn't have actually been in the hearing.
We owe it to the future generations to actually solve this problem, and we're not. And so if we want to amend the Constitution, let's have that debate. If we don't, let's come up with another solution. With that, I will do whatever I'm supposed to do to conclude the hearing. This concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
I will say this, though, after the shutdown, it seems the Democrats have tend to play a little bit more nice now with some Republicans. Wonder why that is, right? It's not like these Republicans that are just like, hey, hold on, I don't like this. Well, you're not MAGA anymore. Get out, get all that dumb shit. You're seeing what it's causing, right? Those that were fighting for you literally said, hey, hold on a second. Wait a minute, something doesn't sound right. And now those same motherfuckers are supposedly turncoats and traitors. Because they gave you what you want your first time to actually take attention to them was to stand up and say, absolutely fucking not, because this is why. And make sense of that. And they're still doing it today, and somehow they're the bad guys now. Okay. Just admit this then, America. We're headed for collapse. This country will implode on itself. And it'll be a very violent and brutal fucking end. Learn Mandarin while you got the chance. Willfully. Because it's coming, if that's the case. Think I'm playing. Think I'm joking. I've already said it before. We're going to be headed towards a civil... I said it, what, a year and a half ago. We're going to be headed towards a civil war. It's going to be short. Because the people are going to start dying and realizing that they're still fucking winning. And then our weapons will be pointed at the real enemy. We will go through a short civil war before a revolution, all while World War III is raging around us. We win the battle for America, but we lose the battle globally. We're still on track. Nobody has even thought to even pump the brakes or turn the steering wheel. But time to turn to the Armed Services Committee.
They need to protect their person.
Homeland Security Committee. When badges become targets, how anti-law enforcement rhetoric feels violent. Is this violence against officers? I mean, this is goddamn. Why do you need a hearing about this shit? But let's see what they're willing to tell us now.
Personal well-being has been a longstanding priority for me and many of my colleagues on this committee. I'm proud to have worked in previous Congresses with Ranking Member Thompson on his legislation that would boost mental health and suicide prevention resources for DHS personnel, and I look forward to continuing that work with him now as chairman. But let us be clear. Law enforcement personnel are public servants, not public figures. When taking the oath, they did not seek celebrity. They stepped forward to safeguard our nation and uphold the laws enacted by this body. But that alone does not absolve them from facing any form of accountability. Public trust and public safety go hand in hand, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about how they believe agencies can strike an appropriate balance between officer safety and law enforcement accountability. Our witnesses today have seen the consequences of this rising harassment and violence firsthand. I hope their testimony reminds my colleagues and the American people that those who wear the badge are human beings whose dedication to safeguarding our country should never make them targets. This includes the local police who protect our communities around the country, as well as U.S. Capitol Police officers and D.C. Metro Police who keep us safe here every day as we work to represent our constituents. Officer Hodges, I acknowledge and appreciate the sacrifices you have made to keep us all safe. As I said then, and I believe now, violence against law enforcement is unacceptable and should always be condemned. We are and must remain a country of law and order. Today's hearing is not about silencing dissent or restricting free speech. It is about responsibility and recognizing that rhetoric has consequences and ensuring that our officers can perform their duties without fear. We are reminded the dangers they face each year when names of fallen heroes are added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C., which honors federal, state, local, and tribal officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice. These solemn moments and acts of remembrance reinforce the reality that each of these officers are human beings who leave behind families and loved ones. We must not become desensitized to this violence or willing to accept these dangerous trends as a new normal. To the brave men and women of law enforcement, you have our full respect and unwavering support. Thank you for your service. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and welcome.
How is this fucker on the Homeland Security
hearing?
Here,
I also want to welcome our newest Democratic member to the committee, Representative.
This motherfucker ran a committee where they fabricated, altered, and destroyed January 6th hearings, or January 6th evidence. They fabricated shit. They altered evidence, and they destroyed everything in behind that. And somehow, this fucking potato faggot is still in office. How?
James Walkinshaw of Virginia's 11th District. Mr. Walkinshaw is serving on the committee's cybersecurity and border security subcommittees, and we look forward to his contributions to the committee's work. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by offering my condolences in the wake of the tragic shooting of Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf in the nation's capital last week. Our thoughts and the thoughts of all Americans continue to be with the families as they mourn Sarah's loss and pray for Andrew's recovery. Gun violence is a scourge of our country, and violence against troops and law enforcement officers is reprehensible. All Americans must condemn this violence, and the perpetrator must be held accountable. With that in mind, I appreciate Chairman Garbarino's holding today's hearing. Not only is this his first full committee hearing as chairman, but it's also the committee's first hearing in 4.5 months after the former chairman left Congress. Republicans shut down the government, and the Speaker sent the House home. It's past time for the committees to get back to work. It's my understanding
been past time, faggot, but here we go, living under this fucking retarded rule that you want us to be under. Shut the fuck up.
And that, too, is also long overdue.
The long overdue would be
as the Secretary of Homeland Security hidden
holding you accountable for the treason
oversight
you commit against
like
the
she
American
has,
fucking people. Faggot.
aided by a Republican majority that refuses to hold the Trump administration accountable. Secretary Noem has a lot to answer for, particularly about how she's using masked officers to terrorize communities, including American citizens, children, pregnant women, and seniors, putting law enforcement officers and the public at risk. We look forward to her appearance.
They put the law enforcement officers and public at risk by doing their fucking jobs. The public that you riled up to go fucking attack them. They put everybody at risk simply by doing their fucking jobs. When? When does it end? When do these motherfuckers at least see jail for their shit? They caused this problem. Throw people in fucking jail who said no and tried to fight the problem. Now that they don't have power, it's everybody else's fault that the problem exists because they're trying to solve the problem. Why are examples not made, Pam Bondi? Why the fuck is your dumbass sitting in front of a fucking camera all goddamn day instead of your fucking job as the attorney goddamn general? Why do these motherfuckers never see accountability, but you would come after somebody like me who would say, you know what? If you ain't gonna do your fucking job, I will do it for you, and it's gonna be a very violent, bloody fucking mess. Why? Why would you come after me for saying you're not doing your job, so I guess I gotta do it to protect my own fucking life, to protect my own fucking citizenship, apparently, and to protect my own fucking well-being? How the fuck do they keep getting away with it time and time and time again, but you can kick my door in for any other reason you want, make some shit up, and I go to fucking prison? You know what? I raged out about Pam Bondi in the first fucking place, and I think this is the reason why. It's amazing. Nobody really knew about that bitch before she was nominated after Matt Gaetz steps the fuck down. Nobody knew about her, and then all of a sudden everybody except for a few that, you know, the little show game that we do, all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, we're good with that. I'm sick and fucking tired of this federal fucking government. I'm sick of it. We get nothing fucking done. Anything that is done is only to the detriment of the American fucking people. And now, unfortunately, we have to raise your fucking taxes so we can continue to wage war on everywhere across the fucking world, making you pay for it. That way we can take all that profit and give it to another fucking country. Are you done yet, America? Have you had enough? How is this faggot still in government? He fabricated, he altered, and destroyed evidence. How is he not behind bars? Because if I'd have spit on one of those fucking pages, you're damn sure I'd have seen fucking jail for the rest of my goddamn life. I'd have been under the fucking prison if I'd have just even spat on a piece of paper. But this fucking faggot can destroy everything that implicates him in any kind of way, or any of the fucking Democrats who set up that entire goddamn thing. He can destroy all of that and still sit in government. It's past time, America.
Next week. As for today's hearing, I'm pleased that Republicans want to address violence against police officers, but quite frankly, I just can't get over their hypocrisy. Republicans have spent the last 5 years defending the armed mob that attacked police officers at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. They demanded pardons.
The same thing that you actually fabricated, altered, and destroyed evidence for to make up something that it doesn't look like Nancy Pelosi was integral in fucking setting that shit up. So everybody thinks Insurrection Orange Man bad. She levied war on the American goddamn people to overthrow the fucking government. And we're just supposed to let that go, right?
For the perpetrators and cheered when President Trump issued them. Republicans don't care that pardoning people who threaten and attack officers.
Hey, it don't matter here, Davey, because I set up with the Rumble thing, started to try to go live using the Rumble studio, and apparently it just started making live after live after live after live on everything, and nothing was connecting. I probably did it wrong, but this one doesn't count.
Would encourage others to do the same. They did it anyway. Many Republicans voted to put this plaque, staff were displaying the poster, in the Capitol honoring the service and sacrifice of law enforcement on January 6th, but have
Mike Liddell
since
just filed paperwork
been silent
for running
on their
for
leadership,
Minnesota
still
governor.
refusing to hang the plaque
Minnesota's
for
fucked.
fear of angering President Trump.
He ain't fixing Minnesota.
Republicans care more about being in President Trump's good graces than they do about honoring officers who put their lives on the line to protect the Capitol on January 6th. Today, we're grateful to have one of those heroes, Officer Daniel Hodge, with us.
It's funny. It's funny that you want to sit there and talk about January 6th all the fucking time. You never shut your fucking mouth about it. Oh, they hurt officers, they damaged fucking prop. What about that month-long siege that happened in D.C. like 6 months fucking prior to that? What about how D.C. was on fire for an entire fucking month? What about how they tried to set fire to the White House, shove the president in a bunker, and then when he does something about it because they set fire to St. John's Church, he gassed peaceful protesters so he could take a picture with him holding a Bible upside down. Aha! More damage done to D.C., more police officers hurt, more police officers killed than the few hours of January 6th. But somehow, let's not talk about that. Let's not even bring that up because people don't even know that on May 29, 2020, they tried to kill the sitting president because the news told him he was racist. Let's not forget all that shit.
His testimony to this committee and his
And
prior
this
testimony
faggot covered
before the
up
committee
for Pelosi's
on January 6th
involvement.
attack, which I was honored to chair, is as insightful as it is powerful. Officer Hodges responded to the Capitol on January 6th, where he and his fellow officers were beaten, tased, and crushed by an armed mob that wanted to block the peaceful transfer of presidential power. I
would literally just interrupt. I don't care if you throw me the fuck out. May 29, 2020, you motherfuckers tried to burn down the White House because of the fucking news was telling everybody that the sitting president was a goddamn racist. There were more cops injured and killed, more damage done to D.C. in a month-long fucking siege that you just said ended because he gassed peaceful protesters Shut your fucking mouth, you treasonous sack of goddamn dog shit. You were integral in covering up the fact that the federal government was involved in that shit. We know there were over 200 fucking federal agents, FBI alone. Never mind the other agencies that were involved in that. And every single motherfucker that asked you pieces of shit that question, every single motherfucker lied about it. But let's not do anything about that, right? No, we can't hold them in contempt of Congress or anything like that, because why? It goes against the government's fucking narrative. Showing you time and time and time again, there are stories time and time again of proof beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt that it was a goddamn setup. And because pussy-ass Republican bitch-made motherfuckers don't want to do anything about it, this fucking faggot gets to sit here and run his mouth instead of being behind bars. Or worse.
The clerk to play a video.
Tell me
showing
why I
just
should
a
be
few
nice to
moments
fucking
of
Republicans.
Officer Hodges
They ain't doing a
and
damn
his
thing.
fellow officers under attack at the Capitol on January 6th. Please be advised that the video contains strong language.
Huh. All of this was over an actual stolen fucking election. And yes, it was fucking stolen, bitch-made motherfuckers. Every fucking bit of it was. I don't give a fuck. You want to sit there and try and call me to... I'd love to have that fucking debate for any of you. Any of you, I'd rip you to fucking shreds. Even the most prominent motherfuckers would fucking fall to me on this. I don't give a fuck who you are, who you think you are, who you want to be. Put me in fucking Congress and I'd own every single motherfucker on this shit. This was a goddamn setup from the federal fucking government. This was the government levying war on you to overthrow the government from within. Donald Trump was actually elected to the second term in 2020. He wouldn't be here right now had you motherfuckers not tried to overthrow the fucking government. But here we are, trying to defend and make sure that somehow your treasonous acts are okay, but trying to help the American people against the fucking government, that's somehow punishable by solitary confinement for 4 years before you even see a fucking court case to even plead innocent or guilty? For some shit that you fucking did, you caused on the American people. I'm tired of this being used. I'm sick of it. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of this footage he's using right here, there was a lot of screaming and yelling and everything dubbed over it. There's one that the original file has no audio whatsoever. Not a goddamn bit of audio because the camera used is not audio capable. And they still dubbed over screaming and yelling like they were in a crowd over those videos. Because it all had to be Hollywood quality. They called in Hollywood producers to put on this fucking committee hearing. If that's not the biggest sham ever in existence, why would you need Hollywood to produce something for you like this? Shouldn't your statements, your testimony, your questioning, shouldn't that prove anything? No. Everything had to be Hollywood produced. Yeah, you don't believe me? Check the fuck out. That's real.
Officer Hodges, no matter how many times you've seen it, I cannot imagine how difficult it is for you to watch that footage of yourself in the tunnel. There are no words to adequately describe that awful day, and no way
Had to
fully
have a
express
January
our
6th
appreciation
Capitol Police
for what
officer
you
here
and your
as
fellow
our little
officers
bitch.
did to protect all of us who were gathered in the Capitol that day. I know the threats of violence against you and other officers did not end on January 6th, but continue to this day. I thank you for being here and commend your bravery in continuing to speak out. Unfortunately, when it comes to condemning threats and violence from the far right, the silence from my colleagues on the other side is deafening. Until Republicans are willing to acknowledge the problem on
What violence? You talking about the dude who used a nail gun and shot at an FBI office? What violence? What fucking violence? Oh, motherfuckers actually fighting back from little fucking pussy-ass thugs running around trying to beat them up because they're in the fucking street? Is that the right violence you're talking about? Good. Good, they should defend themselves from your fucking faggotry.
their side of the political spectrum and do something about it, their statements about protecting police officers are hypocritical. And unless they are willing to call out how the Trump administration's illegal enforcement tactics are endangering law enforcement and the public right now, their statements about protecting police officers are meaningless.
Everything they say is meaningless, and unless they say what I want them to fucking say. Everything they say is meaningless unless they say exactly what I want them to say, which is everything that I say. I've never wanted to flapjack somebody's fucking bald head ever in my fucking life.
I urge Republicans to join us in condemning attacks against police, regardless of ideological motivation, and begin holding the Trump administration accountable.
Okay, so do you just condemn the summer of love? The same shit that you were lauding and heralding fucking 4 years ago? Do you condemn that shit? There were officers murdered for just being in vehicles. Do you condemn that shit? No, because that was Black Lives Matter that did that. I am done. I am done being treated like shit by these fuckers. I am done being treated like I'm some kind of fucking retard. I am done being treated like my lying eyes are deceiving me. Meanwhile, you levy war against me. You try to take everything from me. And somehow I'm just supposed to go along with it. Because anything that I say that could be bad is, well, that's just violent extremism. From somebody who still hates Donald Trump on a personal fucking level. Because he's the same kind of asshole I am. Assholes hate each other, yes. Make any of this shit make sense. Make it fucking make sense, other than it's a retarded child trying to make up shit to get themselves out of trouble because they've been caught drawing on a fucking wall.
For its action.
Okay, let's just admit
I thank the
his
witnesses
shit was
again
worse
for
than
joining
drawing
us
on a
today.
fucking wall.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a highly distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Michael Hughes is the Executive Director of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, where he leads strategic initiatives and oversees the organization's operations in support of its more than 33,000 members. Based in Washington, D.C., he joined the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association in March of 2025, following a distinguished 34-year career in law enforcement. Jonathan Thompson is the Executive Director and CEO of the National Sheriff's Association, the nation's preeminent nonprofit entity representing the interests of 3,080 sheriffs in the United States and their deputies. Previously, he was a principal with Refero Communications, helping organizations plan and implement their communication strategies on a wide variety of public affairs, public relations, and government outreach endeavors. Patrick Yos is the National President for the Fraternal Order of Police. Over his career, Patrick has served on commissions and charitable and community service boards. He's a strong law enforcement advocate, holding leadership positions on his state, local, and national FOP boards. Nearly 36 years as an active law enforcement officer, Patrick retired in 2020 from the St. Charles Sheriff's Office, the sole law enforcement agency for the St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, a suburb 18 miles west of New Orleans. Daniel Hodges is an officer of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, where he served since 2014. Before joining MPD, he served in the Virginia National Guard. Within MPD, he is assigned to patrol duties and is a member of the department's Civil Disturbance Unit 42, which handles large demonstrations, crowd control, and emergency riot response. I thank all the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Hughes for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
In the leg, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, representing more than 33,000 federal criminal investigators, police officers, and law enforcement professionals nationwide. I spent more than 34 years in federal law enforcement as an investigator, supervisor, senior executive, and political appointee. I led the U.S. Marshal's Office here in Washington, D.C., and concluded my government service as Director of Interpol Washington, coordinating our nation's global law enforcement efforts with Interpol and international partners. Today, I'm honored to serve as FLEO's Executive Director, advocating for the men and women who protect our country every day. Throughout my career, one thing has remained constant. Federal officers remain unwavering in their oath to the Constitution and their duty to enforce the laws Congress enacts, regardless of the political environment. What has changed is the environment in which they serve. It has grown increasingly hostile, with rising violence, threats, and online harassment directed at officers and increasingly at their families. Risk has always been part of federal law enforcement.
Who started that?
And the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial stands as a solemn reminder of the ultimate sacrifices officers make when carrying out a sworn duty to protect and serve others. But what we are seeing today is unprecedented in scope and intensity. The heightened polarization surrounding federal law enforcement's role in immigration enforcement and efforts to reduce violent crime in major cities has placed officers in greater jeopardy than at any point in my career. In 2024, the FBI reported more than 85,000 assaults.
Any point in your career, were you over? Were you a U.S. Capitol Police officer during the Summer of Love? How about from May to June of 2020? 3 times as much damage was done, twice as many officers hurt. Threat to the fucking president to actually shove him in a bunker. 2 other times that's ever been fucking done in American history. You set fire to a fucking church, call it gassing peaceful protesters when he cleared them out to put out the fucking fire. Then walked over there and took a picture of him holding a Bible upside down. Y'all had a fucking come apart about that. You tried to kill the motherfucker. There were videos floating around. They're hard to find because they had to be scrubbed from the fucking internet. There were videos floating around of the people that actually were at the White House. Like, set fire to one of the guard shacks there. They were trying to get in. They wanted to actually kill the president. There were people in that crowd screaming to kill him. Nothing on that, right? That's cool. That's not an insurrection. That's not a rebellion. That's not a revolution. That's not it. All because he was racist. None of that. Every bit of that's okay, though, right? Every bit of that, it's okay. Except for January 6th. Because why? Well, that right there was actually the federal government's fucking doing. So when the federal government does something, they got to let you remember, hey, you remember how this was bad because we fooled you, right? Remember that? Remember? Yeah, January 6th. January 6th. Remember January 6th? Yeah, that shit we set up? Yeah, that was bad, wasn't it? Every fucking time.
Assaults on law enforcement, the highest number in a decade. Ambush attacks continue to climb. ICE officers alone have seen assaults increase more than 1,100% this year. These are staggering numbers that reflect the very real dangers officers face simply for carrying out the laws that Congress has enacted. The tragic ambush attack last week, only blocks from the White House, that killed West Virginia National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and critically injured Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf makes this painfully clear.
Yes.
They had been sworn in less than 24 hours earlier in support of joint efforts to reduce violent crime. We mourn Specialist Beckstrom and pray for Sergeant Wolf's recovery. And the danger isn't limited to violence in the field. Doxing, digital harassment, and threats aimed at family members have become disturbingly common. In one instance, individuals followed an ICE agent home, live streamed it, and posted his address online. These are not hypothetical threats. They have real, lasting consequences. Constructive criticism of law enforcement is healthy, and accountability is essential. But what we are seeing today from some public figures, segments of the media, and even some elected officials is not accountability, it is vilification. When officers are depicted as political actors or adversaries rather than public servants, that rhetoric fuels hostility and makes already difficult jobs even more dangerous. Federal officers are your neighbors.
I mean, that's
they are
the
parents,
whole point of Black Lives
veterans,
Matter
volunteers,
in the Summer
in
of
their
Love, though.
communities, even family members. Reducing them to political caricatures is inaccurate, corrosive, and dangerous. We believe strongly in accountability, but accountability must be paired with protection. Officers who fear for their safety or the safety of their families cannot perform at their best. And at a time when nearly a third of our federal law enforcement workforce is eligible for retirement, and recruitment and retention is already a challenge, this rising threat environment poses a serious national security concern. Congress has tools to address this, and my written statement outlines several long-standing but urgently needed measures. Taken together, they would send a strong message that Congress stands with those who uphold the law. Federal officers enforce the laws you enact. They protect our borders, communities, and national security out of a deep sense of duty. The rise in targeted violence and corrosive rhetoric threatens their safety and erodes public trust. We cannot allow this trend to continue. Protecting those who protect us is not a partisan issue, it is a national responsibility. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. I now recognize Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and it's deeply humbling to be invited to speak with you today. Ranking Member Thompson, as always, it's an honor to be with you as well. And I welcome the newest member of the committee. You have your hands full. You have your hands full. Mr. Chairman, as you know, the end of this year marks the end of my 11th year with the National Sheriff's Association. And over the period of that time, I've had the blessing to represent the nation's 3,081 sheriffs. So I'm going to deviate from my summary, and I'm going to speak to you from the heart for just a few minutes. I hope you'll bear with me. And like my colleague on the right, I would endorse 99.9% of what he just said. And it's in my written statement as well, and those things need to be addressed by this committee and by every single member on this committee, Republican and Democrat, because the public is in danger as we speak. The rhetoric coming from the top, calling officers Nazis and Gestapo, it better stop right now. You are inflaming dangerous circumstances. You're attacking the people that wake up every single day to do one thing. They put on their uniforms. They put on their star, and they are paid to do a job that is to enforce the laws of this country, the laws that have been passed by those that have been elected by the people of this country. Those are the laws that we in this nation built over decades and centuries to respect the civility of our behavior. They're doing so because of one reason. They're not doing it, and I'll tell you why. They're not doing it for the money, as these three gentlemen can attest to. They're not doing it for the glory, as these three gentlemen and others will attest to. They're doing it for one reason: for public service, for public safety. In my 11 years, I've had the distasteful job to sign more than 2,300 condolence letters to officers.
I mean, at
deputies,
that level, I guess so,
to the
yeah.
agencies that they
But
represent. These are
I know
humans.
some cops
These are
who
family
are just
members.
there for the money.
These are people that deserve our standing ovation every single day. They are no different than our military, except in one way. Every day they see the worst of society.
Yeah.
The worst. And they have to wake up and do it again tomorrow. They deserve not just a pat on the back, they deserve your respect, every one of yours respect. Republicans and Democrats, they deserve your thank you. They deserve the right to be treated with civility. And when you, in this body, choose not to do so, you disrespect them, you disrespect yourself, you disrespect the citizens in your district, the people that elected you. It's appalling. And I implore you, all
See,
of
it
you,
seems like he felt like me today, but he's more
throw down those barriers
composed.
of partisanship and recognize that our nation has threats. The threat matrix that you'll hear from the Secretary, God bless her, next week, have now been added to by one: the rhetoric of our leaders calling out and stating things, as I said, as Nazis and Gestapo tactics. Ladies and gentlemen, you have nothing to do but read history. There is no Nazis acting in the law enforcement community of this country, and we are certainly not living in 1939 Germany. And when I hear it, I cry.
That's the point, though.
There is no greater honor for me to sit here before all of you
They don't give a shit.
and
They're
have an
just gonna
honest
do it
discussion
because they know what they're
about
doing.
what good and
They're
what
trying
wrong
to
may
cause a
occur
civil war in
law
this country so they can take
They are
control
not
for it.
perfect. And when there's a problem, they need to be held accountable. The leaders of our respective groups recognize and even acknowledge that. The will of the people changes in this country, and tactics to keep them safe change as well. I want to conclude with just a couple of comments. Dehumanizing rhetoric breeds violence. There is research on this. Professor Pape at the University of Chicago will release a study next week that shows exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't motivate your base. It doesn't make more donors give you money. It creates lone wolves. It creates people like what we saw last week, whose name I won't even mention, who held a handgun to the head of that specialist. Shame on using that rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I would now recognize Mr. Yos for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the 382,000 local, state, and federal members of the Fraternal Order of Police, our nation's oldest and largest law enforcement organization. I'm elated that you're having this hearing today, for it's long overdue. I want to thank each of you for the opportunity to talk about the Fraternal Order of Police's #1 legislative priority. Our nation is facing an epidemic of targeted violence against law enforcement officers, an epidemic supported by real data that cannot be ignored. The Fraternal Order of Police collects, verifies, and publishes the most comprehensive data in the nation on officers shot and killed, and officers ambushed because no one else was doing it. No federal agency or national database was tracking these incidents with a sense of urgency that this crisis demands. We built this system from the ground up, methodically, transparent, and accurate. In 2019, we formalized our partnership with the COPS Office through a federal grant, allowing us to expand our work. Today, we provide monthly reports to the COPS Office, policymakers, the media, and the public. And the COPS Office publishes a national report every spring based on Fraternal Order Police collected data. And the truth is undeniable. Last year, there were 342 officers that were shot in the line of duty, and 50 were killed. There were 62 ambush-style attacks and 79 officers shot, 18 of which were killed. As of November 30th of this year, 314 officers have been shot and 43 killed. There have been 62 ambush attacks, resulting in 21 deaths. In fact, since we started collecting this data comprehensively in 2018, a little less than 7 years ago, 2,553 officers have been shot, 415 have been killed. In the past 5 years, there have been 620 officers shot and 483 separate ambush attacks, killing 135 officers. These are not selective numbers. They are real, verified incidents. These numbers have no bias. They have no agenda. They are just real. And they reveal an unmistakable trend. That is, we have an epidemic. And like all epidemics, it has causes. The FBI's assailant study found that nearly 1/3 of cop killers self-identified as being motivated by the narrative that portrays law enforcement as the villain. That narrative, used for political gain, is amplified across social media platforms and other means, and it all too often goes unchallenged. And it's not harmless rhetoric, it is fuel. We have seen this fuel ignite in cities and towns, large and small, all across America. Officers have been murdered while eating lunch, sitting in patrol cars, driving home to their families at the end of their shift. In fact, according to a 2017 report from the COPS Office, more than 1/2 of the ambush officers killed weren't even on a call. They were targeted because they were wearing a badge. Just last week, not far from where we sit today, that epidemic added 2 more victims when 2 National Guardsmen fulfilling the law enforcement role were targeted and brutally attacked simply because of the uniform they wore. This violence is not hypothetical, is not isolated, and it's certainly not slowing down. It's not about tactics. It's not about policy debate. It's about hatred, stoked, spread, and normalized until someone acts on it. The Protect and Serve Act would provide the Department of Justice with a means to prosecute these targeted attacks. In 2018, the House Judiciary Committee unanimously cleared this act and advanced it to the House floor, where it would overwhelmingly pass in a bipartisan vote of 382 to 35. It failed to become law in that session of Congress when the Senate chose not to consider it. And today, even with ambush attacks continuing to rise, the House Judiciary Committee will not move this act forward. When someone calls 911, we answer. We always answer. Well, we're the ones that are calling now. We're calling on Congress. We're pleading with Congress, and we ask you to answer that call. Stand up against the rhetoric that fuels the violence against law enforcement officers. Acknowledge this epidemic for what it is, a stain on the very fabric of society. Send a strong message to America's law enforcement professionals. Let them know that you recognize this violence towards them and you're committed to end this lethal trend. Let America's peace officers know that you appreciate the job that they do and you've got their backs. And it's time to send a strong message to anyone that would target law enforcement officers. Let them know, let these criminals know that the attacks on a law enforcement officer is an attack on a community, and it will be met with real consequences of their violent actions. This epidemic is real, it's based on undeniable quantitative data, and it's growing, and it demands immediate action, not after the next tragedy, but right now. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yos. I now recognize Mr. Hodges for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
If the police aren't allowed to do
morning.
their job, that means I have to do their job
I was
for
invited
them.
today to speak in my personal capacity.
And you
I
damn sure
suspect
don't want that.
because Ranking Member Thompson is familiar with my history, as I've been on the receiving ends of threats and violence due to the work I've done in the name of the law. I experienced intense violence during the insurrection of January 6th, and because I had the temerity to describe it publicly, threats against my life, bomb threats at events I attend, people trying to find out where I live, whether I have a wife or children they can use against me. I have a feeling I will be asked about how the lionization of the insurrectionists only enhanced their zealotry, about how the mass pardoning of every criminal who assaulted my colleagues and I encourages further lawlessness and violence, about how in the intervening years many pardoned insurrectionists have been rearrested for crimes such as reckless homicide, child sexual assault, threats to blow up government buildings, and a kill list of FBI agents. These are all salient points, and I'm happy to address them. However, the tenor of the press release announced this hearing made it sound like certain participants were going to.
He was a Capitol Police officer during January 6th, right? For every single one that testified, Steve Baker actually found and proved that all but like one or two of the ones that have testified on January 6th were straight up lying. And I don't think it was this. What is this dude's name?
Spend a few hours
Mr. Hodges? I don't think he was one of those two. One of the. I don't think he was.
Scratching their heads and pretending not to understand why threats against law enforcement have risen so
I don't
sharply
remember the
this year,
exact names,
and I
but
cannot
yeah.
abide such a farce. Law enforcement is predicated on the notion that we are a nation of laws, that anyone who is detained by law enforcement officials will be afforded all the rights and protections that are guaranteed to them by the Constitution. It is this exemplary standard of civil society that compels individuals to cooperate when faced with arrest. Flawed as it is, our justice system aspires to and works toward the goal of truth and equal protection under the law. Unfortunately, this year, broad swaths of federal law enforcement have proven that this is no longer the case. Perjury and contempt of court used to be prohibitive of work in law enforcement, but now it appears to be a prerequisite of leadership. Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, had already been found not credible as a witness in the court of law prior to his appointment. And Greg Bavino, the so-called commander-at-large of Border Control, was found to have lied while under oath in order to justify his use of force against Americans. Even the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, intentionally defied a judge's order to halt the trafficking of prisoners to foreign countries and then bragged about it on national television.
Because the lower court judge has no authority to tell the president what to fucking do. Most of these injunctions are bullshit. But if they ignore them, you get to bitch about it. If they don't ignore them, you can claim you win. And if they just flat out just say fuck you, well, there you go. He's Hitler, right?
I should add here that one of the hallmarks of secret police forces throughout history is operating outside the law, using violence and intimidation to achieve their objectives. Every day I wake up and I'm confronted with more heinous acts by some federal law enforcement, pointing their lethal weapons at protesters and journalists, needlessly assaulting citizens on their own property, threatening to shoot and arrest EMTs for doing their job, holding children hostage to coerce their parents out of their house. One shot a woman who committed no crime several times and bragged about it, saying he
shot a woman who committed no crime. Oh, I'm sorry, using her car and coordinating with 9 other fucking people to do the same to block them in? The first fucking ramming incident. Yeah, we covered that because I was like, dude, this is coordination now. She coordinated with 9 other people to use their cars to ram ICE agents as they were traveling down the road to stop the barricade or to stop the caravan. Yeah, they opened fire because she had a gun in the car. Was the gun drawn? No. Does it look bad? Yeah. But where was the initial aggression came from? You ambushed them, drove your cars into them. You could have killed them by just doing that. That alone is an act of aggression that would warrant you defending yourself if that happened to you on a street, but somehow because they're ICE agents, they can't fight back. God damn the stupidity.
5 rounds, and she had 7 holes. Many of these absolute embarrassments to the badge keep their face obscured to try and evade any possibility of accountability, and their leadership condones it. If the inhabitants of our country can no longer believe in the rule of law, then they can no longer believe in law enforcement. If they believe they will be denied their basic rights, what motivation do they have to cooperate with investigations, to support law enforcement as an institution? The fact of the matter is that right now,
You're a
in the United
lying,
States of
fucking
America,
pathetic piece of shit.
there is a semi-secret police force
That's the fact of
abducting
the matter,
people
sir.
based on the color of their skin and sending many of them via state-sponsored human trafficking to extraterritorial concentration camps.
He's kicking people out of the country because they're not white, and he's taking them to concentration camps. Let me ask you a question. As a citizen of this country, how can you honestly say you can respect law enforcement when you have people with a gun and a badge who don't even know the laws that they say they're enforcing? They just make shit up. So let's be honest. Look, in Tennessee, domestic violence situations, I know this full fucking well because, well, my sister attacked me with a knife and I defended myself. In domestic violence situations, full context, I found my sister was cooking fucking meth in the house, had activated acid in bottles outside with the kids' fucking pool toys. Called her out on it. She got pissed, attacked me with a knife, and I wrestled her to the ground, held her down until her boyfriend who called the police, got our attention. And I let her go. She got up, went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and tried to stab me. That was my sister. All of that's full fucking public record if anybody wants to go looking for that shit. But anyway, these motherfuckers were going to haul me in. I had marks. She had nothing on her but a little bit of red around her neck where I was holding her to the ground. Meanwhile, as a situation was developing, everybody yelling, she turns around and walks into the fucking bedroom. After I had said, because I caught her cooking meth and called her out on it, she attacked me. She was allowed to turn around and walk to the bedroom. And I even pointed out, hey, she's going to the bedroom. She's not supposed to leave your sight. She could be destroying something. And then all of a sudden you hear the toilet flush and I was like, there you go. You wanted to take me in for domestic fucking violence when I had a bite mark on my arm where my sister bit me to try to make me let her go. I had scratch marks. My actual sister punched me in the face. What'd she have on her? A little bit of red around her neck. But I'm going to jail for domestic violence. Huh? And then that's when I was just like, okay, so if you really want to fucking do that, you're going to sit there and try and charge me for domestic violence when I was the one defending myself. In Tennessee, the state law is that in domestic violence cases, both parties go to jail for no less than 12 hours. Call another fucking agent or call another car because you got to pick her up as well. And then we both went. Find out that she was actually being investigated and watched and surveilled for over a year because they knew she was cooking meth. I didn't know all that. I didn't know all. I knew she'd fuck around with it once in a while, but I didn't know she was cooking it until she did it outside the back door where my niece and nephew were, where I were, because I was there helping her take care of her bills while she went through a divorce. Huh. I was going to go to jail. Just me. Because they didn't know the law, where both parties have to go to jail for 12 hours. They did not know that. I even had to prove it to them, bring it up on the fucking internet to prove that both parties must go to jail. So, if the people that own that badge and gun don't know the laws that they're trying to enforce, then how can I be respectful of law enforcement? Other than the fact to not say, hey, I want you dead because somebody told me to. Or you're mean because you're deporting people that shouldn't be here. Or God forbid, going out and killing them because you think thousands of black people are being shot by police. You remember that story about the two cops that were assassinated in their fucking vehicle? They were sitting there doing nothing, enjoying fucking lunch. Some dude just came up and shot them both. That was during the summer of love. But you want to talk about how everybody else doesn't respect law enforcement? Motherfucker, you were the ones talking about abolishing the fucking police. And now you're going to sit here and, oh, January 6th and all these people, you're threatening me, you were the ones that were shutting motherfuckers down. You were arresting motherfuckers for being out in the middle of the ocean with nobody around them. You were arresting motherfuckers who were selling products on lives just to sustain their fucking businesses. You were the ones arresting. You shut down Atlas fucking Gym, where everybody should have been, because they were sanitizing like a motherfucker. They should have been there to work themselves out, to get fucking active, to have some kind of boost in their metabolism so their immune system acts fucking better. You shut down Atlas Gym. You arrested the man. You had to call in another county's fucking agents to do it. Well, officers, whatever you want to call them. But now you want to sit here and say, oh, because of all that. I understand at the same fucking time, though. But when you sit there and lie straight like this shit, how the fuck can anybody who can't discern this shit from reality actually say anything other than all cops are bastards? How do you not come to any other conclusion when you got an officer sitting here straight up lying to cover his own ass? Fucking wonderful.
There are still plenty of good officers. I work with them, federal and local. But before we go around the room clutching our pearls, wondering how people could possibly compare law enforcement in this country to the Gestapo, maybe we should take a moment and ask ourselves if there isn't some recent behavior on the government's part that could encourage such a juxtaposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questions. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for opening questions. Mr. Yos, while recent heinous acts have brought increased attention to the rise in threats against law enforcement, I'm well aware that this is a danger agents and officers have faced for a long time.
Got her gun back too.
In your testimony, you mentioned how your organization has looked.
Our brother went after me with a knife for taking a pair of his socks. No cops called, though. Our grandmother handled it like she's done it before. I mean, I handled it too. I didn't hurt her. I didn't punch her or anything like that. I just held her to the fucking ground. And then when I let her up, she went after me with a fucking knife. Her boyfriend had to get involved or get between us. He was literally fingertip to fingertip trying to keep us apart. And she's sitting there swinging the knife over him. But yet I was the one that was supposed to go to jail for domestic violence. Huh. Because she's got red marks on her neck. Like I said, turns out she was actually cooking meth and they knew it and they were watching her and everything. I didn't know that. I wouldn't have stood for it any goddamn way for the fact that I go to jail because she attacked me. But if you're going to play that fucking role, yeah. Oh, it happened. We both went to jail. And went to court. The judge asked me, all right, what's going on here? I told him straight up. Look, I knew my sister was doing meth once in a while, having a little fun. I didn't really care about that. I told her to keep it away from these kids. I caught that she was cooking meth the night before. And then after everybody had left, I got up, acted like I was asleep. I had literally acted like I was asleep all fucking night. I had got up after everybody left, and I immediately called one of her friends. And I said, hey, I need you to come over for a minute. She comes over. And I told her, I was like, I need you to help me. And she's like, what? I said, I know they were cooking meth outside this in the backyard. I fucking know it. She's like, no, they weren't. I was like, yes, they fucking were. I need you to help me find it. And she started looking with me and everything. There was a plastic, like, throw together garage, you know, one of those little Rubbermaid things. I literally popped the top on that, pulled the doors away, searched everything in there, and we looked all over. She's like, see, you're just imagining things. Like, no, I don't think she would have done that. Not with the kids here. And I was like, bullshit. I know she did it. And then I stopped for a second. I let out a big sigh and I kind of cocked my head to the side like I do. And I saw the makeshift container that they had made that contained all the pool toys. Knowing my sister, knowing who she is, knowing what she is, as she's talking, I didn't even hear what she was saying to me. As she's talking, I looked at her straight in the face and I said, they're there. Walked straight over there, pulled all the pool toys out. There it was in the middle of this shit. I confront her about it. She attacks me. I hold her to the ground. Her boyfriend calls the police. I let her up. She immediately gets up, goes to the kitchen, and grabs a knife to attack me with. And I'm supposed to be the one going to jail. I'm sorry, fuck what? But yeah, my charges were dropped in after everything like that because I had found out too. But they were watching her and actually thinking that I was involved as well because I had moved in there with her. My involvement in that household was to help her pay her bills as she went through a divorce. That was it. I went to work, I did my job, I just didn't fuck around with anything. I knew what she was doing, and I told her to keep it away from the house. That was my involvement in it all. Until the moment I found that she actually cooked outside the back door. And I gave you everything you needed. She went and actually flushed evidence that could have actually blown the whole damn thing wide the fuck open. She was allowed to walk away, go to her room, and flush shit down the toilet. I think that's a failure in law enforcement of itself, right? I mean, when they walk in, they can't let somebody just disappear. Who knows? She could have grabbed a gun and came back and shot at him. Failure of cops, right? I point that out, and all of a sudden, I'm the one going to jail. We get to jail, and they're processing and everything, and I was just like, I even asked them, I was like, I got a big bite mark and scratch marks on me and everything and like that, and I was like, hey, do you guys document these marks? And she goes, no. And I looked at her and I laughed a little bit, and I was like, are you seriously telling me I could just sit here and say that all these marks that are on my body were done by you? And there would be no way to prove that I wasn't lying? And then an officer actually grabbed me, like threw his arms up underneath mine, just picked me up, and I just kind of like, all right, put my hands out, did this, threw me into the fucking holding cell where I was still there for another 2 hours before fucking processing. All because I said, so I can make up some shit and get you in trouble? And you're going to fuck yourself up? That's our law enforcement. If they're doing that, I find it hard to respect. But I understand that's not everybody. I understand the failures of the some should not actually equate to the failures of the many, or equate to the actions of the many. This shit, though, there's no excuse for this, and I'm not going to sit here and play nice just because he's an officer.
Recent attacks is a persistent, growing issue over the last 2 decades. Can you elaborate on the historical patterns of attacks against law enforcement your organization has been monitoring?
So we started collecting this data because we recognize the trend in this country. And surprisingly,
I get to let
while
loose,
we track a lot of data in this country, we were not tracking the amount of law enforcement officers or violence towards law enforcement officers. All we knew was certain aspects of that. So we started tracking this data because we knew it was going to show us a pattern. And I want to be clear, you know, I know there's a lot of political charged discussion here, and I expected that, but I'm going to ask you to just recognize, I'm telling you that 2,553 officers have been shot in the last 7 years. That spans 2 administrations. So if we want to try and focus on the fact that politics is doing this, I think we're missing the point, and we're doing a disservice to the people who suit up and show up every single day in communities across this country and do their job. What we're seeing is a number of factors, and that is the dehumanization of law enforcement officers. And this goes over, like I said, 7 years. As a matter of fact, I would argue that if you look at the past 4 years, the numbers were actually higher than a high spike. Not that there were low numbers to start with. So the challenges are much greater, much greater. It has to do with unchecked comments made to dehumanize law enforcement officers that are causing people to act on what they feel is a community built around their own belief system.
I can't agree with you more. I think these political attacks amongst political opponents are putting actual targets on the law enforcement men and women's backs instead of their opponents, and I think people need to. I mean,
motherfuckers are getting
that's
shot
been happening
for it now.
for the last, as you said, 7 years.
I will tell you that my members are both Democrat and Republican, and we're all having the same problem.
As these targeted threats against officers and their families continue to escalate, what measures do you believe law enforcement agencies should prioritize to keep personnel safe on and off duty?
Well, so it's a pretty big question. It could take a while to answer. I'm going to start off in the context of what we have here. I think the first thing we need to do is we need to turn on a rhetoric. We all need to recognize that we all play a part in this. This is on both sides. We need to recognize that there's a real crisis here, and it really is upsetting.
I'll agree, even me.
This is the first hearing we haven't on this in quite some time, but they have quantitative data to show there's a real problem. I'll make a comparison. You know, Congress's responsibility is a lot of things. One of them is to make sure that Americans working in their jobs can do so under safe environments. And I'll give you an example. If there were a cave-in at a coal mine, we would have hearings on the safety of that coal mine, and so you should. What about the 2,533 officers that are shot over 7 years? What more quantitative data do we need? So the first thing we need to do is we all need to turn down a rhetoric, and we need to focus that there is, in fact, a real problem, and stop trying to paint it as one person's problem as opposed to the others, because it is all of our responsibilities to find a solution to it. Turn down a rhetoric. Turn down a rhetoric. Stop dehumanizing law enforcement and recognize that words have consequences. And for people who believe it, they act on those. That would be number one. The second would be pass the Protect and Serve Act. Give the federal government the opportunity, the Department of Justice, to step in under certain circumstances in order to be able to protect the interests of law enforcement officers and their communities with the increase in violence we're seeing.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, ICE enforcement officers and other federal law enforcement partners are working to ensure our nation's laws are being followed. Fortunately, rising anti-police sentiment has compromised officer and agent safety. Can you talk about the impact on federal law enforcement when such strong opposition is encouraged and directed towards officers who are simply enforcing the law?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
again, I asked that question.
I just want to say thank you for all your efforts in enhancing the protection of law
they should know
enforcement
that
officers, state, local, federal. Particularly grateful.
And if they
for all
don't,
your
they should
work
get
in
guidance
leadership
on
in
it.
9/11 health issues and aiding the responders through the World Trade Center health program, which I was there as well, so appreciate all the efforts from
It
you and
was
all the
today
members of the
at the
committee.
same time as the other one. This is about 9
law
o'clock this
enforcement-
morning.
The
Yes.
anti-law enforcement sentiment that is being displayed
I guess I can speed it up though, right?
is very real. It's very impactful. It's impactful on recruitment, retention. It's impactful upon how people do, law enforcement officers do their
I gotta
work.
pee. I'll be right back,
And
though.
it's a matter of, we need to be working together. Everyone up here, all the witnesses has made the comment about both sides working together. I think this is a common issue that we could all be working together on in decreasing the rhetoric on what is happening and protect our officers. Look at ways to protect the officers. It is widespread. We need to make sure we are working together and looking at ways that we could enhance through enhancing laws or coming up with new bills, which is being done. But again, coming together and working together to have this done.
Thank you very much. And we're going to do our best because I think there's going to be a lot of participation today. And I know we ran over a little on the 5 minutes there, but we're going to do our best to stick to 5 minutes, everybody, so everybody has time to speak today. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think any of us here denigrate any law enforcement officer. You put your life on the line every day. But in every occupation, there are standards that you have to adhere to. And you follow them, fine. If you don't, the system addresses whatever that fault is. But I think part of what a lot of us are concerned about is, for instance, Officer Hodge, you recently wrote about the dangers of sending federal law enforcement into American communities wearing masks to hide their identity, wearing no insignia, badges, or name tapes, and driving unmarked cars. You pointed out that the public and other law enforcement officers have no way of knowing that these mystery agents are legally sworn law enforcement officers. Can you please elaborate on why this practice is so dangerous to the public as well as to federal law enforcement officers?
Certainly. I think it's obvious that if masked armed individuals hop out of a nondescript vehicle and attempt to force someone against their will into the vehicle, that looks to anyone like a kidnapping. And as a law enforcement who sees that, I would treat it as a kidnapping until they were able to prove that they had the lawful authority to conduct that detention. It doesn't take
So in other words, you would
much
obstruct.
imagination to see how that could get very bad very quickly. And aside from that, it just erodes, or more than erodes, it destroys trust in between the community and law enforcement, which is paramount.
It destroys trust between community and law enforcement when federal agents are saying on the news, hey, we're going to go into an area, and then they show up in that area and then start grabbing illegals that they are going after. And yes, they are prioritizing those with a criminal record. It is a thing. But they're telling you they're coming. They wind up showing up. And somehow it creates distrust because officers either follow along with the ICE officers or they do nothing and stand by and watch it happen. So if they do nothing and stand by and watch it happen, the citizens that actually live there are going to be like, he was kidnapping people. Why didn't you arrest him? I have no authority to do so. Oh, you're just a shit cop. But if he's going along with it and be like, bitch, this is federal fucking law. I got to do this shit. Oh, you're just a Nazi. I am fucking done with the goddamn, the victimization of you fucking cocksuckers. No, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Literally, shut the fuck up. There are 53 million motherfuckers in this country that shouldn't be here. But because they've been here for some of them, very few of them have been here for a long ass time, everybody gets to stay? I'm sorry. I thought we abolished slavery here in this fucking country. I mean, you motherfuckers use these illegals like slaves. They're your slave labor class. I mean, I've proven that. I don't know what the fuck you actually think is is actually going to happen here, other than the fact that this division was actually brought on for a fucking reason. And that reason is, let's ask every other country that the CIA has upended as far as the reason. We're going to act like it's not happening here, though, right?
We need the community on our side in order to successfully conduct our mission, in order to make headway in so many investigations, because we're not everywhere. We rely on the community to help us, and they rely on us to protect them. So these terrible, terrible practices of incognito officers just doing whatever they feel like. When the president went on the television and said, police officers can do whatever they want now. It's that kind of rhetoric.
He gave them... It's that kind of rhetoric. Saying the police officers can do whatever they want now. It's that kind of rhetoric. It's not the rhetoric of everybody in LA. The moment ICE was caught in a fucking Home Depot parking lot, staging, by the way. They were staging at the Home Depot. And these stupid fucking cocksuckers flipped out because they thought they were raiding the home. What law enforcement agency ever fucking starts gathering their fucking troops for a raid on the building that they're gathering outside of? They gather elsewhere and then come the fuck in. LA popped off thinking that, oh my God, ICE is going after at Home Depot. They're staging in the fucking Home Depot parking lot, and they thought these motherfuckers were going to raid Home Depot. They popped the fuck off. Everybody, all the way from city, county, state, and federal, encouraged motherfuckers to get out in the street and start fighting with police. As soon as that shit happened, every motherfucker was out there on every news wave they could, any social media everywhere saying, get out and fight with police. That rhetoric, though. That rhetoric, I guess we got to deal with. That rhetoric is okay. But saying that these officers who were being targeted, injured, attacked, some of them even shot at, and now we're getting National Guard members killed, if they defend themselves in any way, well, Jesus Christ, that's just the Gestapo tactic, right? Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking bitch ass mouth. You want to cry about that shit? Fine. Do it in another fucking country, faggot. Because that's not American to me. There ain't no way you can call yourself a fucking American sitting there with that pussy ass fucking mouth you have sitting there saying that none of this is right. It's not fucking right that these motherfuckers are living off my fucking dime, is it, faggot? Oh, that's the humane thing to do. Okay, cool. Then do it the correct way. Oh no, it takes too long. It's too costly. So just let them in unchecked? Yeah, that's a great idea. Look what fucking happened. I'm done with you motherfuckers. Shut the fuck up, you pussy-made bitch.
That really just destroys what the institution of law enforcement is supposed to stand for. So yeah, we need to do something different about this.
Well, thank you.
I don't be speaking.
A lot of us
well.
in the Capitol on
I'm
January
on one
6th,
today, dude. I'm just trying to get it all out. So I don't fuck up the stupid play tonight. I want to have some fun.
Most of us did not fathom United States Capitol being
I woke up in a bad
by
mood.
anybody.
And now I'm taking it out on the government.
Over 140 federal law enforcement officers were hurt. Unfortunately,
USAID,
several
via State
succumbed
Department
to
as
some
well
of
as
their
CIA.
injuries later.
Yes.
Tell me your opinion that people who either pled guilty on assaulting law enforcement officers or were found guilty, how do you as a sworn law enforcement officer feel when those individuals get pardoned?
Oh my God.
Pardoning people who attempted to stop the
He's talking about the January 6 people.
transfer of power who assaulted my colleagues and I. It just emboldens them to feel that they can do it again, to feel that they can attack the police again.
You mean like all those
feel
people
that they
you
can
release
act
from
as
prisons
the,
and let
president's personal
go,
militia. And
including
that's
the
not
ones that
just
tried to burn down the White
conjecture,
House?
that's something that actually one of them tried to do. One of them was trying to restart the Oath Keepers and said that we can serve as the president's militia. So there were no lessons learned from so many of them. They're ready to conduct violence again, political violence, violence against police. And
Like the people you're covering for aren't? They're shooting ICE agents, faggot.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now represent the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to your communities. Before I begin, I would like to issue my condolences to the family of Sarah Beckstrom, who passed away just over a week ago as she was patrolling the grounds outside of the White House in what can be described as nothing more than a premeditated attack from the gunman in that case. And also, I want the family of Andrew Wolf to know that our prayers are with him as he tries to recover from the gunshot wound that he suffered. I think that highlights the reason that we're here today. The attack that we saw after this hearing had been announced, but before these witnesses were convened today, of the animosity that we see toward law enforcement. And look, we can point to other incidents. It's not just the attack that we saw in Washington, D.C. Just looking back over the 6 months, we saw on July 4th the attack at the Prairie View ICE detention facility, in which we had an officer who was killed, an officer who was struck in the neck, and we had 9 individuals who have been indicted for their attack on that facility. We know that less than a week later, there was an attack on a U.S. Border Patrol facility in McAllen, Texas. We know that on September 24th, there was an attack at a Dallas facility, an ICE detention center, in which we had 3 detainees who were shot, 2 of which died. And so we have a track record, we have a history of looking and seeing that what we are talking about is extremely important. We have individual acts that can back up the reason for this hearing. Now, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Thompson, and Mr. Yost, each of you in your opening statement and your written statement, you talk about the rhetoric that is being used. I will summarize very quickly, just take out bits and pieces of your testimony. Mr. Hughes, you say that the rise in targeted violence and the corrosive rhetoric directed at public servants have created an atmosphere that jeopardize officer safety and erode public trust. Mr. Thompson, you say violence against law enforcement is rising sharply in record high assaults and officer shooting. This trend is...
J.B. Pritzker claimed the country is becoming Nazi Germany because ICE is grabbing people off the streets and disappearing them. Rep. Jasmine Crockett compared ICE to slave patrols. Rep. Sylvia Garcia referred to ICE agents as thugs. Rep. Delia Ramirez, Rep. Delia Ramirez attacked ICE as a terror force. Rashida Tlaib said ICE is terrorizing our communities and turning our country into a fascist police state and called it a rogue agency. Pramila Jayapal, called ICE agents deranged, accused them of kidnapping, and said the resistance to ICE is inspiring. Governor Tim Walz smeared ICE as the modern-day Gestapo. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson accused ICE of being secret police who are terrorizing our communities. Every single one of these sounds the exact fucking same. It's like marching orders. Rep. Stephen Lynch smeared ICE agents as the Gestapo and nondescript thugs. Rep. Max Frost compared ICE to operations to some of the worst horrors and crimes against humanity in history. Yeah, this had nothing to do with it, right?
Is fueled by growing anti-law enforcement rhetoric. Mr. Yost, you say the same thing. You talk about violent and hateful rhetoric, if left unchallenged, leads to physical violence, and that we have seen it happen on a widespread basis in the profession of law enforcement. And so I want to, for just a second, I want to talk about some of those statements. We can talk about those in abstract, but I want to talk about those and some of the statements that I found in doing a very brief research on this topic. Governor Pritzker claimed the country is becoming Nazi Germany because ICE is grabbing people off the street and disappearing them. Representative Crockett compared ICE to slave patrols. Representative Garcia referred to ICE as thugs. Representative Ramirez attacked ICE as a terror force and later referred to ICE as a terrorist organization. Representative Jayapal called ICE agents deranged and said it is inspiring to obstruct immigration enforcement. Governor Walz smeared ICE agents as modern-day Gestapo. Chicago Mayor Johnson accused secret police of terrorizing our community. Representative Lynch referred to ICE agents as the Gestapo and nondescript thugs, and Representative Frost compared ICE operations to some of the worst horrors and crimes against humanity in history. And so to you, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Thompson, and Mr. Yost, are these the statements that you are referring to? And do these statements, in fact, place law enforcement officers' lives in jeopardy? Do you believe that they place lives in jeopardy? Mr. Hughes? Just yes or no. My time is short.
Mr. Chairman, all statements that are anti-rhetoric against police officers place officers in safety.
Mr. Thompson?
They are.
And Mr. Yost?
Absolutely, these and more. And I will say that you don't get to throw fuel on a fire and curse the very flames that you create.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Hodges, I also read your statement, and there's a statement that you made, the next to last paragraph of your statement. It says, the fact of the matter is that right now in the United States of America, there is a secret police force abducting people on the color of their skin and sending many of them via state-sponsored human trafficking to extraterritorial concentration camps. Mr. Hodges, I will tell you that that is a statement that I find extremely troubling and that I could not disagree with more. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm out of time and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the job. Gentlemen, you have a tough job. My brother just retired from LAPD after 30 years of serving that community. Mr. Hodges, you were there January 6th. So was I. To this day, I will not forget what happened that day. I can't imagine what you think about on a given day. Watching you on that video, knowing what we went through, stuck in that gallery, but you had the physical assault on you. To the families of Sarah Beckstrom and Sergeant Wilk, my prayers are with you, with your families. Difficult times. We pray for you.
Well, then you shouldn't have gone on with your military coup, or with your insurrection with that.
We have a tough job. To bring back trust.
Your rhetoric is?
It's not us versus them.
ICE being shot?
You defend our community, the thin blue line that's there to protect us. Earlier, we talked about the situations I've had back home. Got to make it work again. Back home, we've spent decades trying to bring trust between our communities and public safety, and it actually worked. Let me tell you what's going on right now. Videos on social media, people forced into unmarked cars, agents wearing plain clothes, masks, don't identify themselves. Some of those people that have been apprehended are U.S. citizens. I know. I've talked to them. What's the message that's being sent to our communities, to my community, to my children? Their uncle is a...
You know, they are U.S. citizens. Either A, they are attacking, or B, somewhere along the line, their immigration status was kind of fucky. And I mean that because there was an instance in Florida where a kid was subject to deportation because he wasn't living up to his student visa. He had to go to school. They were marking him absent. He was actually physically there. They kept marking him absent, thus making him in default of the student visa. They came to remove him, found out that the school was just fucking around with his attendance. No fault of his. Okay, have a nice day. How is that ICE agents being horrible? They did their job. How are they to know that the school fucked it up for the kid?
Police officer. What do I tell my children? And just to tell you that I'm not being overdramatic, here's an FBI memo recently issued by the FBI urging ICE agents to identify themselves after a string of impersonators committing crimes. This memo cites 5 cases where criminals impersonating masked agents, kidnapping, robbing, sexual assaults.
Oh yeah,
this
that's
is
gonna
not
happen.
the way you instill trust in our society. Back home in Santa Ana recently,
But it was fine for the rioters to riot all through the summer of love with masks on their face because of COVID, even though the entire point of that was to obstruct their faces, obscure them, so you can't actually totally identify them. But it was okay because of COVID. But now that ICE agents are wearing masks, now it's a problem? Shut the fuck up.
masked ICE agent, plain clothes, pointed a gun at a woman that he claimed was following and recording him. Local Santa Ana PD officer responded to the call. You can imagine what almost happened. A tragic situation. Armed police officer, armed ICE agent. That close to a gunfight. I don't know how this situation.
Well, let's see. You got people out there going around attacking ICE agents, ramming their cars into caravans, shooting ICE agents. I'm sorry, CBP agents. Huh. So somebody being up in their face, yelling and screaming with the camera in their face is being all erratic and acting irrational at that. It would be safe to assume maybe I need my finger at least near the trigger. I mean, if that were me and somebody were doing it to me, you damn sure are right. I'd have already let loose. I'd have emptied the entire mag and said, I didn't know better. Apparently that works in a court of law. Even though seeing this bag, of course it wouldn't. But yes. Anybody would have fucking done it. And the fact that you ain't seen a massive amount of motherfuckers being shot in the streets is massive respect and restraint to these motherfuckers. Because I'd have already unloaded on a lot of them.
It's helping us instill trust between our communities.
By letting them do whatever the fuck they want to do despite the law.
I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to turn to resources. We all talk about making sure you have the resources to protect their communities and make sure you're safe. I have a memo here from my sheriff, Don Barnes, who has been here as a witness, the Republican side. One of the biggest issues he talks about, resources. Fiscal year 2026 budget. Resources that you've asked for. $1 billion in cuts to 40 Department of Justice grant programs. $545 billion in cuts to the FBI. $500 billion cuts to cybersecurity and infrastructure. Another $200 million DEA cuts. Billions of dollars of FEMA funding froze for counterterrorism grants to state locals. Sheriff Barnes tells me the changing environment, the changing threat environment to public safety, and I say to our constituents, demands that we have the resources and we coordinate. Here we're talking us versus them. But when we start cutting resources back from the local public safety officers, trying to coordinate with the feds, I can't imagine how this is good public policy when it comes to protecting our public safety. Mr. Thompson, my last 7 seconds, go ahead.
Mr. Carrera, thank you.
All right, Carrera, I'm going to rag your ass. I gave you props here, but I'm going to rag your ass. During the Summer of Love, you were all out there saying defund the fucking police because they're killing black people. You were fucking saying it. And now you're sitting here saying, oh, no, the funding that we were talking about cutting, now we can't cut that now because it's important. This is the retardation that needs to fucking stop.
And I echo those concerns about resources. We're facing a crisis of recruitment and retention. You can ask any of the gentlemen on my left or my right. It's in every agency across this country. But let's look at what's driving that. It's the rhetoric. No two ways about it. Our research, we just did a national survey on this.
The same motherfuckers that you're talking to now are the same motherfuckers pushing it.
That type of language. I was asked to come today.
And Mr. Thompson, I'm going to have to just keep on time. I'm going to go to the next one, but hopefully.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to submit 2 articles for the record here. The one from the FBI saying no more masked agents to ICE, and the other one from Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes.
That objection.
We'll talk later, sir.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Keene. 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you and your staff, I think this is a really important topic. And, when you're utilizing the stats that talk about the thousands of ambush-style attacks over the last many years targeting law enforcement, it's such a dangerous environment. And it's our culture. For those, people are going to be offended when I say this, but hopefully they'll understand how far the pendulum is swinging. There was a time, not so long ago, where if you had a child that got paddled in high school because they were had disruptive behavior, disrespectful to an authority, the father would say to that person when they got home, I'm giving you some more in terms of a paddling. If the coach gave you a little, then you're going to get a paddling when you get home. And they didn't take the child's defense because they were teaching the young adult the respect of authority. We have a culture now that coddles young adults. That's why teachers are struggling because you can't teach and educate when you're having to deal with behavior in the classroom. So we have to have a cultural reform on this where parents go back to a place where some, for trying to raise their children and operate in more grace, but the pendulum has swung way too far and the respect of authority has been lost at the younger generations, and it is paying dividends in what is being experienced in law enforcement.
Well,
so
fucking
we've got a
said.
cultural problem. And you're talking about the online threats. And I want to hear more if anyone wants to talk about how do we balance the online threats with those who would learn how to target a law enforcement officer trying to intimidate. This is how we move to third world country status. When you no longer have the rule of law, you will have poverty. And that is where we're headed as a country. We are headed towards an impoverished state. I love the statement from a few years ago. Hard times produce strong men produce good times produce weak men, and weak men produce hard times. Apply it to women as well, right? When you go through a struggle, it builds character in you. And we're about to go through a struggle in this country because we're not producing good character traits, from young adults all the way up to the way that plays out 20 and 30 years from now. What do we do in balancing the First Amendment for those that are doxing, sending out personal information, not only for the law enforcement officers, but are also doing this for their children, trying to intimidate and move us to third world country status? Where is the balance? How do we get a hold of that? And I'll just open that up to anybody who wants to talk about. Where do we find constitutionally sound ways to address that? Because you're saying the stats and the data say the encouragement online is why these thousands of assault attempts, officers sitting in vehicles is occurring. So I'll open it up to anybody.
I'll go very briefly. I think Madison's turning in his grave. I think there's an awful lot of twisting of the First Amendment and what free speech means. I think we all need to take a big giant step backwards and reevaluate how that applies. Specifically, the internet has so much value, but it's a dangerous place. It's, we have to recognize that perhaps these are media companies. I know that's probably sacrilege among some on the right, but they have an obligation, and a lot of it is coming straight from social media. Pure and simple.
I'll add just an extension of that is when you look at, we all know the difference between right and wrong. We were raised on it. We know the rule of law. We know what we're supposed to do. We know what's acceptable, what's not. I think the problem we see, and social media has played a big part of that, is it's given excuses of why you can not follow the rule of law. We have blurred the lines of what's the difference between right and wrong, and we validated the ability to be able to.
You got people actually saying that mutilation of children is.
You're right. It's
an
that's our
awesome
challenge.
thing
There
because
has to be some accountability somewhere along the way because if we're doing this
gender-affirming
damage,
care.
when we're not checking this, we're adding fuel to the fire, and there's no question we're seeing the results of it.
Mr. Hughes?
Thank you, Congressman. I would also add, working in the international environment, you can see how other countries do this. When you go too far one way or the other, you see consequences, good or bad, of privacy and speech rights. But what we need to be doing is looking at the social media issues. I think that's a huge part of what's going on, and looking at what laws need to be passed, what the right balance is. And that's what this body can and should be working on as well to help in that arena.
Last question, Mr. Chairman, I'll very quickly. If there is legislation that you're aware of that's floating around out there, please let some of us know that does the balance, because I didn't see that in any of the testimony this morning. Without a yield.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to support law enforcement officers who put themselves in harm's way every day to serve their communities and to keep people safe. And any acts of violence against law enforcement cannot be tolerated. I want to tell you all the story of one police officer from suburban America who is a victim of violence and injustice. This is Officer Radu Bojovic, and he served his community of Hanover Park, Illinois, as a police officer. Like many police officers across the country, he is a legal immigrant. Yet, despite being a legal immigrant, Officer Bojovic was arrested and detained by ICE as part of the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz and locked up for 2 weeks before being released. He was legally authorized to work in the United States. He had a work permit from DHS. He had passed FBI and Illinois State Police criminal background checks when he was hired by the department. Now listen, we all know it is dangerous for police officers out on the street every day. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be a police officer in prison, especially an innocent officer who has done nothing wrong and committed no crime? But this is what you get under the Trump administration, chaos.
So his record was fucked up somewhere along the lines that actually flagged him for deportation? Kind of like that kid in Miami that I was talking about? And somehow, because somebody else fucked up along the way, and now it's a bad thing, right? A bad thing. Oh, did you not care about that fuck up before, sir? Why are you raging out about the fuck up being found now instead of the fuck up being found before it became an issue?
cruelty, innocent people being locked up just to meet Stephen Miller's arbitrary quotas. And this is not an isolated case. Under the Trump administration, ICE has locked up police officers in Arizona and Maine and countless other innocent, hardworking people who have committed no crimes. This is Sejun Park from Hawaii,
except for
an Army
attacking
veteran
ICE
who has lived in the
officers
country
and trying
legally
to obstruct.
for 50 years. He was deployed to Panama in 1989 and shot in the back. He took a bullet for our country. But the Trump administration just deported him to a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7, just because, like many veterans, he previously had struggles with substance abuse that led to some minor drug arrests. He deserves to be honored for his service, not deported. Donna Hughes Brown, a grandmother from Missouri who has lived in the U.S. legally for 48 years, has been in prison since July. She is still there, imprisoned by the Trump administration. She faces deportation. The only crime she committed? Writing 2 bad checks totaling less than $80 10 years ago. Her husband is a combat veteran. They deported a 4-year-old U.S. citizen boy with late-stage cancer, a U.S. citizen who has the right, like all U.S. citizens, to have due process. And his mother did not consent to have him deported, but his rights were ignored by the Trump administration. Listen to me. None of these people were in the country illegally. None of them committed any serious crimes. By the administration's own data, 70% of the people they have detained have no criminal convictions. The Trump administration should be going after.
So, the only way that would have happened is if they did not complete the process altogether and just said, fuck it, and still continued to live in the United States. So the fact that they couldn't commit fully to becoming an American before becoming an American and saying, fuck it, this is too hard, somehow they should be allowed to stay. Oh, they committed no crime. Cool. Come back legally, and we can expedite the process for you to be here. If you've been here that long, I got no problem doing it. Why can't we do that? Oh, you're upending their lives. You're ruining their lives. You are spending hundreds of millions of dollars ruining my life, upending my life to try to save people that you know shouldn't be here in the first fucking place. But because you pick out a handful of all these that have some kind of story that you can twist, because I guarantee you look into this shit, and more than likely, every single one of them is going to be somebody fucked up on some paperwork somewhere. And somehow it's ICE agents' fault because people didn't give a fuck about paperwork. Or they just didn't give a fuck enough to continue the process before they said, fuck this.
Violent criminals, not veterans, not kids with cancer, and not police officers like Officer Bojovic. And while we are on the subject of condemning violence against law enforcement, I want to thank you, Officer Hodges, for your bravery in defending our Capitol against the extremists on January 6th. It is shameful that the Republican leadership of this House still refuses to hang this plaque honoring you and your federal officers for their sacrifice. So I say to my Republican colleagues in the room right now, if you really support law enforcement, talk to Speaker Johnson today. Text him right now. Tell him to hang the plaque. If Officer Hodges could find the courage to risk his life for all of you on January 6th, you can find the courage to stand up to your extreme base and show him and the other officers who served on January 6th the respect that they deserve. And with that, run the video.
Multiple capital injuries. If I give this up, they're going to have to run next year. At least it's capital we can defend. We don't have what we have. I need police support.
It is really interesting that all of the violence that happened on January 6th, not all of it, but 98% of the violence that happened on January 6th happened on the west entrance. While every other entrance into the building, these people were let in and waved in, and some even, one officer said, I don't agree with what you're doing, but I defend your right to do it, or some shit like that. But in everything, every time, it's this. This is where the federal agents were actually inciting people. This crowd. This is where there were at least 200 FBI alone, which is more than Proud Boys and fucking Oath Keepers all together. Huh. This crowd might not have been so big. There were just so many federal agents involved trying to do this. But we don't hear about that anymore. We just see this shit. As a matter of fact, most people don't even know that information actually came the fuck out.
We lost the line. We lost the line. All LTD, step back. All LTD, step back up to the upper deck. Get him up. Get him up. Get him up. Get him up. Hold up. Get him up.
Gentleman's time has expired. And I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this very important hearing. I want you all to know, and please pass this along to all the people that you represent in law enforcement, that we support you, that we believe in you, that we need you, that this is not just something that is lip service, but it's actual. It's an actual heartfelt statement, and I think we've proven that, at least on this side of the aisle, time and again, with legislation that backs that up. The soon-to-be mayor of the city with the largest police department in America, New York City, the socialist mayor-elect Zoran Mandani, has appointed Alex Vital, a vocal police abolition advocate, to his so-called Community Safety Transition Committee. Vital's book, The End of Policing, argues that traditional policing and law enforcement institutions are fundamentally irredeemable and should be dismantled rather than be reformed. Yet another example how the radical left seeks to undermine our institutions in the name of a dystopian ideological experiment. Mr. Thompson, in jurisdictions that are led by elected officials with anti-police agendas, where local governments have undermined policing capacity and allowed crime and violence against officers to rise, do you believe that the Trump administration is taking the right approach by deploying federal law enforcement resources to stabilize these areas?
I do. I believe it's long overdue. I think it's not perfect by any shape of the imagination, sir. And I have read that book, by the way, and I had to put it down after 3/4 of the way. I couldn't finish reading it. It just incensed me. But back to the point. We hear these stories of the failures in law enforcement, and they are minuscule. Last year, there were 250,000 deaths from medical malpractice. I don't hear anybody calling for the elimination of doctors in medicine for medical malpractice. Maybe somebody could show me what's being done on an equal level to that attack. 250,000.
Fair enough.
We need doctors. We need nurses. But we also need civility, and the rule of law has long been the backbone of this country. And it has to be civil, and it has to be fair and transparent, and it has to be sought after for perfection. To quote Lombardi, you seek perfection in the hopes that you get to excellence. Mistakes? Absolutely. When they break the law, let the Justice Department, let your local DA come in and take action.
Well, that's been a problem as well, that many local DAs fail to prosecute violent crimes,
They do.
Which is why we see a rise in violent crime in many cities that are run by elected officials like this. Mr. Hughes, what's the feeling when you hear elected officials and other people talk about doxing law enforcement, or actually doxing law enforcement, or giving their position away? What's the feeling there?
Well, doxing, as we know, has become a huge problem, and is one of the reasons that the face coverings are being used now. It really has opened up a lot of law enforcement and their families to threats, and that is a problem. Think about yourself. If me being a law enforcement officer, or had a child or a spouse who was in law enforcement, and that was going on, that would incense anybody, I think. And would make you think twice about the face coverings as well, as if you had a different opinion, because that could protect it as well with the doxing.
Can you give us the operational reasons that the face coverings are used in addition to the prevention of doxing for their safety or their personal safety of their families?
Well, besides doxing, we used face coverings just for operational purposes, especially when we did execution of warrants and things like that for protection. So that's outside. That would be in a particular operational setting.
Tactics, techniques, and procedures that are designed to keep the officer safe.
Yes.
It's just disgusting to see the destruction and the complete pushback on the rule of law. And whether it's violence that's perpetrated against law enforcement, those that are wearing the uniforms, whether it's doxing, whether it's colleagues who say you don't have to follow orders, you don't have to follow orders of the commander-in-chief. It's a really sad situation that we find ourselves in. We thank you for the work that you do. We thank those that wear the uniform that serve in these dangerous situations, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Golden, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's talk about the rule of law. And let's
'cause
talk
you're a
about what is actually going on in our country with civil immigration enforcement. I want to be very clear and upfront. I was a prosecutor for the Department of Justice for 10 years. I worked alongside law enforcement officers from every federal agency, including the Department of Homeland Security, some of the most patriotic and brave individuals who absolutely represented the very, very best of our country. And frankly, it is that experience that has made me so upset about what we are seeing on the streets of the United States. Mr. Thompson, in your opening statement, you said that these agents wake up, they put on their uniform, they put on their star, and they do their job with civility. The problem is that's not the case. They don't put on a uniform. They don't wear identification. And they go out with masks on to violently, in many cases, arrest unsuspecting immigrants, nonviolent, many of whom are actually here legally.
But it was great when masked citizens were burning down your businesses and your homes because that was the voice of the unheard.
So let's take a look of the other side of the perspective and roll a video, please.
I'm sorry, were you asking me a question?
No, let's roll a video.
Support they need to protect their personal well-being has been a longstanding priority for me and many of my colleagues on this committee.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Why did it backtrack? Oh, did they? Oh, they just stopped not too long ago. They just stopped and everything jumped backwards. All right.
Law. And let's talk about what is actually going on in our country with civil immigration enforcement. I want to be very clear and upfront. I was a prosecutor for the Department of Justice for 10 years. I worked alongside law enforcement officers from every federal agency, including the Department of Homeland Security, some of the most patriotic and brave individuals who absolutely represented the very, very best of our country. And frankly, it is that experience that has made me so upset about what we are seeing on the streets of the United States. Mr. Thompson, in your opening statement, you said that these agents wake up, they put on their uniform, they put on their star, and they do their job with civility. The problem is that's not the case. They don't put on a uniform. They don't wear identification. And they go out with masks on to violently, in many cases, arrest unsuspecting immigrants, nonviolent, many of whom are actually here legally. So let's take a look of the other side of the perspective and roll a video, please.
I'm sorry, were you
That
asking
couldn't
me
have
a
been.
No.
Green
Let's
Live
roll a
6
video.
hours ago. Why did you snap back after 3 hours? Anyway. I was just thinking about it and that just crossed my mind. I was like, no, that can't be right. But anyway.
Striking anyone in their sights, including members of the media, repeatedly.
Damage to his brain from being slammed head.
You know what? I like this one. Hold on.
Striking anyone in their sights, including members of the media, repeatedly.
I like how they use this one. This woman was told repeatedly to back away. She kept backing away, or she kept moving forward to back away from him, and then slowly make her way back to them every fucking time. She was told repeatedly to get the fuck away, and she didn't. There was at one point in time where she was literally within arm's reach of these people as they were telling her to get the fuck away. And she wasn't.
Damage to his brain from being slammed headfirst into the ground.
What am I doing?
Well, stop attacking ICE agents. That one right there, you all fucking cornered him. That was a cornered fucking animal. I'll admit it. You fucking cornered him in that courthouse. You continued to yell in a language that he doesn't know while you were getting up in his fucking face. Am I going to condemn him putting you on the fucking ground for getting up in his face, screaming and yelling and crying in another fucking language, and then you play victim for all that shit? No.
Now, that last clip was from 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan, in my district. The individual, the officer, was immediately suspended when the Department of Homeland Security said that conduct is unacceptable and not representative of ICE. 3 days later, he was reinstated. I referred that case to the United States Attorney's Office, because if we are talking about prosecuting assaults, that's one that seems like it might be prosecuted. We've gotten no word. And the reason why this is dangerous is that force is obviously unnecessary.
I wonder why you got no word. How about that was actual self-defense? Because me, as an American fucking citizen, could still argue that same shit. If a woman gets in my damn face and starts screaming in another fucking language like a goddamn banshee, I don't know what's going on, and I just plow right through her. I don't hit her. I don't punch her. I don't do any bodily fucking harm. Just make sure she's knocked to the fucking ground. Yes, that would be the least possible force used to control the situation, because she became the aggressor when she got into his face and cornered him, yelling and screaming the entire goddamn fucking time. But let's not bring that up, faggot Goldman.
There are no people, no women, no old men, no pellet guns necessary in that, what we saw on those videos. There are circumstances, and let's be very clear, where protesters or others are acting violently, breaking the law. They should be charged. But that does not mean that it gives ICE a license to use excessive force whenever they want. And the problem with these masked, unidentified plainclothes officers is
you can't use excessive force if a whole group of individuals with cameras and everything just started surrounding you while a bitch is yelling a different fucking language right in your fucking face. You can't do anything. You have to cower in fear, because if you do anything, then it's your fucking ass. Never mind the fact that you had a group of motherfuckers that followed and harassed an agent when a bitch was yelling Spanish in his face. You know what? Let's find it. We're going to fucking find it. Here we go. Oh, where's the one before then? Let's get the whole fucking video of it all. They cornered his ass while she was screaming at him in another fucking language. He tried to turn. She put herself back in his fucking face. Am I going to say that was a bad move? It looks bad. Do I agree with what he did? Hey, I think he showed incredible fucking restraint.
Is not just something that you hear from this side of the aisle. It is not something at all you hear from that side of the aisle. But it is something that you hear from the FBI itself and the director, Kash Patel, who wrote a letter to the Department of Homeland Security urging ICE officers to stop walking around with masks, in plain clothes, and unidentified, because numerous crimes are being committed by others, criminals, imitating ICE officers, including in my district, where a man approached a woman, said he was an immigration officer, and then directed her to a nearby stairwell where he punched her, tried to rape her, and stole her phone before she was able to get away.
I thought crime in New York was fucking under control, though, Goldman. I thought you didn't need anybody to help you out, though. Now you got people actually imitating ICE officers in your fucking district going out there trying to rape women and beating them as they imitate ICE officers. I think that's more of a failure of you and your fucking district than that is at the ICE officers themselves or even this administration. Your people felt it so easy to dress up and impersonate federal agents so they could go out beating women and trying to rape them. These weren't the ICE agents doing it. This was your constituents doing it. And you're going to try to make that look bad on ICE? That your constituents were trying to beat and rape women. What?
That is why I've introduced the No Secret Police Act. Our law enforcement agents should not be masked. And we hear about this number, 1,000% of threats now that have been raised. The data shows that there's a 25% increase of charged assaults against law enforcement officers. That is too much. That is not okay. There's obviously a dramatic increase in operations, but we should not have in this country our law enforcement agents walking around in secret using excessive force like that. You all, I know, agree that. We don't need secret police in this country.
But it was okay for Black Lives Matter to walk around in secret, burning everybody's fucking buildings down, and Antifa, burning everybody's houses down, their businesses down, beating people in the streets, killing them, like David Dorn. That was fine. They needed to be masked up because of COVID. But an ICE agent that's actually going out there and putting themselves at risk for motherfuckers like you to shoot them, they can't wear a mask. Because we need to know who our fucking targets are? None of Goldman, none of anything you say makes any fucking sense, dude. You just admitted your fucking constituents are fucking worthless pieces of shit that go around beating and raping women, and you blame it on ICE.
All the criminal law enforcement agents wear masks, as you say, for operational
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
And I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today on how anti-law enforcement rhetoric fuels violence against officers. I want to thank you also to the panel for showing up today. I also want to point out that
not a goddamn one of you fucking nutless Republicans will ever push back.
Mr. Thompson about how these agents, get up every day and they're not putting on uniforms, and then he showed several videos, and I want to point out that 90% of the law enforcement officers in those videos were, in fact, wearing uniforms. Now I want to pivot to you, Mr. Hodges. In your opening testimony today, I want to read through some of the transcript that you provided the committee. You said, "I've been on the receiving end of threats and violence due to the work I've done in the name of the law." Did you say that in your opening testimony?
Yes.
You also said in paragraph 4, law enforcement is predicated on the notion that we are a nation of laws. Did you say that as well in your opening testimony?
Yep.
And then you say on the second page, "The fact of the matter is that right now in the United States of America, there is a secret police force abducting people based on the color of their skin." Did you say that as well?
Yep.
You really believe that?
Yep.
So you don't think that our law enforcement officers are going out and trying to arrest people who are here illegally that are also have been convicted of crimes? You don't think that that's what they're doing?
I think they do that sometimes, sure.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. And it's funny because you say in your testimony that I've been on the receiving end of threats and violence due to the work I've done in the name of the law, yet you're sitting here and you're saying that these law enforcement officers, you're fueling the same rhetoric, and now people are going to come after them for that. Do you agree with that, Mr. Thompson?
100%.
Mr. Hughes? What about you, Mr. Yos?
Absolutely.
Maybe his ass should be held accountable for it then, huh?
I know it's not easy to put on a badge, but I can't believe you would sit here and say that. You would complain about the treatment that you've received because of the work that you've done in the name of the law, and then you have the audacity to come in here and say that these men and women, federal law enforcement officers, are going out there abducting people because of the color of their skin?
Yes.
Yeah, that's rich, and it's pathetic, and you should be ashamed of yourself. It's funny because I got a buddy of mine who doesn't have the same color of skin that I have, who's texting me right now during this hearing, watching you. The guy worked in the Border Patrol for a long time, and he told me, he texted me, that's a slap in the face to all of us who go out there and fight against cartels and criminals each and every day. You're trying to make it about color of skin, And we all know at the end of the day, there are so many law enforcement officers, great law enforcement officers that represent all of our communities that have every color of skin out there. They pray to different gods, and they're just trying to do their job. Do you find that ironic that you're actually doing the same thing that you're complaining about in your opening statement? Is that lost on you, Mr.
But
Hodges?
I'm not, because it's D for different.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't. Immigration and Nationality Act. The Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, gives the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, broad authority over immigration enforcement, detention, and removal. DHS agencies like ICE, CBP, USCIS exercise powers delegated under the INA, including arresting, detaining, interrogating, and removing non-citizens who are in violation of immigration laws. That's exactly what they're doing. They're actually carrying out the laws that we pass in this country. That's pathetic, man. I want to play a video. You guys got my video? Anybody? All right.
Monica MacGyver?
Now, obviously, we're sitting in here talking about rhetoric and how it fuels violence against officers. For you guys that represent so many officers around the country, what do you think it means to people that, you know, are out there watching and listening, watching social media, watching the news, and they see a member of Congress who sits on this committee go out there and behave like that? Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Nothing?
I'm appalled. I'm disappointed. I believe it's beneath the dignity of this body, this committee, and membership to it. And quite honestly, I find it reprehensible, and it's obviously dangerous.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Well, let me step back for a second and say that I think
This is one of the people that was pointed out on that thing, Delia Ramirez. She's always the one saying that we need to send every damn dime we have to Mexico because she came from fucking Mexico. She looks like a goddamn Oompa Loompa. And I'm not even playing.
that today's hearing should be titled, When Badges Become Shields, How Department of Homeland Security Agents' Violations of Our Rights Fuel Distrust and Anger. To suggest that DHS agents are professional law enforcement officers bound by the same oversight and accountability is ridiculous. You see, law enforcement officers, they go through vetting before training. But new ICE recruits are irresponsibly being accelerated from vetting to training and are only dismissed if DHS finds out about the retroactively acts on information about their failed drug tests, about their criminal backgrounds, or other requirements that they have failed.
Didn't y'all abolish, or I'm sorry, defund a lot of the police forces across the country, and when you came back, relax the requirements because you didn't have enough officers to keep up with the crime rate that was going on in your areas? Didn't you do the same thing you're trying to flame ICE agents in this administration for right the fuck now?
Law enforcement officers are required to wear badges. They show their faces and they identify themselves. But DHS agents, they use anonymity to terrorize our communities and to violate our rights. There are mechanisms for law enforcement officers to be held accountable by the public, investigated, and disciplined. And those mechanisms are in place for the safety of the officers and the American people. But DHS agents,
and they should
reject
be
accountability.
used on people like you as well.
Orders, and they violate consent decrees. Bottom line, DHS agents lie. They act with impunity, they reject checks and balances, and they ignore Congress and the courts. The American people's anger and tolerance of DHS violations of our rights, that's what's the result of DHS unlawful, unaccountable, unconstitutional actions, which put the American people and our liberties at risk every day. Let me be very
Ma'am, are we just going to erase the last 4 fucking years? Are we going to erase the fact that FEMA during the North Carolina fucking hurricane shit said don't help anybody that supported fucking Trump? And now you're going to sit here and cry about the same goddamn thing that you were just fucking doing and how it's such horrible. Are you not going to condemn your own fucking worthless, pathetic actions? No, it's D for different, right? And Trump supporters are Nazis, racist Nazis. They're different. They're not human. But you can't dehumanize anybody else. Fuck.
clear. The Department of Homeland Security, you can quote me on that, is the single biggest threat to public safety right now. You see, DHS agents are using chemical weapons, as you've seen already on footage, on protesters and bystanders by at least 49 times across 18 incidents in Chicago and the suburbs since October 1st.
They used chemical weapons. Okay. Tear gas, riot control, things like that. Those chemical fucking weapons wouldn't have been deployed if even you yourself, weren't out there all over social media saying, take to the streets because they're kidnapping you. It wouldn't have fucking been necessary, whore.
U.S. District Court Judge Ellis issued an order forbidding federal agents from using riot control weapons on November 6th. Federal agents used chemical weapons at least 4 times later, including 2 cases where agents appeared to fire pepper spray into a moving car, possibly violating both the injunction and Border Patrol rules restricting chemical weapons used on motorists. Greg Bavino and the DHS claimed that he had been hit by a rock in the head before throwing a tear gas. But thankfully, there was video footage, and the evidence disproves it. And he ultimately admitted he was not hit until after he threw the tear gas. Look, the government alleged that Marimar Martinez used her car to assault and impede federal law enforcement.
That's not what happened.
But then, federal prosecutors themselves filed a motion to dismiss their own case. Why? Because while she didn't assault the agents, they did shoot her 5 times, and then they went on and they bragged about it.
She didn't assault the agents. She just coordinated with 9 other motherfucking people to use their cars as battering rams into a fucking ICE caravan to stop them from abducting people. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing
about it. And you know why rank and file agents think that they're above the law within ICE, within Department of Homeland Security? You know why? Because their leadership, Kristi Noem, they think that they're above the law. DHS leadership lies, they act with impunity, they reject checks and balances, and they ignore Congress and the courts. You know, people keep asking us around the country, why is it that DHS is allowed to behave this way? Well, the truth is that DHS was intentionally established with an overbroad mission and unchecked power. And Republicans, many of them in this room right now, expanded that unaccountable power with a blank check.
Look at that. Axios, Los Angeles Times, and CNN. The worst ones of them all. Axios has been caught lying so many fucking times. Los Angeles Times, well, they've never ever been truthful. Even before Trump was in office, they were always being accused of fabricating evidence. CNN, yeah. I mean, that one speaks for itself, doesn't it? I mean, it really fucking does. You keep using this shit over and over again, and we know full fucking well they're your back pocket. There's something you could say, see, we fabricated this bullshit, and they said something about it. So therefore, it's true. The fuck up.
And unlimited personnel. Why? To terrorize people, to violate their rights, because fear is a point. But nothing that DHS is doing is making us any safer, and Americans are done. We're done. We're seeing through the lie. And
You're
we're
not
saying
American,
enough is enough.
though.
And DHS
You're not
has
one
to be
of
held
us.
accountable, and Congress has a responsibility of oversight. It is why, Chairman, I move to subpoena Gregory Bavino to come before this committee to answer for his actions. Mr. Chair.
We couldn't yell at Elon Musk. Let's yell at Gregory Bavino.
Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11.1, I move that the committee subpoena Gregory Bavino. Also, while you're doing that, I'd like to also enter into the record a letter demanding that Kristi Noem resign, and it's an updated letter for December 3rd.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Without objection, letter is admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the previous motion by Mr. Ramirez.
Gentleman moves to table the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Committee will suspend while the clerk prepares the roll.
All because her pussy got hurt because of things that she actually fucking started in her own area. Fast forward through this goddamn dumb shit. Look at this. Look at this. because she wants to scream at somebody, you put off this entire hearing for 15 minutes?
The clerk will call the roll.
This is beyond fucking pathetic. We know it's not going to work. We know it's not going to fucking happen.
Mr. Guest
You can't just subpoena somebody so you can come in here and scream like a fucking banshee at them about lies that you created in your own head.
Green.
It's not how it fucking works.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Aye. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Aye. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Aye. Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Aye. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Mrs. Biggs. Mrs. Biggs votes aye. Mr. Evans. Aye. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. McKenzie. Aye. Mr. McKenzie votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes nay. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Canadar. Mr. Magaziner.
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Ramirez.
No.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Kennedy votes no.
I'd have laughed my
Mrs.
ass
McIver.
off if that dumb bitch actually
Mrs.
said
McIver
yes.
votes no. Miss Johnson.
No.
Miss Johnson votes no. Mr. Hernandez.
No.
Mr. Hernandez votes no. Miss Poe.
No.
Miss Poe votes no. Mr. Walkinshaw.
No.
Mr. Walkinshaw votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Green of Texas.
Green of Texas votes no.
Mr. Green of Texas votes no.
Are there any members who have not been recorded that want you to vote? Clerk, how am I recorded?
The chairman has not yet been recorded.
The chairman votes aye.
Chairman Garbarino votes aye.
Report to tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 12 noes.
Motion is agreed to, and motion to table is agreed to.
Wow, that was actually pretty fucking close to that shit, though.
If now is a good time.
Gentlemen, UC request?
Yes. I'd like to introduce a December 2nd article from the Los Angeles Times entitled "Tax on ICE Up 1,000%. Trump Administration Claim Not Backed Up by Court Records." And I have one more as well. It's an NPR article. White House claims more than 1,000% rise in assaults on ICE agents. Data says otherwise.
Without objection.
Huh?
Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, is now recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Wait. So you trying to say that getting shot in the neck, ambushes over and over and over and over and over again, these rocks being thrown, these motherfuckers that are out there now assassinating National Guard members, like none of this is happening. None of this is happening because articles say so. Never mind the fact that these same outlets are the ones that are reporting these incidents for us to know about. But none of this is happening because those same fucking outlets are saying, yeah, it's not real.
Mr. Chairman, and to the witnesses, this is about the rhetoric
denying her subpoenaing Greg
against law
Bavino
enforcement,
so she can
of
fucking
violence against law
she
enforcement.
can scream about how her,
This
her
isn't
bloody
about
pussy's hurting.
ICE. This isn't about deportations.
That's all it is. It's a minstrel show for
Secretary
her.
doing her job, securing the border and deporting those who are here illegally. Mr. Yos, looking at your testimony, it was 2023 that we hit a record number of shootings, 378 against law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 46 killed and 118 ambush attacks.
And that was before President Trump was in office.
Yes, sir. This issue has far more to do with politics. This spans over 7 years of quantitative data, and that's only since we've been recording. It's been before that. This has been growing, something that we need to address.
And then one of my colleagues on the other side had the audacity to claim that Homeland Security was the biggest threat to our country and to our safety. That pisses me off. That is reckless. That is dangerous.
That pisses me off. I yield back.
Our border was wide open.
Bullet theater.
The Biden administration was allowing us to be invaded by murderers, rapists, drug traffickers, child traffickers. And if an ICE agent needs to wear a mask to protect his or her family, then so be it. Everyone who's here illegally, in my book, should be deported.
Yes.
Mask or no mask. They're here in violation of the law.
Yes.
But my colleagues on the other side, with their dangerous and feckless comments, fail to acknowledge the fact that our country is more secure today than it was previously. In fact, if you look at the trend lines for shootings against officers, they're down compared to 2023, and praise the Lord, and hopefully it will remain. Mr. Hughes, you wrote the federal agents are now relocating their families, altering daily routines, and reducing their public presence because of targeted harassment. That is extraordinary. Agents having to uproot their families, literally having to change routines because of rhetoric, because of dangerous comments. Look, it's a tough job. I come from a family of cops. My granddad retired from Nashville PD before it was actually Metro. My uncle was a cop. My cousin was a cop. I had the privilege of serving the sheriff's department for 2 years before I went into politics. It's a tough job. Every day you put your life on the line. My very first call was an Army Ranger with PTSD who had a knife. Fortunately, I was able to put a countertop between myself until, quite frankly, more experienced officers were able to arrive and talk him down, and he put down the knife, and we got him help. Every day, you put yourself in harm's way. And so what we should be doing is thanking our men and women in blue, our first responders, for doing a tough job. Mr. Hughes, I have a list of questions, but I'm going to give you
Only
the floor
if
for a
they do
moment.
that job
to
correctly,
talk
though.
about
I'm
how
not going to
dangerous
give them
the current
coverage just
state
because.
is because of politics and because of irresponsible comments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that, quite frankly, are putting your lives in danger.
Thank you, Congressman.
Not
Thank you for your service
vilifying.
as a police
Yes.
officer. And those who are police officers, we understand. And what do we say at the when we're thanked for things? Usually, I'm just doing my job. And those of us who aren't police officers, we know somebody or have family members, and we want them to be protected, our family to be protected, our mothers, fathers, spouses, children. And when we get the anti-law enforcement rhetoric fueling the violence, that's unacceptable. And I think that we could all agree on that basic premise that any anti-law enforcement rhetoric should be bad because we are the ones that are out there enforcing the laws that Congress makes, and the laws that are on the books. And we are charged with abiding by the rule of law and executing our duties and our oath to uphold the rule of law. And we are just in an environment that is so toxic we need to get back to.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to take a moment to thank our witnesses for their service. Each of you has answered a call to protect your communities, oftentimes at risk of your own life. And to that, we owe you a debt of gratitude. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Officer Hodges for his heroic actions on January 6th, defending the very Capitol complex that we're currently sitting in. Thank you for being here.
Not really.
For your defense of our nation and our liberty.
I feel better, though.
And for being there on that dark day and for speaking out about it since. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the tragic shooting of 2 National Guard members last week, Sarah Beckstrom and Andrew Wolf. Our hearts are broken and our nation is grieving. My heart is with Army Special Beckstrom's family during this devastating time of loss, and I'm praying for Staff Sergeant Wolf as he recovers from the senseless act. Every day, law enforcement officers willingly and heroically place their lives and their families' futures at risk. They keep our communities safe, promote the regular flow of people and goods, and protect the public from the dangers of everything from gun violence to acts of terrorism, working best when they're closely intertwined and connected with the communities and people they serve. Let me be very clear. Any violence, including attacks against our state, local, and federal law enforcement officers, cannot and will not be tolerated. In my district, a mass shooting on May 14th, 2022 by a white supremacist, racist terrorist killed 10 New Yorkers, including Lieutenant Aaron Salter Jr., a retired 30-year veteran of the Buffalo Police Department who made the ultimate sacrifice defending our community. My community is just one of many that have lost dedicated public servants in the line of duty. Across administrations, we've seen an uptick in both the number of officers who've experienced assault while on the job, as well as those brave souls who've tragically been killed. However, what's changed with this administration is the escalation by President Trump himself, creating dangerous, even lethal situations for both law enforcement officers and the people they protect. Democrats have warned time and time again of the dangers of this violent rhetoric, coming from a president who picks and chooses when to support officers based on whether or not it suits him. If it's to terrorize communities and detain American citizens, this president throws his full weight behind law enforcement. But if it's to prevent the toppling of the world's greatest democracy and the safety of our citizens, this president stands behind insurrectionists and even pardons convicted drug lords and other convicted criminals, rather than standing behind the brave law enforcement officers protecting our communities in the peaceful transfer of power. Furthermore, President Trump is defunding the police, systematically undermining public safety as we know it. And while he's making inflammatory statements insinuating the need to execute members of Congress,
had a long-ass
he's canceling counterterrorism grant programs designed to support state and local police, unleashing unnecessary and violent ICE raids in peaceful
like an hour and a half, and we
in
didn't even make
residential
it through
neighborhoods,
opening statements.
degrading and neglecting critical Homeland security missions, proposing to slash budgets for the FBI, ATF, and DEA, and has done nothing to combat the scourge of guns on our streets that injure officers every single day. Taken as a whole, Trump's inflammatory rhetoric, his own unwillingness to follow the law, and his failed policies undermine officer safety and threaten the very communities they protect and serve. Officer Hodges, you defended the Capitol on January 6th and suffered severe injuries at the hands of an individual who's now free thanks to President Trump's pardon. What kind of message is the president sending to individuals looking to carry out violence against law enforcement personnel?
Pardoning people who assaulted myself and my colleagues who attacked the Capitol tells them that they can do it again, that they can do it with impunity, that they will face no repercussions for their actions. And unfortunately, that message is received loud and clear.
My time is up. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. You know, this committee used to be a committee that would talk about policy, and now I feel like all we do is talk about politics. There's enough politics in this town. I'm going to use my time to talk about some policy. In the city of San Antonio, just recently, ICE, the ICE facility there, had a package delivered with white substance, right, as an intimidation factor to try to bully ICE to not do their job. I think it's absolutely sickening, and it's ultimately dangerous. My question to you, Mr. Hughes, what can we do to continue to support ICE agents, whether it's, in particularly ICE agents? Is there anything we can do as lawmakers to show that we support the rule of law?
Thank you, Congressman. Look, the polarization you referred to is just unprecedented, and we're in really a hard time right now where we really need to bring it back and really look for answers together. That said, there are many recommendations that we made, FLIOA made, in looking at enhancing 18 U.S.C. 111 or 18 U.S.C. 912, other bipartisan bills like Protect and Serve Act, Back to Blue, and Blue Shield Privacy Act. We need to be looking together, a bipartisan way, to come up with protections for ICE and others so that they can do their jobs in an effective way in protecting us and defending the rule of law.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And I agree with you. We need to tone down the rhetoric and we need to bring more solutions to help things. If you have policy discussions, let's have those policy discussions, but let's not blame the men and women that are executing the policy that we're making here in Congress. My next question is for Mr. Thompson. Sheriffs. I love my sheriffs. They run things in my district, right? Sheriffs like Ronnie Dotson and Thad Cleveland out in West Texas, Randy Brown, Paula Sheriff, if you're ever meeting your life, just doing amazing stuff. I've done a lot of ride-alongs with these sheriffs. I mean, they're on the front lines. I view them as frontline leaders. My question for you is on these task forces. I'm a big fan of task forces. I think the anti-gang and anti-terrorism task force, often led by DHS or FBI. I think those work. I've spent a lot of money, or spent a lot of time and energy making sure that those work. In your opinion, what is your thoughts on these anti-gang terrorism or task forces and the role that sheriffs should be playing?
Thank you for the question, sir. I appreciate it. Two thoughts. One, task forces have been around for decades. They go back to organized crime days of the 30s and even further back in many ways. They are around because they do work. It brings together a team approach, a holistic approach to responding to either perceived crime, actual crime, or the recovery from crime. So they do work, and they have that. I want to make one point. Crime in this country is
Jonah's not
more
wrong.
sophisticated than it's ever been. The cartels have more money, more time, more interest in doing what they do. That's why, in my estimation, I think the president did do the right thing by designating the cartels as terrorist groups. The point I'm making, though, is that for this committee especially, I think we all need to recognize that with the sophistication and the breadth and absolute indoctrination into our country of these cartels, we have to do things differently. We have to do them vastly different. We need a greater sense of urgency on cybersecurity. You saw that in my testimony. We need to invest in that, especially in these smaller agencies. Number two, I think we have to recognize that with these task forces are going to come some pains, some growing pains and some changes. So we all have to recognize, and I'm hearing that from all of my sheriffs, is that we need to be helpful, whether it's a small agency in the rural part of the country or a large agency. We're going to have to be a little bit more flexible as we look at things.
Wonderful, thank you. And I couldn't agree more. When local, state, and federal agencies are coming together, that's exactly how we tackle this problem. In my last 30 seconds, this is for Mr. Yos. You mentioned in your testimony, as of November, the end of November, 314 officers have been killed in the line of duty. I'm from San Antonio. I represent a very large district that goes all the way to El Paso, but I was shocked that my police officers in San Antonio do not have bulletproof vehicles. Zero. There's zero bulletproof vehicles. And when I tried to help them get bulletproof vehicles, it was liberal mayors and liberal city councils that prevented that from happening. My question is this. I have a bill that helps local law enforcement officers get bulletproof glass vehicles. Do you think that would help keep our police officers safe?
Absolutely, not just ballistic glass, but there's also ballistic panels that could be put in a vehicle as well. And I'll just contrast it to, cities have a number of employees. They do a number of different functions, and we don't hesitate to provide safety benefits, safety material for other employees to make their job safe. Law enforcement officers have inherently a very unsafe job because let's just be honest. There are people in society that many would like to think don't exist, and we deal with them. And so giving us the tools necessary to do our job and go home to end our families, that's 2,553 families that have been shot. And let me tell you, the numbers are staggering on how many were killed. But what's even more staggering is this is lives that have been changed. Medicine, ballistic.
The fact that police would actually even need that should be a bigger problem. But okay.
Equipment, trauma response, these things have brought these numbers down. So gladly and luckily, we've been able to save a lot of lives. But that doesn't mean they're not trying to kill us.
Thank you again, gentlemen, for your service. And thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member and to our witnesses for joining us today. Thank you for serving our communities. Specifically to you, Mr. Hodges, I am just in awe to see you here today, and I want to thank you for your service, specifically for
Yes, this is LaMonica MacGyver. This is a woman who's, I think her charges were dismissed because she attacked a fucking federal agent. Still on a Homeland Security fucking committee talking about threats and violence against police officers. This bitch assaulted a police officer and she's still in Congress.
protecting this very institution. It's unfortunate that Mr. Crane had to run out of here for my comments, but I want to apologize to you for his comments, because for him to have the audacity to be disrespectful to you, giving your honorable service to protecting this very body, is a shame. Republicans only have respect for law enforcement that supports their political agenda. That is a given here that we see all the time. There's no shocker to anyone on this committee, and definitely no shocker to me, that yet another hearing, I live rent-free space in Mr. Crane's head over and over again, while he's obsessing about me doing my job of oversight, while he continues to fail to do his job to service the people of Arizona, while there's a detention center that had deaths there, and yet to this day, Mr. Crane refuses to have oversight and go there and visit that detention center, but steady worrying about me here doing my job, then using the power that his constituents have given him by electing him to do his job. Before I begin into my comments about this specific hearing, I want to take a moment to honor the National Guard officer who tragically lost her life in the horrific.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you are right. Hers is still active. The what was that? There was another one. Not that attacked a federal agent, but no. No, I'm confusing multiple things with one different incident. Never mind. I fucked up.
Shooting last week, and to extend my prayers to the guardsman who is still fighting for his life. Their bravery reminds us of the tremendous risk our service members take every single day. We have all seen the National Guard deployed into communities not to support law enforcement missions, but to wander down residential streets, help with yard work just outside the Capitol, or simply serve as a political scenery. Now 500 more guardsmen are being sent into Washington, D.C. because this administration is choosing optics over strategy and politics over safety. These people should not be placed in harm's way to serve as props in the president's twisted agenda. But my colleagues across the aisle didn't call this hearing to talk about solutions. They aren't interested in those. What they are trying to do is point fingers so they can deflect blame. They want to convince the American people that Democratic rhetoric is the issue. It is not Democrats who are praising, let alone pardoning, people who stormed this very Capitol complex to beat police officers and hunt down elected officials. It is Donald Trump who pardoned more than 1,500 January 6 rioters. I hope we can all agree, as we keep saying out of our mouths here, that any form of violence is unacceptable. Show me.
Except the ones that we did for an entire goddamn summer and still do today, as there are remnants of the fucking summer of love still popping the fuck off. You know, there are Chaz Chop areas that still exist even to this day. Yeah. We don't talk about them, but they're there. But no, that's all good because it was all done in our name. What we wanted. That's fine. They're patriotic. Is somebody actually standing up for the morals and actual law of this country? Aha. You're an insurrectionist. How is this not levying war on you then? Still need that question asked.
Say it. Gun violence continues to threaten our communities and the officers sworn to protect them, and we should be focused on real solutions rooted in public safety. But I do not want to hear selective, phony outrage about rhetoric from people who only sometimes, when it's beneficial to them, want to protect law enforcement. Let's not forget, as violence threats surged across this country, the Trump administration froze billions of dollars to counterterrorism and nonprofit security grant funds. The very money meant to protect synagogues, mosques, churches, and even HBCUs and other community institutions. Republicans stood by silently as their own administration stripped away critical protections from grantees they now claim to care about. So when Republicans sit here today and try to lecture anyone about supporting the rule of law and those who work to uphold it, the hypocrisy is alarming. They have repeatedly proposed cuts to the very agencies that keep officers and communities safe. They have embraced violent rhetoric from their leader, rhetoric that includes open calls for the murder of political opponents. They have abandoned the officers who defended this Capitol on January 6th and instead wrapped their arms around the people who attacked them. In Newark, my district.
Well, you stupid cum dumpster gutter slut. Here's the actual fucking proof. Or here's the actual fucking truth about it. You dumb cunt. We know you fucking set it up to make him look bad so you can scream, insurrection, and make sure that he never fucking held office again because you can't beat him at the polls without fucking cheating. And that's what the whole goddamn thing was about, you stupid fucking cunt. You cocksuckers have been fucking with elections for a long ass fucking time. And it's just now being noticed because it seems a little bit fucking fishy. How everything was just going all so swimmingly fucking well, and then all of a sudden, Joe Biden wins in the middle of the fucking night. And you tried to do it again with fucking Kamala Harris. You thought that was going to be something. You sat there even for, what was it? California didn't even report in till like a month and a half after the fucking, the election night. Because they thought they were going to find enough votes to put her over the fucking lead. You're going to find 5 million fucking votes in the state of California? Wouldn't that be a little bit fucky? We've proven it. HAVV data. Yes, that fucking, that executive order. 14019. Yes, that has been rescinded. I didn't realize it's been rescinded since the beginning of this year. If that is the case, then why is the HAVV data still looking so goddamn fucked up? Because there ain't no way 5,000 people in my state tried to register to vote for the very first time in their life using the last 4 digits of their social security number and last name, and over 3,000 of those 5,000 were dead. No way. No fucking way. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some crazy dude on the internet who's just lost his fucking mind over the absolute retardation of every single motherfucker here who, not here, but every single motherfucker on this planet who sits there and tries to ignore this shit. Because their side did it. But if Republicans did it, you're goddamn right, I'd be raging the fuck out about Republicans doing the same shit right now. But did they do it? Fuck no. It was Democrats. And what did we get? A fucking destroyed country in 4 goddamn years. That we're still even trying to sift through the fucking rubble of.
Violent crime has gone down by 23% because we
fucking
invested
done
in
with
real
these
community-based intervention, trauma-informed crisis
My
response,
life is
and
not
real
a game
community
to you,
policing. When we talk about
unless
real
your
action,
life
we
is a
see
game
real
to me.
results. On the other hand,
And if you
political
got a
stunts,
problem with me
military
saying
deployment
that,
on American
too
city
fucking
streets,
bad.
mass ICE agents tearing through communities, these things make us unsafe. In my district, we choose trust over
Your
terror,
mother
partnership
choosing
over
to fucking
provocation,
not
and the
abort
results
your
speaks for
fucking
themselves.
dumbass.
So let's do some real work on this committee, and let's leave here with some solutions, not just comments and statements every week. With that,
Okay, let's leave some solutions. I guess we can just put our hands on everybody and get away with it, right? Because we're members of Congress. So can a member of Congress just straight up jack your fucking jaw as hard as they want to and get away with it because they're a member of Congress? No? Then why the fuck do you get away with it from ICE agents then, whore? Because let's be honest, you and, what's the dude's name? That son. Goddamn, whose son was that again? Somebody's fucking child. We're there. You fucking assaulted ICE agents, whore. And there was no goddamn reason to because you already had people inside touring the facility. But because your hurt pussy didn't get in enough and your name isn't big enough for you to just walk the fuck in, you decided to assault people to get the fuck in. But we can't hold you to account because it's D for fucking different, right? Fucking done with them. I'm done with them all. This bitch deserves to rot in fucking prison just as much as she's sitting there saying that January 6 people need to rot in fucking prison. She has done this shit. She is guilty of the same shit she's sitting here saying we shouldn't be doing right now. And then blaming the other side for the shit she's fucking done. When do we hold these motherfuckers to account? Because they're not going to do it for themselves. And voting obviously doesn't fucking work because if it did, we wouldn't have these people here.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for
And now
being here
you're going
today.
to
Our brave
fucking
law enforcement
embarrass the
officers put
fuck
their
out of
lives
me,
on
ain't
the line
you,
every
Ghost
day to
Frog?
uphold our laws and protect Americans. We deserve every tool and protection necessary to carry out their mission safely and effectively without fear of being targeted simply for doing their job. Mr. Hughes, DHS has reported an 8,000% increase in threats, doxing, and direct attacks against federal law enforcement. In Alabama, we felt the impact of rising violence. We've lost dedicated law enforcement officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. What do you think is driving this escalation, and how has it changed the way officers approach their daily duties?
Thank you, Congressman. What is really alarming, I think, to a lot of us is the normalization of this anti-rhetoric. We have to understand that police officers are enforcing the laws. They're enforcing the laws that this body makes and that the elected officials make. And when we have that anti-rhetoric on law enforcement officers, it just fuels the fire. A lot of it's social media. We see social media that puts out information that isn't necessarily true all the time, and it just fuels the flames. And it makes the violence against police officers seem normal. It's
And
not
both
right.
sides
It's
that
against
gets
the
you.
law,
That
and
shit
we
too,
need to do
yes.
something about it.
Thank you. I want to shift briefly to the intelligence side of this because when we see coordinated ambushes and targeted attacks, it raises serious questions about prevention. Mr. Hughes, are there specific intelligence sharing gaps between federal, state, and local agencies that make it harder to detect or prevent coordinated attacks against officers?
You know, after 9/11, we're supposed to really be filling these gaps with intelligence and sharing of information. But we need more. We need better sharing of information. We need to be sharing information, federal, state, local, tribal, territorial, to make sure that all law enforcement has the information to make informed decisions. That's what you all do. That's what we need to do as well. If we are missing pieces of information, that will affect the operational effectiveness.
Thank you. Turning to our state and local partners, we're hearing that this isn't just a federal challenge. It's hitting sheriff's deputies, local police across the country. Mr. Thompson, are you seeing a measurable recruitment or retention impact at the local level as a result of these threats and the more hostile talks around policing?
We are indeed. I know of several agencies, sheriff's offices, PDs as well, that are short bodies in the neighborhood of 40, 45%, some even higher. Let's remember, smaller agencies are always even more difficultly confronted with these challenges. You have 10 deputies and you lose 3 people. The time to replace those it's months to get that done. It's happening on an increased pace. We're seeing it slow a bit, but it's still very, very bad.
I speak from a firsthand knowledge. I served 26 years in local government. I was the chairman of the Madison County Commission. And I can tell you this right here, what we did to solve some of these problems was we doubled the size of law enforcement in our county. It made a substantial difference. I know that Representative Gonzalez mentioned about bulletproof vehicles.
I'll admit
I bought
that.
2
Yes,
what
you
are
did.
known as Bearcats for our community. And I can tell you this right here. It worked for our sheriff's department. It will work for other law enforcement throughout this country. It is a very good investment to save lives. Rather than having to go through a door, you got the ability to use less than lethal options by using tear gas inside that, make them come out, and it works. You start looking at all the different things that you do, and these working together is what makes law enforcement safer. But I will say another area I'm concerned about is the way technology is now weaponizing against law enforcement, not just against officers themselves, but also against their families. We're seeing unauthorized tracking tools and online platforms that publicize officers' location in real time. On top of that, we've seen officers' home addresses, their children's school locations, and even family photos posted online in coordination with doxing campaigns.
Shut up. I had to refresh a page and it was
My
talking
question
to
to
me.
you is, are you seeing that at each of your levels? I'll start with you, Mr. Thompson.
We are seeing it. It's a exponential growth, and the public release of privileged information. Law enforcement PII is considered privileged information in nearly every state, but nevertheless, we're seeing it. It's growing radically, and it's having a devastating effect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the young lady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by echoing the sentiments of my colleagues that violence is never the answer and that we all must hold our own accountable. And we're here today to discuss how violent actions and rhetoric fuels the problems that we're having in this country. And I want to respond to a couple things because
who the hell are you?
What is striking me is this incredible hypocrisy of this conversation, which is no one in this committee, no one in this Congress condones violence against our law enforcement. No one. At all. And any insinuation that we are encouraging violence against law enforcement is just outrageous and should not be tolerated. But I think what we're also seeing here is a silence of people who are refusing to criticize ICE agents in particular, who are going outside of their authority and abusing their power in a violent way against American citizens.
What the fuck are you going on about?
There is silence on the condemnation of that. I haven't heard anyone in this panel, except for maybe Officer Hodges, criticize that. I think part of the problem is, I am a big fan of Dallas Police Department.
Part of the problem is you need to make some goddamn sense.
I'm so supportive of them, and I agree with the comments that we need to double down to keep our law enforcement safe. It is outrageous to me, this indignation that we're having by Republicans who have voted to consistently defund efforts that keep officers safe, as many of my colleagues.
What efforts? What efforts did they defund? Excuse me.
I have worked closely with them. I'm so supportive of them. And I agree with the comments that we need to double down to keep our law enforcement safe. It is outrageous to me, this indignation that we're having by Republicans who have voted to consistently defund efforts that keep officers safe.
I'll give you a chance to explain, but bet you won't.
As many of my colleagues have pointed out. And addressing gun violence, for example.
Okay, let's give you your shot.
More officers are killed in gun violence and mass shootings that have nothing to do with a predisposition against ICE. But yet we're not talking about that. But that is a direct threat to the safety of law enforcement. And what we see here, though, is...
So your answer to law enforcement having to deal with the worst of us is to take the guns away from the law-abiding citizens because criminals shoot cops. I need to take your gun away because somebody on the other side of town shot a cop. And now you're a risk. You're the threat because you have a gun. When does this stop? When does the retardation stop? Oh, it won't? Fuck my life.
We have bad cops, and we have bad ICE agents. And right now, the American public has a laser focus on some of these ICE agents who are exercising their authority and their power in a very abusive and uncontrolled way.
How?
I was going to offer a video today of a gentleman who is an American citizen who's 79 years old, whose business was targeted in a raid, and he was trying to show the valid papers of his employees. Instead, he was tackled and ramshackled to the ground in a very violent way, fracturing his ribs, giving him a brain injury, as an American citizen who did not one thing wrong. And I think what we're really missing here in this conversation is that ICE agents are frequently acting with a lack of probable cause, to the point of, I think, one of the...
So apparently, from what you're trying to depict, is this man was, hey, everybody, how you doing? I think this is a mix-up. Look, they have paper. Why does he have their paperwork, number one, but they have paperwork. They're supposed to be here. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker, and just body slam? Just tackle the dude to the ground, just rough it? I mean, if this was under your administration, I'd say maybe there is some validity to it. But you also think that a woman getting up in the face of an ICE agent and not moving, even when he tries to turn to avoid the situation, she gets right back up in his fucking face, screaming at the top of her lungs in another fucking language, him barreling through her because he felt cornered and trapped by everybody with cameras and everything on him. Oh, that's a problem, right? Shut your fucking cocksucker. What the goddamn fuck is your problem? Oh, that's right. You're just a fucking liberal pussy hurt bitch that can never admit you are the fucking problem in America. You are the mistake that should have been aborted. Your mother failed humanity when she didn't take it in the ass the day you were conceived. At least we wouldn't have to put up with your retardation, and that stupid cunt wouldn't have to fucking regret half her fucking life raising such a retarded, worthless sack of shit that has the audacity to call itself human.
Conversations that you said, Mr. Hodges, is that when you erode the rule of law, you erode the confidence in law enforcement. And we've had a complete erosion of the enforcement of probable cause for law enforcement to engage in an arrest and to engage in an activity and an experience with a member of the public. And that is a problem. And we have to address that too. And what you're seeing is a public outcry and an outrage. And maybe Gestapo is not the right word, maybe Nazi is not the right word, but you have to acknowledge that there is a pulse of the American people right now that are scared and they're terrified because we have...
Well, bitch, if you weren't calling them Gestapo and Nazis and they're marching through the streets and they're just gonna fucking kill you because they're all white and you're not. If you never would have fucking done that shit, would there have been that fucking fear? If your pussy would have never flopped in the fucking wind because you got hurt over something, some fucking thing caused a goddamn giant wild hair to grow in your fucking asshole and vaginosis popped up from it, if that never were to fucking happen, would we be here today, whore? No? Then why the fuck are you still talking?
Members of our law enforcement community who are there to protect, serve and protect, who are instead harassing and intimidating, and they're not being reined in by their own agency. And that has to be part of this discussion.
They have to be reined in because they're
And
being
because
attacked
until
just
then,
for
it's all of it.
fucking
The
existing.
violence is unacceptable.
Yeah, they
We
have
should
to
never
be
tolerate
reined in
doxing.
while
We should
people
never
attack
tolerate,
them. Shut the
assault on
fuck up.
any of our men and women who bravely serve. But at the same time, we can't also allow the rogueness of some of these members who have let this power go too far and abuse.
But we can allow you fascist fucking assholes to sit there and attack and kill fucking ICE agents just because you told them fucking to. We can allow that, but we can't allow them to do their fucking job. Because if they do their job, then it causes problems and it puts them at risk for motherfuckers to go out and try to fucking ambush and kill CBP and ICE agents daily now. This fake fucking outrage that you're showing is what pisses me off. What's enraging me to the point to where I say these fucking things. You know goddamn well, whore, it is your fucking fault we are here. And you're sitting here trying to blame everybody else for your goddamn failure at being a human being, let alone a fucking politician. We are here because of you. And you blame everybody else for your treasonous fucking acts against America. Y'all wonder why I am the way that I fucking am. It's this shit right here. Your fucking party sat there and purposely burnt the country for 4 fucking years. Attacked the fucking White House and then 7 months later, oh, they insurrected. You tried to assassinate the White House, the fucking president of the United States while he was in the White House. And we're supposed to look past that fact. That's fine, because it was Diaper Don. It was Bunker Boy. Come on. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If we do not see some fucking treason charges, I want to march on fucking Washington, D.C. I really want to fucking Kazakhstan this bitch. Left, right, and goddamn center. I'm all fucking for it. You're going to let these motherfuckers get away with this shit. And oh well, I tried. Move on to the next fucking dumbass task. Instead of doing what needs to be done to stop this fucking real insurrection going on in our country. With the Democrat Party trying to overthrow this fucking government? No, you won't do a fucking thing about that, will you, bitch?
It. And that has to be part of this conversation. And unfortunately, I'm out of time, and I must go back.
Your mother's out of time.
The gentlelady from
Your
South
father was
Carolina.
out of time. That's why he went for the milk and never came
Thank
back.
you for holding this hearing, Chairman Garbarino. And thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I'm deeply
I don't know if
saddened
that's
by
true.
the
I'm just gonna
attack
say it.
that happened to the 2 National Guard members very near the White House last week. As someone who currently wears the uniform as a Guard member actively serving, it kind of hits close to home for me. My heart's with their families, and as a mother, I can't imagine what they're going through during this Christmas and holiday season. It's very sad. And also to the fellow service members, imagining what they're going through at the loss of a peer. However, what happened last week, it's only one incident in a growing pattern of attack on those that keep our streets safe throughout the nation. Many incidents are just lone actors, just individuals, but many are not. In June, NGOs handed out protest kits. That included goggles and face shields and gloves at the Los Angeles riots.
Yes.
In
That were
July,
encouraged
alleged
from every
Antifa
fucking
members
politician,
attacked an
city,
ICE
state,
facility in
and
Texas,
federal.
where 11 were arrested and several face terrorism charges now. Activists created platforms like ICE List, ICE Block, and Stop ICE, allow anyone to track ICE activity as they enforce the law. Gangs like the Latin Kings have even placed hits and tiered bounties on ICE and CBP agents. These actions represent a growing ecosystem of threats against those that are hired to keep our country safe. With that in mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Hughes the first question. How do pockets of organized resistance from various groups raise national tensions and make it even more difficult to restore law and order?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Peaceful protests are a pillar of our democracy, right? It's something that we need to be respectful of. It's when it goes outside the parameters of peaceful protest. And when we see that, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous not only to the officers, but it's dangerous to society as a whole and our social fabric itself. Peaceful protests are good. When it resorts to violence, we lose our sense of who we are, and it hurts people.
Thank you. What do you feel like as a member of Congress that can be done at the federal level to prevent this? What can the people in this room on both sides, what can we do to help that?
Again, I go back to enhancing the law. Look, law enforcement officers are there to
Who are these
enforce
goobers?
the laws of what you all
How much to go-
enact. And if
go on
you
this
can
hearing?
look at ways to enhance 18 U.S.C. 111,
This is the
912,
Homeland
and
Security.
look at other bills that are there or come up with other bipartisan bills.
We got about 30 more minutes or
to protect the officers and even protests, right? Then I think we would be better off as a society.
Thank you. My second question is,
30,
how do
45
activists and NGOs provide
I'm
cover,
gonna speed it up.
legitimacy, and support for the violent attacks of terrorist groups like Antifa and
that's
gangs
become
like the
normal
Latin
to me
Kings?
now.
And does this encourage escalation in tactics and violence? And I'll open that up to anyone to answer.
You know, it's a reality. It is happening. The NGOs that were funded in the prior administration, not to be partisan about this, did some things that were dangerous, to put it lightly. We have to admit that there's a divide. There's a divide. There are some that are saying no one should be exempt from any law enforcement actions relative to immigration, for example. And there's some on the other side that say everybody should be. But my point in this is that we cannot look to non-governmental organizations to put thumbs on the scales when given taxpayer monies, and that's happened, and it's got to stop.
Thank you very much. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find the lack of bipartisanship on this issue deeply concerning because I think it's completely possible and logical to be able to hold two ideas at the same time. That most protests are peaceful and that most law enforcement officers are law-abiding, patriotic American citizens out to do their job and fulfill their duty. And they have my unequivocal support. I come from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a high-crime jurisdiction. We've had many law enforcement officers fall in the line of duty for reasons completely unrelated to politics. And every time it happens, the whole island unites behind them in full support, in full solidarity, in absolute sympathy with their families as victims of crime. Now, I believe in holding people accountable. I think that's an essence of law enforcement. It's what prevents crime from becoming worse. And so when officers fall in the line of duty, I think it's crucial that we hold the people who committed those crimes accountable. When officers are assaulted in the line of duty, I think it's critical that we hold those people who committed those crimes accountable. But accountability is a two-way street. And so I am worried that in our defense of law enforcement, we are letting the few, the very few, the incredibly few, and I want to emphasize that point, that fail, go without any sort of accountability. So for example, like when ICE picked up Aracelis in Cabo Rojo, someone who was legally in
I'm
Puerto
trying
Rico,
to follow,
and
sir.
took her all the way to Texas without being able to contact her lawyer, I should be held accountable. When ICE agents shoved a pregnant woman and she fell down during a raid, putting her unborn child at risk, those ICE agents should be held accountable. When
Because somebody fell
far-right
trying to escape
activists
from officers?
attacked Capitol police officers on January 6th, they should be held accountable, and pardoning them is not holding them accountable. I regret generalizations, and I think calls to defund the police and categorical statements towards police officers and law enforcement agencies tend to do more harm than good. But we cannot ignore the necessity and the importance of accountability. And speaking of accountability, this administration has illegally frozen and canceled key public safety grants. And in my district, one of those affected entities is Taller Salud, an entity dedicated solely to community-based violence intervention that collaborates with law enforcement to strengthen public safety. And Taller Salud, which works to reduce violent crime, support victims, and strengthen coordination with law enforcement, faced a $2 million cut in their community violence intervention program grant this year. And without this funding, the ability of local partners to prevent violence, to support survivors, and to serve high-risk populations, especially women and children, has been severely undermined. So in July, I sent a letter urging...
Wait. So you're going to sit there and tell me that you Democrat motherfuckers keep cutting shit from your own fucking states to make it seem like something's happening, and you're going to cry and complain because you did it to yourselves, that your state budget went fucking down, and somehow it's Orange Man's fault. Well, if it somehow is Orange Man's fault because your state budget went down, maybe because he pulled some funding, maybe it's because you did some fuckery that you shouldn't be doing. Like not giving up data or adhering to mandates and principles that, and actual laws now, that have been put in place. No, you don't have to do that because your pussy's hurt. Your pussy's hurt because your fucking everything you were doing has now been undone. And everything you tried to do has come to light. And everybody fucking hates you for it. Because you weaponized the entire goddamn federal government against the fucking people. Again, they levied war on you. And now the people know. And your response is, it's your fault.
The DOJ to reinstate this funding. But although DOJ has not responded, I will continue pushing for answers and for the restoration of this essential funding. So my questions are pretty straightforward, and I hope they can find some cross or bipartisan support to all witnesses, to all of you here. How will reducing the grants and money awarded to state and local law enforcement officers hurt their efforts to keep our communities safe? Start with Mr. Hughes.
So, Congressman, thank you.
How about you stop letting the illegals run shit in your areas then?
Accountability is essential in everything that we do. Because once we lose that accountability, we lose the public trust, we lose the strength of the institutions. We need to have the accountability. And I'll say also that nobody should be going outside the law. No law enforcement officer, nobody. And hopefully there's no debate on that. We all have to act in accordance with the law. And if we don't, we should be held accountable. So we need to be working as a body here to ensure that the laws reflect that, and we're providing the protections and the strengthening of the laws to do that, and then the law enforcement officers can act accordingly.
Another grandstanding lefty and a
I'll
foreigner.
address the grants. You know, we're broke as a nation. We're
What's up,
$37 trillion
Maxime?
in debt. Everybody's got to take some
Well,
action.
I understand that, but I also disagree. I've seen spending go up in areas that
You're looking for accountability. You came to the wrong place, buddy. Congress gets paid to talk, but not much else. Oh, I understand. I understand. The accountability I'm looking for is not by them. The accountability I'm looking for is 18 U.S. Code 2381.
are not necessary, while spending goes
You
down
asked
in
me
areas
about-
that are.
you asked me
I
about
disagree with
the
your point, and I see my limits. I'll
levy
address
war
your
against
question.
you.
Grants, they hurt. There's no two ways about it. When those dollars don't make it down to the boots on the ground, protecting us, it hurts.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you that are here representing law enforcement across the country. We appreciate your bravery and dedication to our communities that you exhibit every single day to keep our communities and our country safe. So can't thank you enough for everything that you and those that you represent do. I have two different categories of questions. First, I'd like to talk about immigration law and enforcing immigration law in our communities. And then secondly, would like to talk about the horrific actions against our law enforcement officers that we've seen in rising numbers recently. So in the first category of enforcing immigration law, I'd like to go to Mr. Hughes. Millions of illegal aliens have entered our country for numbers of years during the Biden-Harris administration, many of whom disappeared into communities with no monitoring or accountability across our country. And so my question is, what potential threats do they continue to pose to American communities if these individuals are not caught and investigated? And what should we be doing to continue to round up those violent illegal immigrants who are in our local communities?
Okay.
Thank you, Congressman. And I think it's
Stupid
important. We always
Play
have
is
to
going to be
looking
coming
at
up here
violent
soon.
criminals and those who pose a threat to our communities. And we need to be looking at the support to do
Might
that.
have to get ready for
Support
that
from
here in
this
a bit.
body and the support of the administration and support of others to be able to
It's
fight
gonna be
violent
fun to
crime
bullshit
and to
around,
ensure that we're enforcing
play
the laws that
games
are on the
and
books. It's the
see,
officers
this is
that are
why I
on
got
board
this anger and
enforcing the law.
frustration
They're not
out.
making the law. If
So
the law
I
needs to be
wouldn't do
changed,
it then.
that's Congress's job. We need to make sure that we're enforcing and bringing violent criminals to justice.
With the increase in funding that this body, Congress, has approved recently for those efforts, do you feel that you have adequate resources to go out and do the job that you need to do?
That's yet to be determined. The resources are given, it's being utilized, and it's hard for me to comment on that. I'm not I'm not an active law enforcement officer, but that's soon to come. We could always use more resources.
Understood, and certainly agree with that. That's why I continue to support increased funding both here in Congress and for our local law enforcement back home, and understand that need and want to continue to work to provide appropriate funding to make sure that we keep our community safe. Next, Mr. Yost with the Fraternal Order of Police. First, I'd like to commend your organization. We have a terrific Pennsylvania FOP led by Joseph Regan, local chapters that are fantastic in all of our local communities. They do great work in representing their membership and also law enforcement in our communities.
By the way, Axhammer, the reason why I listen to these things is This is what your government can tell you publicly. And it's also great to hear what arguments have made it to the highest form of government as well. What arguments haven't? Like I do boast about it. September 10th, 2024, there was a judiciary. I think it was judiciary. Yeah, it was a judiciary hearing called the threat of non-citizen voting or something like that. Every bit of that was the information that I was involved in with a little news aggregate group. Everything that you hear the Republicans talk about in that was information found between me and 4 other people. It's interesting to know, seeing in the back end of everything, even on the back end of these things, it's interesting to fucking know exactly what they know and how they know it, why they know it, what they can and cannot say about this, and still see them try to struggle through it, both left and right. Because I guarantee you the Republicans know how the Democrats cheated during the 2020 election. That was in a fucking hearing. We gave them every bit of that information. Nothing's happened yet. And it's been over a fucking year.
So I want to commend you and make sure that we get that on the record as well. We have seen this increased
I
rhetoric.
just
this
want to know what the fuck
anti-police
they can
rhetoric.
say
There was
out
the
loud,
defund the
what they
police
know,
movement.
and what they're trying to
Thankfully, I
defend.
think even those that espouse those beliefs have come to recognize that was maybe the dumbest political thing that they could have ever said. So they have backed off of that, and they have started to change their tune. They've come around and woken up to the realization that we need law enforcement in our local communities. But that rhetoric has damaged our law enforcement capabilities. When I talk to our local law enforcement, they say that they are challenged to find people that want to fill these jobs. Recruitment is down, retention is down. Talk to me about what you're seeing and experiencing in recruiting new members, retaining those people, and how you're addressing those issues.
So thank you for the question, and you are correct. We do have a very strong membership in Pennsylvania. We actually got our birth there 110 years ago, so that's where the fraternal police was started. So it is very near and dear to me. You know, you bring up a very good point. You know, we went through this period where we had discussions about defunding police. We needed to take power away and take resources away from law enforcement officers, somehow thinking it was going to make better communities. And you're right, we have moved past that. I think most recognize that if you want to have an impact on law enforcement, you ask a law enforcement officer because they do it every single day. So when we have discussions on how we improve the criminal justice system and exclude a very important part of that, you're going to have results. I call them failed experiments, because we know unless you have everyone sit at the table having these discussions on how to improve it, you're going to have problems. So we went through this whole defunding period where we did so much damage to law enforcement. While we might have moved on from the whole concept of defunding law enforcement, what we did is we made it less appealing. So we have a recruiting. I'll argue with it. We don't have a recruiting and retention problem. We have a retention and recruiting problem, because the best recruiters we have are the people that are law enforcement officers who recognize somebody within a community and say, you have the qualities that we need within our community. Why don't you come help us shape the future of our community? That's how they got into law enforcement. They didn't get because they didn't get into law enforcement because they saw a commercial on TV and said, join my agency, or some slick ad. No, they got in because of a personal connection to somebody that reached out to them. We've made our job so less appealing to people that we're dealing with a problem. Here's the problem with it. It is almost generational, because you can't hire an officer today and expect them to be an effective officer for probably 5-6 years. So every time we have somebody walking out the door, know that it is not easy to fill that position.
Well, again, I want to thank you. The people that are in law enforcement in our local communities, by and large, do a terrific job every single day. We commend them. We thank them. There are friends in our local communities that keep us safe. But the anti-law enforcement rhetoric that we've heard from defund the police, and that's passed. What is going on against ICE agents?
Gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize
that anti.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Jackie just sent me a little clip she took a while back. I get it to it. About blank blocked. Okay, fine. Let's do the save as. Bagels, bitch, and off label. All right. Out of context as fuck, but it's great. Where is it? Here it is. You eat steaks, bitch. I eat fucking bagels. No context, just that. I love it. It makes no sense when you look at it that way.
Rhetoric.
Recognize the gentlelady
from New Jersey. That as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me open by stating that violence against law enforcement officers is reprehensible. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Our brave law enforcement officers risk their lives every day to keep our communities safe. As lawmakers, we must have their back. At the same time, law enforcement officers who are acting outside the bounds of the law need to be held accountable. These bad actors undermine the good work that officers do and create distrust in our communities. We need to balance these needs so that we can stop the actions that are terrorizing our communities, families, and children. We need to ensure oversight, while at the same time, we need to provide our officers with the funding and tools they need to keep us safe. I am proud that 2 of my bills do this and have earned the endorsement of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association testifying here today. One bill, the Leo Fair Retirement Act, would address the retirement cliff for law enforcement that helps prioritize recruiting and retaining officers. I have also prioritized bringing federal dollars back to my district to equip law enforcement ahead of the World Cup. Now, like most Americans, I was appalled by this administration's decision to pardon more than 1,500 violent criminals who took part in the January 6th attack on law enforcement and the American democracy. On January 6, 2021, the law enforcement defended this building against a violent mob. 114 Capitol Police were.
For everybody out there, I just sent the link. That was the hearing I was talking about. The Biden-Harris border crisis, non-citizen voting. Every bit of Republican talking points in there were our talking points about how illegal aliens are more than likely voting and here's how it's done. And I've played a good little bit and showed you guys a good little bit of information to kind of solidify that fact.
Beaten and assaulted. 5 officers tragically lost their lives. One of the officers who lost their life was New Jersey native Brian Sicknick. I am also very concerned by this administration's budget proposal.
Are we going to use Sicknick again?
To the FBI, AFT.
Are we going to use the dude who had a heart attack days after the Capitol, the riot? Not going to call it an insurrection. It wasn't. Days after the riot, the dude had a heart attack and died, but somehow he died because of the actions of January 6th, on January 6th, because he was hit in the head with the fire extinguisher. That's what killed him. Never mind the fucking heart attack he had days later, right?
And DEA agencies who keep guns and drugs off of our streets. These agencies are crucial partners to our state and local departments. The proposed cuts continue to a pattern of behavior of defunding the police by this president. In the past, the first Trump administration tried cutting cops and Burns JAG programs that help with community. In FY 2018, the administration budget sought an 11% to cut Burns JAG. The next year, it proposed completely eliminating the cops office and cut the COPS program by over 50%. Then in 2020, it again tried to erase the COPS office. I strongly oppose efforts to dismantle these key programs that keep police officers and the public safe. Let me just begin by asking Mr. Hughes, many of the guns that are used to shoot officers as well as community members were illegally possessed. We must do everything that we can to get illegal guns off of our streets. Unfortunately, the AFT is hamstrung in its ability to trace guns used in these crimes. I recently introduced the Crime Gun Modernization Act to bring AFT into the 21st century by allowing AFT to electronically trace fire guns used in crimes.
Why does this sound so familiar?
Can you please explain how modernizing crime guns tracing would give law enforcement a key tool to keep officers and citizens safe?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Appreciate that, and appreciate your support for enhancing federal law enforcement recruitment and retention, and that includes your leadership with the Law Enforcement Fair Retirement Act, which is a priority of LEOA. The Gun Crime Tracing Modernization Act. Look, it's getting more sophisticated with guns, and we need to be looking at ways to track guns and see where these crimes are originating, where the guns are originating, and so forth. And I know that we support a searchable nationwide way to be able to do this, to see where, to help identify trends, connect the dots, so to speak, on what's going on, to make sure, especially with the ghost guns and things like that that are coming up, we have to be really careful.
Where is that one video again? Damn it!
From these dangerous guns.
Thank you, and thank you for your organization's endorsement of my bill. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Ms.
Nah, it's not going to be worth it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be back in the committee. To the witnesses, thank you for the work that you do, the organizations that you represent, and the support that you provide law enforcement all over this country. And I must say, I'm a little bit surprised that the Democrats in this room and around this Congress are trying to
But it reminds me of that video. It's like the debate, what was it? The debate champions that they were talking about on some kind of black college where all they were doing is just like, this race is, I mean, that was literally every bit of it. And she was trying to talk so fast and just like she had to take a huge breath every 2 or 3 words because she was just like all over the place. And that's what that woman reminded me of. She was trying to say a 15 fucking minute speech in 3.
Paint the mirage that they actually support law enforcement, that they have law enforcement's back. I don't think they're going to be successful. The level of dishonesty that we're hearing even today, just a short recollection, defunding the police, that's a Democrat priority. Cashless bail, that's a Democrat policy. Weak laws and light sentences, that's a Democrat problem. Open borders, the Democrats defended that ferociously, and they continue to defend that policy in this very committee. No vetting admission into this country, that's a Democrat issue. Sanctuary policies, we saw that in very robust form all over the country in Democrat cities and Democrat states, and we continue to see that today. Look at California, look at Illinois, look at Democrat cities, even in my home state of North Carolina. Sanctuary policies persist in Democrat jurisdictions. Even members of this committee have called ICE and DHS and other law enforcement officers Nazis, racists, terrorists, Gestapo. I find that, and I find the accusations shameful. Shameful. There is not one bit of protest to the harm that illegal immigration and the crime from illegal immigration is causing law enforcement. I worked in law enforcement for 10 years. I worked as a federal prosecutor. I saw the difference between the first Trump administration and the Biden administration. We just had a question about gun crime. It was much harder to charge someone for illegally possessing a firearm when Biden was president. I saw it.
Yes.
And I want to talk to you, starting with Mr. Hughes. Talk about the sophistication of the criminal element and what.
It was much harder to charge someone with illegal use or with an illegal firearm because you let those people back out on the streets constantly. It's much harder to charge them because those people that were being charged, well, somehow it was racist because of the color of their skins, so they just dropped everything. But if it were a white man, those charges went through, though, did they not, sir? Did they not?
What type of difficulties that poses law enforcement in your experience?
Yeah, no, so criminals are getting, thank you, Congressman. As we know, the criminals are getting so sophisticated in the way that they operate. We see this here and abroad, and we have to keep up, and we need to keep pace with that. We need to be looking at every tool available to be able to counter, fight, combat all the crimes that are going on in society today.
Mr. Thompson, I want you to talk about it. I want you to talk, you talked about the previous administration and the danger that those activities have led directly to American streets. Talk about how open borders has increased the danger that law enforcement faces on the streets of the country.
Yeah, I believe it's significant. I would consider it an obvious threat that is, I think there was a number of people that chose to ignore it for, I think, political reasons in some cases, and I think also they believed truly to their heart that they were doing good, and that's fair. But to your question, we are now facing the most sophisticated criminal element in our nation's history.
I mean, just when I started as a prosecutor, local law enforcement who were task forced would kick in a door and they would find a Glock and maybe a baggie of drugs. Now it's an AK-47 and 1.5 kilograms of fentanyl.
And 10 computers that are used to track, trace, and follow law enforcement.
That's right. And the international element in local crime, it cannot be overstated. Am I correct?
You're absolutely correct. It's everywhere now.
And there's this perception that you're either a hardened criminal with an AK-47 over your shoulder or you're a law-abiding citizen. In my experience, some of the best criminals were the hardest to catch.
That is a true statement, sir.
Explain
and they
that.
are also the most dangerous.
Yes, explain that to the members.
The level of dedication to the principle of the crime is driven by arrogance, ego, profit, and cruelty, in my estimation. And it is now become a globalized, connected.
The level of camouflage. There are criminals who operate in schools and
Deception is
farms,
perfect.
in businesses, in law enforcement. Am I correct?
You are correct, sir.
Mr. Ghost, briefly, I've got a few seconds left. There was a clip that was played earlier that showed some very forceful actions by law enforcement. Given the rhetoric that we've seen from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in sanctuary cities, calling these members Gestapo, Nazis, inciting fear amongst various communities, how has that damaged law enforcement's ability to act without the use of force?
Well, look, I looked at the videos, and I think
it's
there was a lot of
damn
discussions
near
here about the
impossible.
need to have oversight and discussions.
What are they gonna
We really
do,
did dive
get beat
into
to
just a
death?
few things that are worth looking
Shot,
into. But I will tell you what we didn't dive
killed,
into. We came here to talk about law enforcement officers that are shot in the line of duty, law enforcement officers that ambush, and not one time did we even mention one person about how they were sitting, eating lunch or eating dinner and were shot. So we missed the whole point. It's disappointing to see. I'm finally excited that we're going to talk about a real issue here, something near and dear to my members. 2,553 officers have been shot, yet we're not talking about it. We're talking about tactics and politics and everything else. At the end of the day, it's still my members that are out there facing it every day. To answer your question, Crime is changing. It's evolving in a way that we can't keep up with it. We're always going to be at a disadvantage because they make decisions pretty quick. It takes Congress and it takes our state houses and our city councils to make decisions. It takes a while. So we're always playing catch-up ball. It is not a very comfortable time to be in law enforcement because we're never going to get ahead of it.
And use of force is sometimes used. It's
Use
needed to be used.
Use of force is...
Gentlemen, this time expired. You're going to get some questions in writing as well that you didn't get answered. I know I'm going to submit a bunch, so we hope you will be all submit answers in writing at the end, but we do want to witness a bit for a long time. We have other people waiting. I want to keep
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, for 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino and Ranking Member Thompson. It's a great honor to be a member of this committee, and I look forward to working with all of you. I want to add my condolences to the family and loved ones of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. Her unwavering commitment to our nation and to protecting Americans can never be forgotten. I also want to wish a swift recovery to Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. And I want to thank all of the police officers, deputy sheriffs, and state troopers who protect and serve my community in Virginia. Acts of violence against law enforcement are unacceptable and should be condemned. And rhetoric calling for violence should also be condemned. But I'm old-fashioned. I believe in the saying that a fish rots from the head. And what our leaders say and do matters.
Yes.
And when it comes to supporting law enforcement, Donald Trump and the Trump administration are rotten. Donald Trump and the Trump administration's dangerous rhetoric and budget cuts, their defunding of the police, directly threaten the safety of Americans, including our law enforcement.
Their defunding of police. No. You don't get to look past that like everybody else has. What the fuck do you mean their funding of the police? That was all your fucking idea.
President Trump claims to support law enforcement, except when they're trying to enforce the many laws that he has broken. President Trump pardoned 1,500 January 6 rioters who stormed the Capitol and brutally beat, tased, pepper sprayed law enforcement officers, including one of our courageous witnesses here today, Officer Hodges. Brave officers with the Fairfax County Police Department from my district were also deployed to defend this Capitol during that insurrection. That department is listed on the plaque that Speaker Johnson and Republicans refuse to hang.
Good.
This horrific attack on our democracy,
because you
an effort
were the
to thwart
ones
the
that
will
were
of the American
trying
people,
to set up
resulted in
an
assaults on at least
insurrection so
140
you
police
could
officers.
overthrow. Fuck you.
And 5 police officers lost their lives at the hands of the January 6 cop killers. And I want to say their names. Officer Brian Sicknick.
What about, no, he did not lose his hands at the hands of the fucking people inside the Capitol, you cocksucker. Not a goddamn one of them. The only people that died that day were Roseanne Boylan and fucking Ashley Babbitt, you stupid little fucking piece of shit. Everybody else died of natural causes after the goddamn fact, unrelated to January 6th. Jesus fucking Christ, I guess autopsies and fucking reports don't make a fuck to you in your goddamn world of delusion while you make the laws to tell me how to live my life. Tell me again, America, how is this not levying war on you? They make up their own delusional state and then make you live in that fucking world simply because they want to overthrow, they want control. They levy war on you for that control. Case in point, again, the shutdown. What was the biggest concern? Oh, food stamps. Well, because people were actually starving, they were crying and whining and moaning about how Republicans ain't coming back to the House that has already passed the House, ain't coming back to the House to discuss their fucking bills that they want to put up. The government was shut the fuck down. It was on the Senate, and the Senate wanted to shut the fucking shit down. They weren't voting for it. You made people fucking go hungry for a month simply so you could rage out about healthcare for illegals. Hey, by the way, bitch, did you get that? No? Okay, so you levied warfare on the American people and starved them to get what you want, and you didn't even get what you wanted. How is that not levying war upon the people? Starving them the fuck out so the government gives itself fucked up control? They were starving you so they could get what they wanted. And then they tried to turn around and say, oh, it's the Republicans doing it. I didn't see the Republicans shutting down the government to give illegals health care.
Howie Liebengood, Jeffrey Smith, Kyle DeFreetag, and Gunther Hashida, all patriots, all police officers. Instead of allowing for the peaceful transfer of power, President Trump called for violence that led to the deaths of police officers. Instead of condemning the insurrection and holding to account those responsible, President Trump has pardoned those that committed heinous crimes against our courageous.
What fucking violence? What fucking violence? Saying peacefully and patriotically march to the Capitol and make your voice heard? Hey, don't do anything real fucked up. Just peacefully and No, that's calls for fucking violence. He said fight. Fight like hell. He said fight like hell. Everybody else said it, but it's not a fucking problem. It's not a call to violence. It's not anything unless Orange Man fucking says it. Every goddamn time. Every fucking time. You cowardly little pieces of shit run to this fucking fact. When you know full fucking well most of America knows that you were involved in it, faggot. And here you are pushing these fucking people to run up in fucking DC, put everybody's heads on fucking pikes, blood eagle everybody's fucking bodies, simply because you're a worthless sack of shit that tried to overthrow the fucking government.
Officers like Officer Hodges. And today, those cop killers are free. They're in our communities. They're committing more crimes. Officer Hodges, on January 6, 2021, President Trump delivered a speech on the Ellipse to a group of his supporters. In his speech, President Trump said, "We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore."
I told you.
Do
Somehow
you believe
that's
that
violent.
President Trump's remarks at the Ellipse on January 6th encouraged...
Never mind the 2 weeks after they brought that argument up. In 2 fucking weeks, there were 17 Democrats that said the exact same fucking thing publicly to people. But no, it's D for different. He said fight like hell. When I say fight like hell, I don't mean that. But when he says it, he means that. Peacefully and patriotically was code talk for go kill people. Shut the fuck up.
his supporters to use violence against anyone trying to stop them, including police officers like yourself?
Yes, in short. It was revealed during the January 6th subcommittee investigation that Trump was notified that people were not getting
it needs
to
to be
Ellipse because
fucking
they were having
abolished
their own. They couldn't
altogether.
get through
Fuck the
magnetometers.
speech and
you know what
debate clause.
He said, take the magnetometers down, let them in. They're not here to hurt me. So he knew they were heavily armed. He knew they were here to hurt someone. And what did he do with that knowledge? He told them to fight, 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 and he sent them here to the Capitol.
And do you believe that pardoning those January 6 insurrectionists who killed police officers makes law enforcement across the...
Let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Serious. I've asked this several times for everybody who knows, but for those that don't, let me ask you a simple question. Why is it you think that people like this, that can do these things, that can say these things, oh, when they're out of office, good riddance, we don't have to worry about it anymore? I mean, let's admit it. Nancy Pelosi's going to retire. She's not looking for re-election. There's so many other people that have been in office for a long-ass time that are not looking for re-election. Some that haven't been in office for a long-ass time that actually do have pull because people like them that aren't looking for re-election. You don't think these motherfuckers would not be able to pick up a phone and call somebody and have sway and pull in government, even though they're not an elected official anymore? I mean, how many other past presidents, senators and representatives and past department heads do we still listen to and hang on to their words for? Huh. So for people like this, getting fired, that's nothing to them. That means nothing. They've enriched themselves for years off your back before you even found out what they were doing. They don't fucking care. And guaranteed, these same motherfuckers will still have pull for whatever they want to do later on, even though they're no longer in the public eye. Resignation? Losing your job, being voted out? That should be the least of your concerns with shit like this. The very least of your concerns with shit like this. But if that's the only deterrent, let's say you're You're an elected official. You go into office, you would enrich yourself off the American people's dime, and you get caught doing it. I run against you. I bring it up how you're stealing people's money and there's no reason to elect you again. They agree. They put me in office. And other than my morality, what stops me from doing the exact same thing that the other person just lost office for? Oh, what? Fear of losing a job? I'm going to make millions before you even find out what's going on. And those millions, I'm not going to have to return. There's going to be no punishment for everything I did. I just can't do it anymore. All the shit that they put you through. Everything that they've tried to blame you for. Locking motherfuckers up for things that they didn't even actually do. Going after the president of the United States for bullshit, trumped up fucking charges. Everything that they did. What stops them from doing it again? The fear of losing a job? These are elected officials. They need to be held to a higher standard. That oath of office, that oath to defend the Constitution, that oath to defend this country must mean something again. Because right now, that meaning for them is get to take everything from you. And if you complain about it, I'll just lock you up. Fuck you, right?
This country more or less safe today?
Less safe.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Evans, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, of course, to the ranking member, and of course to all of our witnesses for taking the time to come to this important hearing that's particularly meaningful to me because I was a cop for 10 years in the Denver metro area, the only Latino in the Colorado delegation right now. And the reason I'm in Congress is because in 2020, the ruling Democrats in Colorado passed a bill that took the first steps toward defunding law enforcement and toward making cops guilty until they proved themselves innocent by enshrining into law the concept that anything not captured on a body cam could be interpreted by the courts as misconduct, which was allowed to be presumed against the cops until the officers proved themselves innocent. I ran our riot squad. I was in charge of our riot squad in 2020 when Denver, Colorado suffered the most violent riots in the country as evaluated by the Major Cities Chiefs of Police Association, and not a peep from the ruling Democrats in my state of Colorado. I've buried 2 colleagues in my agency. Gordon Beasley, who was assassinated by an individual who was radicalized against law enforcement by anti-police rhetoric from elected leaders, shot in the back of the head, murdered. It's on video. The killing part is redacted on most of the publicly available stuff. I buried Gordon Beasley, a school resource officer, whose motto was find the good in everything.
Still say if
I
the
buried Dylan
background set up
Vakoff, one of my
so
friends
far
who was
away
in my
from
riot squad at my
Capitol
agency,
steps where
gunned
everybody
down
had
responding to a
protested
family
from
disturbance call. Air Force veteran.
without
I watched my
incident
cops
before January
suffer these. I
6th
buried
never
countless
happened.
others when I was on the honor guard. And in terms of refusing to condemn physical or political violence, I will remind everyone of 2 votes that happened earlier this year where every single
Museum, I get it, man. Let it rip. Let it rip. What's it going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to come after you? Okay, cool. So why ain't you coming after everybody else? Oh, I'm sorry. Pam Bondi doesn't want to go after the actual fucking criminals. She wants to go after somebody like you for saying something that you shouldn't have said. Meanwhile, you got people that are actually out there calling on actual people to shoot and kill ICE agents, and nothing happens to them. Not a goddamn thing happens to them. Nothing. You got motherfuckers saying take to the streets, go out there and they have to be put down. These Trump supporters, they have to just be killed. They're out of control. They're white supremacists. That is fine. But saying what you really think and how you really feel about the government is somehow a problem? It says a lot more about the government than it does on anything else.
member of the United States House of Representatives
Let
voted
it
to condemn the
fucking
murder
go.
of a Democrat leader in Minnesota, but 118 of my colleagues on the other side
Let
of the
them
aisle
know
could
you're
not vote to
tired of
condemn
the
the murder of
fucking
Charlie
bullshit.
Kirk. When cops are handcuffed, when political rhetoric incites violence, it's the cops who suffer. And not only is it the cops who suffer, it's the low income and the minority communities that suffer. In Colorado, $27 billion of lost economic productivity as a result of crime. That doesn't impact the wealthy people. That impacts low income and minority communities. My district is 40% Hispanic. You know who suffers when we don't have law
I will
enforcement to
admit,
keep our
though,
communities
Jonah.
safe? It's my low income and my minority communities.
I will admit, though, Jonah, that is a little bit weird about the bike racks being moved, like, what was it, a day before or something like that? And you are right. Nobody used violence until Ray Epps whispered in his nephew's ear. Nobody. You are correct. Nobody got violent. Nobody was doing anything until that fucking happened. I'll still say if the bike racks weren't set up so far away from the Capitol steps where everybody has protested from without incident before January 6th, never would have happened. You're right. I do think it's a little weird. Why would you take those down? Why would that be a thing? Because that would actually have been a physical obstruction that would people either had to crawl over or go around, or there would have been some kind of obstruction along the way for them to get there. And you knew that. So why would you take them down the day before? I mean, that makes no fucking sense unless the whole damn thing was planned in the first place. You gave everybody ample access to do what you wanted them to do to make it look like there was an insurrection because Orange Man said peacefully and patriotically make your voice heard from a stolen election that everybody fucking knows full well happened. You just couldn't say shit about.
I have a bunch of skilled tradesmen in my district, plumbers, electricians, pipe fitters, welders. Colorado has led the nation more years than not the last 5 years in auto theft. You know what happens when one of my Hispanic trade workers gets their vehicle stolen? Not only are they out of vehicle, they've lost their job because they can't show up to the job site tomorrow to do the work. The general contractor is not going to wait for them. I've seen this happen because I've taken those reports. We just had the 6th largest fentanyl seizure in U.S. history in Colorado. 12 kilograms of fentanyl, 1.7 million illicit pills, enough to kill 6.8 million people, every man, woman, and child in Colorado. And it is because of the defund the police and sanctuary city style politics that I personally experienced as a law enforcement officer in Colorado. It's why I'm in Congress today. And lest we forget, every 15 days under the previous administration, more Americans died as a result of drug overdoses like fentanyl than were killed in the entire September 11th terrorist attacks. And that's personal to me too, because I am a combat veteran of the global war on terror. I deployed to protect this country, and to turn around and to see these cartels and these criminals and these peddlers of poison being able to run willy-nilly free in our communities because of defund the police rhetoric and because of sanctuary city and state policies is absolutely onerous to me, and it's onerous to my communities. It's onerous to the people that I have sworn oaths to uphold, to protect and defend as I uphold the Constitution. We know the impacts on law enforcement officers that all of this has.
Right.
Cops experience their first heart attack at the age of 46. The average American experiences their first heart attack at the age of 65. Cops experience the physical, mental, moral, and emotional injuries of this job, and all of those things are made worse as a result of anti-law enforcement rhetoric. I got 44 seconds left. Mr. Yos with the FOP. I was a dues-paying member of the Fraternal Order of Police for 10 years, the rank and file, the union that represents rank and file law enforcement officers. Can you speak to the physical, mental, and moral injuries that cops suffer when law enforcement is villainized in the media and by elected leaders? 26 seconds.
You know, I had somebody make a comment to me. I wish I'd thought of this, but I had somebody make a comment to me once before. Said it's difficult to defend humanity without losing a little of your own. If you're not grounded, if you don't have the resources necessary to keep you grounded, then it's going to impact. And we see it. We see it happening all across this country where law enforcement officers have to deal with things that most people like don't exist and somehow think that they can sniff their badge and it doesn't affect them. We're human beings. We're just average people asked to do occasionally some extraordinary things, and it has its toll on law enforcement. There's no question. So when you compound all of this together, it makes our job more and more difficult. And so you can see we lose more officers. We talk about how many officers we lost. That's why we're here. We lose more officers every year.
I needed to pop that fucking cork and get it off my chest.
And that's the reality of it. That's where we live, and we need to recognize that we're damaging people. When we damage someone in the protection of communities, we have a moral and fiduciary responsibility to fix it.
I could go all day, but
Davey's going to be mad at me. But
O'Neill's back, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member. Thank the witnesses for appearing. I am the nephew of a deputy sheriff. I understand the haunting words in the line of duty. I've been to the ceremonies. I've cried. I appreciate law enforcement. I appreciate it to the extent that I think that a president who defunds the police ought to be sanctioned. I don't draw the line such that we exclude some people and include others. Let's not defund the police. I don't want to do that. But I do think that you ought to have the courage to say to the president, you, sir, are defunding the police when you take away hundreds of millions in grants, in programs. You've got to have the courage to speak truth, not only about the people out in the street, but also the President of the United States of America, who has a greater voice than all of them combined. The ink was placed on the page on January.
Just to show you how theatrical and unserious this government is, hold on. Just to show you how theatrical and unserious this government is, a censure of an elected representative is them just going, you did a bad thing. That's it. He got censured. Do you know how he beat the censure? Every Democrat was standing on the floor. singing "We Shall Overcome," and he couldn't read the censor. And instead of being like, "Hey, Sergeant at Arms, remove every single one of these from the floor, every single one of these people from the floor," he just said, fuck it, doesn't matter, it's just not going to happen. I don't want to deal with it. That was Mike Johnson. Can't even fucking
Before the
finger
president
wag
had his
these
hands
motherfuckers publicly.
down from being sworn in by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Won't
Before he
even
had his
do it.
hands down, he had his pen, and he signed a pardon. January 20th, barely in office. When are you going to condemn that? That has an impact on society. This is a reckless, ruthless, lawless president. You don't have the courage to say that. You do glorify him. This is the president who stood in the chambers of the United States House of Representatives, or actually it's the Capitol building, and called Democrats lunatics.
You are.
No reprimand, no sanctions against the president.
You
Lunatics.
goddamn
This is the
subhuman
president
sack of shit. You are.
who just yesterday, this is an NBC News story, Trump calls Ilhan Omar garbage. Says
She
Somalis should
is.
go back to where they came from. Yes, you are right, Mr. Thompson.
She married her fucking brother. She is garbage. She's a garbage human fucking being. She literally said she's an agent of Somalia working inside the U.S. government to make Somalia better. What do you mean? Oh, he called her garbage. I'm upset. Fucking troglodyte.
When you said it starts at the top. This is the top. This is where it starts. The President of the United States of America, with his vituperative, incendiary commentary, is as much a part of the problem as anybody else. But you don't have the courage to say that.
But yeah, the Biden sit here saying extreme MAGA Republicans, these Nazis and all that, and white supremacy is the biggest threat. None of that was a problem. None of that was a thing. That wasn't an issue. The issue is Trump calling Ilhan Omar garbage. Shut this faggot the fuck up.
I say to you, cop killers ought to go to jail. I have no
And
no
you
reason
should
to
be in
want to see
jail
cop killers
too,
walk the street.
fucker.
People who shoot National Guard persons walk the street. They'll be punished to the fullest extent that the law allows. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to excuse the President of the United States of America for what he's doing. He is a culprit in this whole scenario that ought to be called to answer for his transgressions.
What
now-
fucking transgressions, faggoty Andy?
I was in my office when I heard your testimony. I have 2 hearings that are going on at the same time. Mr. Thompson has reminded me that I can't be in 2 places at once. And I appreciate him telling me because he's eminently correct and I want the world to know that I'm
All right,
trying
I
my
gotta
best.
calm down. My
I
wife's
was in my
on now.
office and I heard your commentary. Sir, you have the kind of courage that is absent from many people who have a voice and should speak up.
You mean the courage to lie under oath and sit there and say that he's a victim when he was involved in the whole goddamn thing in the first fucking place? That courage to sit there and betray his oath to the fucking Constitution and the people of the United States? That fucking courage to realize, oh, shit, I did something wrong. Might as well just dig balls fucking deep into it now because I've already committed treason. You mean that courage? To sit there and lie to everybody's face about his involvement and the things that he did to foment? Well, let's not talk about that, right? Because that makes him look like he's culpable. But he lied. Constantly lies and still lies to this day, even about Brian Sicknick. Shut the fuck up. Just stop goddamn talking.
And for your courage, sir, for what you have done, I will have a flag flown over the Capitol of the United States of America to honor you.
And I would have...
I think every NAACP branch in the country
Can't say
should
that.
do something to honor you. I think all people of goodwill should do something to honor you. And I think that people of goodwill ought to acknowledge that this
Pushed the
president is
envelope a little bit
disgraceful
too much
and that
today.
he ought to be impeached. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlemen,
You
yield
should
back.
be-
I now recognize newest member of our committee as well on the Republican side, gentleman from California, Mr. Fong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, see,
Chair.
that would
thank
be
you to the
bad.
witnesses for your testimony and your service.
I was going to say you should
It's
yield
sad
back
and
the
tragic that we
balance
have to
of
have
life.
a hearing
Yeah, that's
where
bad
we have
too.
to focus on the data that clearly shows that anti-law enforcement rhetoric right now is fueling violence against our officers. And then, of course, the horrific tragedy of the shooting of the National Guard's men, Sarah Beckstrom and Andrew Wolf, clearly has intensified and rightfully so put a needed focus on this. If I can ask Mr. Hughes, California Governor Gavin Newsom erroneously has attempted to overstep his jurisdiction by signing a bill into law that would ban state and federal law enforcement officers from wearing face coverings to protect their identities. Unfortunately, as well, and I was in the state legislature when this passed, and I oppose it, but California law prohibits delegation of immigration authority under Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. And now other states, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, have introduced similar legislation in their state legislatures. What risk do these restrictions pose for federal, state, and local task force personnel in doing operations?
Thank you, Congressman. And again, I can't speak to the state and local law, but what I could speak is to the issue of the face coverings and what we have found given the current conditions. And that's with the advent of artificial intelligence and social media, we have found that officers are being identified, personal information is being identified, and them and their families are being threatened. And so that until such time that we could get that under control, I think we're in a particular position that this seems to be the way to go until we could change the laws and get some sort of normalcy where we could get that under control.
If I can ask Mr. Thompson or Mr. Yoes, and both can speak to this. I've talked to my local law enforcement agencies. Recruitment, you mentioned this, recruitment and retention are real challenges. With these actions by Gavin Newsom, actions of other states, and the rhetoric now that we see, how has that affected the morale of law enforcement and the ability to attract the best and brightest to join the ranks of law enforcement?
I don't know what happens when you demonize and tell them you're going to take everything from them and put them in jail just because your feelings got hurt because somebody got shot.
Unfortunately, law enforcement officers, for the most part now, we've gone through so much turmoil that they would have good conscience of not asking people to come into this profession. So when we see actions like, look, the most efficient way and most effective, and I would argue the most safest way in order to be able to enforce laws is to work collectively to be able to do it. When we put up rhetoric and we put these barriers up, what we're doing is we're saying that we don't have a respect for the laws that were created, and the people who have to enforce them are the ones that are caught in the middle of this political thing. This is not beneficial to anyone. So that's what's hurting our profession. That's why we can't put people in.
I would echo every word Mr. Yoes just said, and I would go one step further, is that it is important for all of us to recognize that we up here, we do speak truth to power every day, every single day. I've never been called bashful in my life, and I've never stood down from saying what I believe. California and other states that are passing these laws, they're doing it at the risk of the public safety of their communities. And the numbers of aggravated assaults are still sky high. They are still climbing. Murders are coming down, but ag assaults are the leading indicator of future criminal behavior. Change those laws, come back to reality, recognize law enforcement's not your enemy. It is not. They save the lives every single day at the local level.
Well, I couldn't agree more. We need to heed that sobering warning that you're providing. But with the time I have remaining, if I can ask you, Mr. Hughes, what are the challenges that you face on holding non-governmental organizations accountable when they actively distribute protective gear such as face shields and goggles before large anti-law enforcement protests? What challenges do you face with that?
Yeah, look, I'm not active in law enforcement anymore, but there certainly are challenges on all sides here, and making sure that we're holding people accountable. We have the intel that we're working with our state, local, federal partners, and making sure we're coordinating information and finding out what's going on and holding people accountable for their actions.
Well, I appreciate the work that your members do, especially to protect
Things
my
are
community
breaking
and across
over
the country.
here.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association and a joint statement from the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police condemning the pardon of January 6 rioters who assaulted Mr. Hodges and a lot of other people. And I really wanted one of our witnesses to say that, but because they didn't, I want to enter it into the record.
Without objection. Members of this committee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and I want to thank you all four of you for being here and for your service and for answering the questions. We've been here for quite a while without taking a break. And if we have additional questions, which I know we will, we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 70, and the hearing record will be open for 10 days. And I just also want to recognize the two Capitol Police officers who've been in the back. Thank them for their service, keeping us safe here every day. Thank you for being here. And without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
All right. That one's done. Kind of, Jesus Christ, that went a long time today, didn't it? I mean, that did kind of go off the rails a lot, but I'm going to get the hell off here. We're going to get the Stupids Play. Yeah, we got to get the Stupids Play going. That'll be up and running about roughly around an hour, 45 minutes, 2 hours. Until then, enjoy and fuck off for now, because I'm done ranting.
And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier.
I always felt like I'm alone, when everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I own, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over, 'cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.